Can you hear me now?
Yes, that's good. So you can just click on that share screen option. And then you can see multiple windows, whichever you want.
Wait. I don't see the share screen. So I see participants invite. I don't see the shared screen. Participant invite, chat, reaction. Where is the shared screen?
Yeah, there should be some, I mean, in green. Otherwise, we can do one thing. I mean, if you are, can you just email me that? I mean, we can share it from.
Okay.
Shairi, I hope you are ready.
Yes, sir, I'm ready. Am I audible?
Okay. Yeah, you are audible and visible. So we are going to start in roughly 1.5 minutes, right?
Okay.
Right at 9:30. Okay. Okay.
Hello, sir.
I sent it.
Okay. You're able to share the screen now?
No, I still not, but I sent you the file.
That's fine. Then we will share it from here. All right.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Sharing start.
I hope I'm audible right now. Hello? I'm audible, right? So, a very good morning to everyone. It is my pleasure to welcome all the distinguished speakers, researchers, faculty, and fellow scholars to the second day of the International Conference on Roadmap for Humanities and Social Sciences in STEM Higher Education. Higher education all across the world is witnessing an unprecedented expansion and transformation. The focus is now on faster growth for individual, market, and the society at large. Therefore, most countries are now developing mechanisms to focus on technical and professional higher education, as these are directly linked with the world of work. However, this has resulted in the shrinking importance of the traditional liberal arts subjects such as literature, sociology, philosophy, history, and so on. Considering the need of the hour, the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences, IIT Jammu, has taken the initiative to organize an online international conference on the present and the future of humanities and social sciences in technical and professional higher education, in an effort to bring renowned academicians, policymakers, young and enthusiastic researchers to engage in improving and integrating humanities and social sciences with technical and professional higher education, and in the process set roadmaps for its development and make this an enriching learning experience. In today's opening session will be coordinated by Dr. Sujishmita Roy. Dr. Joby Varghese will be the rapporteur for this session. The opening session will be followed by a thematic session on literature, and then we have two thematic sessions on philosophy and economics, which will be running parallelly. We also have the privilege to talk to our distinguished keynote speakers, Professor Samlu Chetri from IIT Kharagpur and Professor Stavros Moutsios from Aarhus University, Denmark. All the speakers are requested to kindly adhere to the time limit. Two reminders will be given at 5 minutes and 3 minutes respectively. After the completion of the opening session, we will have a short Q&A session which is open to all registered participants and will be coordinated by Dr. Sujishmita Roy. Participants are requested to put their questions in the chat box, which will be taken up at the end. With that, I would like to welcome Professor Marina Milner-Bulletin and Professor Dragana Martinovic from University of British Columbia and University of Windsor, Canada, to talk about exploring multidisciplinarity in STEM teacher education through modeling. Professors, the floor is all yours.
Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. It's a pleasure presenting, and I would like to suggest that if you have questions, please write them down because we will try to have time for questions at the end. So we are Dr. Dragana Martinovic from the University of Windsor and Dr. Marina Milner-Bulletin from the University of British Columbia. We are both in Canada, and I didn't ask you, but I am sharing the screen. And can you see my screen? Excellent. You can see the PowerPoint. We are from Canada. We are from two different universities, and we're also a mathematics and science educators. So in some ways, the entire presentation is a collaborative effort of two STEM educators who have had a lot of experience of teaching future teachers and students, but also people who have been thinking for a long time about what is STEM, what does it mean? We use the acronym, but we keep thinking about the meaning behind it. Thinking about STEM brings us also to STEM teacher education. And because we're coming from Canada, I would like to say a few words about the structure of education in Canada. You might not know about what is happening here. So in Canada, we have, let me go for a moment back, Canada has 10 different provinces, like states in the United States, or like you have in India, the same way. And every province in Canada has its own Ministry of Education. So we do not have one federal Ministry of Education. Every province does what they believe is right for their students. So I am coming from the British Columbia, which is in the western part of Canada, and Dragana, or Dr. Martinovich, comes from Ontario, which is the biggest and I would say most influential province in Canada. But each one of our provinces has its own way of educating students and educating teachers. In Canada, education from K through 12 is absolutely free if this child goes to public school. And we have early elementary, middle school, and secondary education. So usually in early and middle school, the teachers would teach all subjects. We do not have a math teacher, for example, for elementary students. The same teacher will teach everything. However, in the secondary school, we have physics teachers, literature teachers, mathematics teachers. So that is the system that we have, and it's both accurate for Ontario and other provinces and British Columbia. Teacher education is different from province to province. And for example, in my province, in British Columbia, the students have to have a bachelor degree and then they decide to become teachers. It's an additional year. However, for Ontario, they have 2 additional years, and then they call it B.Ed, Bachelor of Education. So you can have a bachelor in mathematics and Bachelor of Education, which is actually a certification, the right to teach. Now, the assessment is very different from province to province. For example, in BC, we do not have rigid assessment at the end of the year. So in order to go to university, the student shows the grades that the teacher, he or she received from school. And we don't have a standardized assessment. As far as I know, you do in India and many other countries. In Ontario, they have standardized assessment. It's not as rigid as in many countries, but it is more than what you have in British Columbia. So thinking about STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics education, Dragana and I started thinking about how do we educate teachers? We use the acronym, and it's very popular in Canada to talk about STEM. Sometimes they talk about STEAM. Maybe you have heard that too. But the question is, what is it? Just because you label something, it does not mean that you understand what it is. So the question is, we tried to think about what makes STEM STEM. And why would we put those subjects together? For example, in Canada, engineering is not part of the K through 12, kindergarten to grade 12 curriculum. Engineering is mainly the focus of post-secondary education. So when we started thinking, the idea that came to mind, and in our provinces, we have new curricula. In Ontario, they have a new elementary curriculum and middle school. We started thinking that what really combines STEM and makes STEM STEM, we think it is modeling. So let me say a few words, please, about why modeling is so important in STEM education, at least for kindergarten to grade 12, for elementary and secondary. I think that when we think about STEM, and we immediately, the things that come to mind is multidisciplinarity. But what does it mean, multidisciplinarity? If you look at the dictionary and you think about it, multidisciplinary education just means that you focus on different disciplines, and each discipline provides another view, another facet of the problem. So you have diverse perspectives on the issues. And diversity is wonderful, but diversity is also a problem. And you know it is in politics, you know it is everywhere. When you have diverse ideas, very often those ideas struggle. When some part of the population thinks this way, another part thinks that way, you're struggling to figure out, so what is right? What does it all mean? Sometimes different ideas collide. So when you think about STEM, you're thinking, okay, you have diverse ideas. You also have diverse epistemologies. Epistemology means the way of knowing, the way of thinking about it. But what binds it together? In thinking about it, we started thinking about the idea of family resemblance. So think about the family. If you are a mother or a father, and let's say you have 4 children, for you, each child is different. You know, they have different personalities. They like different foods. They dress up differently. But for an outsider who does not know your family, they look at your children and say, how do you distinguish them? They look so similar. They have similar features. They have similar behavior. So when you look from the outside, they look very much the same, but the inside you see the intricacies. We believe that the same thing happens with STEM. We have a family resemblance of the disciplines, science, technology, engineering, mathematics, but when you look closer and deeper, you understand that epistemological integration might not be as easy as it seems. So epistemology, the nature of evidence, the nature of problem solving, how you attack new issues, is not obviously the same. Think about scientists, mathematicians, and engineers, or people focused on technology. So what keeps this family resemblance? What are the tensions? And I think it's something that we have to think about. And that's why we were thinking about epistemological tensions and complementarity. So why do we even use the idea of STEM? In here, the next idea that I would like to bring is stems from the understanding of what is STEM, but also what it is not. I have a colleague in Finland, and she is a STEM education professor. And recently we edited an issue of a journal about STEAM, where A stands for all. So today people want to include more in the acronym. Maybe we should include architecture. Maybe we should include art. Maybe we should include language, medicine. But the question is, if you include everything, you lose the essence of the thing. So you have to think why you include things and what does it do. And considering how much people in North America, at least, love acronyms, a lot of people like a new acronym. So they add a word, they add a letter, come up with a new idea, but very often a new label does not mean you understand what's hiding behind it. And that's another view. Today, it's common, at least we read a few papers on iSTEM, integrated STEM. So if STEM is not integrated, then why do you need an acronym? Why do you need another letter to integrate? It just tells us that despite more than 20 years of active STEM education research, there is a lot of tensions in the concept, and we're not so certain that we understand it. So why modeling? We believe that modeling is a glue that binds it together, but it's also a window of opportunities. So think about the word modeling. What does it mean to model something? For example, today, people all over the world model COVID spread. Yeah, they model the disease spread. We also, modeling forces you to think about what we know, what we want to know, what's the nature of knowledge and the nature of evidence. Modeling forces you to think how you communicate. Are you going to communicate your ideas using mathematical language, maybe pictures, maybe graphs? So modeling also tells you to think, or forces you to think about what you're going to assume, what you're going to disregard, because a model is not the reality. A model is simplification. To simplify means to take into account some things, but to disregard others. So how do you decide? How you judge? Do you judge? So we believe that modeling is a very powerful tool that can help us authentically, purposefully, meaningfully bring the fields together. So let's look at modeling in the curricula of our provinces. And again, we're not saying that Ontario and British Columbia are the only provinces in Canada. We're not the most important. Maybe people in Ontario think they are, but we just trying to give you 2 examples. The first one is from Ontario. That's Dragan is an expert here, and it's a mathematics curriculum. And the new curriculum that it's very new for elementary and middle school, and Dragana, you will correct me if I'm saying something wrong, it has modeling is the core activity across all curriculum. They want the children to be able to model and to use modeling to solve problems. That's a very big part of mathematics curriculum in Ontario. The reason that it's really important that it's in mathematics curriculum, because in science, modeling has always been there, at least in Ontario and British Columbia. Modeling has always been a part, for example, of a science curriculum. And I just took a new curriculum picture from the new curriculum in British Columbia. As you can see, describing and building models has always been a part of science. But something very interesting is happening in British Columbia today. Instead of just focusing on the content, what the students have to know, in British Columbia now, a big shift is happening, and the focus now is also on the core competencies. For example, to think about issues, to communicate ideas, not just to plug in numbers and crunch numbers and solve problems, but to make sense and connect them to real life, as well as understand the implications of problem solving to the world that you live in. So in British Columbia, for example, the climate is a very big issue that is part of the curriculum. So the students are asked to consider it and not just memorize the content, but think of the implications and be able to communicate it. I'm sorry, somebody put a chat. Oh yeah. So please feel free to ask questions. Now, let me just give you an example of modeling that Dragana and I came up with. So imagine, and I'm a physics teacher, so I'm very biased. I have to use a physics example, and Dragana agreed to go with it. Let's think about physics. Let's think that you do a problem where you teach students about floating. Yeah, we call it the buoyant force. I'm sure in every country the kids learn it in science. Why do some things float and while other things sink? That is a very traditional topic that will be discussed in our curriculum. Very often when you discuss it, you provide an equation. That's the force, the buoyant force. And you talk about that the buoyant force depends on the density of the object, the density of the liquid around it, the gravitational acceleration g, and the volume of the object. And just for fun, I showed here, it's called the Galileo thermometer. Maybe you have seen this, that works using this principle. But here, Dragana said, okay, but if we teach mathematics, we are discussing this as well. And actually, this came from Dragana's work with future mathematics teachers, where they modeled buoyancy and modeled what it means to have different densities. So you can talk about density as a slope of mass as a function of volume. And you can see that if the density is the same, you will have the more mass means more volume, or you can say the more volume will mean more mass. And looking at it, I can say that the blue line is steeper, yeah, has a bigger a coefficient, so the bigger density, yeah, the slope is what is represented by density. Up to this point, that is traditional mathematics and science. So I didn't do anything non-traditional so far. So you can, a good teacher would connect this buoyancy, of course, to diving. They would say you can dive, you can explore how a diver can go down and why we sink. And of course, we can discuss the coral reefs and other exciting things related to it. Up to this point, we are under the traditional STEM umbrella. In a way, I don't call it STEM because E very often is just used, but there is nothing related to engineering so far. I would say it is science and mathematics and maybe a little bit of technology. But here, and Dragana is the artist amongst us, she is more artistically inclined. She started thinking about something that maybe you have heard about. It's the Dead Sea in Israel and Jordan. Yeah, it's the place that it has such a huge salinity. It's about 36%, I think, that you cannot sink there. You can just float. And that's the idea again, connection from the scientific concept to the world around us. Yeah, what does it mean that you have such a high salinity? What are the implications? But here something even more interesting comes up. This is an artwork. This is an artwork by an artist who left a bicycle inside the Dead Sea, and then it became covered in salt. And you can see that's a piece of art that binds art and science together. Of course, we can think about the Don Juan Pond, the saltiest lake in the world. It is even saltier than the Dead Sea. The Dead Sea is actually a lake. It's just called the sea. Now, thinking more about it, you can think about the engineering. And in engineering, that is Canadian reactor, and that is our discussion started from that. You might have heard about the idea of heavy water, yeah, the water that is not hydrogen H2O, but with the deuterium. Deuterium is an isotope of hydrogen, which is heavier because it has an extra neutron there. So in here, you can have the implications to the atomic bomb, yeah, to World War II, to history. So although we started with a core of ideas in science, but what happens if you have teachers who know outside of their field, who go beyond memorizing just the equation, the formula? Think how a teacher like that can teach. But both Dragan and I know that to do that, teachers have to be curious. And I think we can proclaim anything we want. We can call it STEAM, we can call it whatever we wish, but we have to educate the teachers who are open to helping kids see the connections. And I think that's such an important idea to talk about STEM, because to make STEM a meaningful object for us to use in education and for philosophers, we have to think what are the commonalities. And I think the commonality here is, as we said, modeling, to think of models to represent different situations. So for example, I can think of a model on floating and sinking to represent why a person can read a newspaper in the Dead Sea, as you can see in the picture. I can use the same model to understand the diving. I can use the same model to understand what happens with the heavy water and why heavy water has much higher density than the regular water. So modeling is something that we believe binds all those fields together. And what we believe is that it offers so many opportunities for us as educators, because we can open up the barriers that historically has been created. If you think of Isaac Newton or Galileo, they were not physicists or mathematicians. They were natural scientists. But because the knowledge has accumulated, we became in our silos. And now we believe that it's really important for the educators like us. Dragana is a mathematics educator. She teaches future math teachers. I teach future science teachers. It is very important to work together to break these barriers for future teachers and help them see the connections. And we believe that one way of doing that is to use modeling. And one point I just wanted to say, that models, you can situate them in a humanistic context. You can talk about social justice, environment, cultural or artistic stance you can take. But modeling allows you to see things outside you, but also to analyze them. Because otherwise, the world around us is so complex that you don't even know where to start. And I will just leave you with a last point, that with that, we also have a lot of challenges. It is interesting that I'm not collaborating with the colleagues who are math educators in my university. I have to use Zoom in 3-hour time difference to collaborate with the colleague, Dragana, who is 3,000 kilometers away. So sometimes we have to also figure out how to work with our colleagues who are outside of our tiny silos. And it might be easier to work with people around the world and not just from your university. But I think STEM starts with teacher education. If we want students to be open to these ideas, we have to educate teachers who will be open to STEM. And with this, I will leave Dragana, would you like to add whatever you feel? I think, how many minutes do we have left? Could you please tell us? Somebody?
I think about 5 minutes.
5 minutes. So maybe all the hard questions go to Dragana. maybe you would like to ask questions, or because we felt it is important. We would like to know, how do we have here people who, in your countries, how do you do your kids experience STEM in K through 12?
Am I audible and visible?
Yes, please. Yeah.
So yeah, what we do is that, of course, we have STEM, and also kids. What you explained is very much relevant here. But for our presentation, I think first of all, let me tell you that you have 3 to 5 minutes more, and then we'll go to the next session, and after that we'll take the questions together as per the schedule.
We'll take the questions together. I understand. So I can stop. Oh, fantastic. So
Yeah,
if I have, so I have 3 to 5 minutes. Dragana, would you like to add, because Dragana works with mathematics teachers, would you like to say how you used modeling in your classes with mathematics teachers, please?
Yes, as Marina mentioned, in the new mathematics curriculum for elementary school, which is in Ontario from K to 8, we have modeling in every grade. So it is recommended that teachers, even with very young children, start doing modeling. And in the curriculum specifies this model that we show here in the picture. It is obviously recognized that you have to understand the problem, and that's why we showed you that example of buoyancy, because we thought, okay, so you have to really understand, you have to investigate, you have to read beyond what is maybe part of your course, and that is where multidisciplinarity comes, these multiple ideas that are, I think, core for modeling. And once when you understand the problem better, then you have to look for information. You have to make some assumptions, and then you have to create a model. But the child or the student shouldn't stop there, because of course there are multiple models, and these models could be compared. Then investigation comes where they compare these models, find which model is maybe better, or if they are not satisfied, they go through that cycle of modeling. So that is what we wanted to show you. With my teacher candidates, so future mathematics teachers, they are future teachers in high school. During the last 2 years, I'm implementing in the second year the whole semester of modeling. So they come up with their own ideas, with their own topics. They work in groups. These groups are also multidisciplinary, because most of my students, most of them have 2 teachables, and one is, so they specialize in mathematics plus 1 more subject. So you can have in the group future teachers who specialize in mathematics, but also in physics, maybe in chemistry, maybe in
And
dance,
Dragana, sorry,
and so
we
on.
have a question here. Just
Yes.
wondering if, in order to make these models multidisciplinary, do they not become overwhelming, overloaded with lots of information? And I think that's a great question. It can be overwhelming, but it also can be very exciting. So imagine if you were a young student and you just memorized the buoyancy and that's it, you're done. But imagine how much you can imagine if you start thinking about diving, if you start thinking about the art. Of course, more information can be overwhelming, but that's why we thought it is a window of opportunity. Imagine that you have students who are interested in nature, who are interested in different subjects, and when they see the connections, I think it's something that is very exciting. But for the teachers, they have to be open. Yeah, you cannot know it all, so you have to go and yeah, you go.
If I can add something, Marina, what we usually say in the recent years of education, there is a metaphor of doing tasks with students that are low floor, high ceiling. What that means is the tasks are such that every student in the class can find something interesting in them. But they're also high ceiling, because you can go very far, very deep, I should say. So if you think about this example, students who maybe traveled, they can talk about their traveling experiences. They can write journals. Students who like physics, obviously, they will spend more time doing these physics experiments. Those who are better in mathematics, they will come up with these models and explore them. So there's something for everybody. There is history, biology, and we just wanted to show you, actually, this is one project that my students did this semester. And then Marina and I came up with all these ideas. But I think that's that big idea. You can go very far, very deep. And of course, that depends on your students' interest and capability.
And on you. And I think we are running out of time. Is it correct? Or we don't hear you. Yeah. Okay.
Well, maybe Marina, go to the last slide so that people can record our emails.
And I wanted to say that we will be very happy if you would like to email us or share our information. Please write it down and feel free to connect with us.
Yeah,
thank you so much.
We'll be having it in a record, and also we'll take a screenshot later on. And of course, I have your email IDs, and so that won't be a problem. What I request is that if it is not too late for you, then stay with us for another 20 minutes or 30 minutes. We have the next presentation, and then we will conduct.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you
so much. Yeah. Shairi, over to you.
Thank you, Professor Marina and Professor Jagana, for sharing your wonderful insights with us. Now I would like to invite Professor Prashanta Bandopadhyay from Montana State University, USA, to discuss on Hawking's premature obituary of philosophy. Sir, the floor is all yours. Sir, you are on mute. You'll have to unmute yourself.
And I need to share my screen. So could you kindly see how I can do that?
I think, sir, Shankton sir, you're on mute.
Professor Bandopadhyay, Dr. Joby is going to share the screen for you, and just wait for 1 minute or 30 seconds.
Okay.
And once he shares, you start presenting.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Joby has started sharing, and so when you want us to change the slide, just mention prompt change, and we will change the slide to the next one.
I cannot see the slide. I see only 1/3 of the slide actually.
Okay. We can actually, and let us just see. Now, can you see it?
No. It's 1/3 or 1/4 of the slide I can see.
Okay.
So I have plenty of time. So if it's better, if you can share my slides from my end, probably.
Can, because the permission is there. Share screen permission is given to multiple participants. Just let me check once again.
Sure, please do that.
Yes, the permission is given to, you can share the screen. Try again. Joby, can you switch off the screen sharing?
From where I'll go there, I cannot see that.
At the end of the bottom of the screen, there is a green button called share screen. At the bottom of your screen.
So next to leave, or where is that?
At the left hand corner, there is mute. Then there is stop video. If you go towards your right, next to chat, there is a green button, only green button, just at somewhere here. Exactly somewhere here. Yeah. Somewhere at the center, and exactly at the center and bottom center. Let us do it. Let Joby share it. Since you have the slides, you can open it in your computer. And
okay.
Once you want us to go to the next slide, just prompt change. We'll go to the next slide, or mention change or next. Right?
Okay.
You can
open
a slide simultaneously in your own computer and start presenting. And Joby, meanwhile, will share the screen for everybody. So we are on the same page. That's what I'm trying to say.
So may I start now?
Yes, please start. Yeah.
So before I start, it is about Hawking's view about philosophy, and I'm going to evaluate Hawking's argument. before I start Hawking's I just like to thank Dr. Mondol and especially Dr. Jovi Vargas for the invitation. So let me start. So here's a quote from Hawking, where Hawking says, "Why are you here? Where do you come from? Traditionally, these are questions for philosophy, but philosophy is dead." So it's not just Hawking, but a series of physicists hold the same kind of refrain. So here is Neil deGrasse Tyson in his podcast says that he's kind of advising the parents that not to send their children to the philosopher because they will rattle their head so bad that they will regret for the rest of the life. Steven Weinberg is of the same refrain, but probably the most famous is Richard Feynman, who is really famous for his disparaging comment about philosophy and psychology. But the question is, what is really philosophy? So here is in Indian philosophical tradition, which is like 2000 years ago, where inside it, we see so many views. For example, most schools of philosophy in classical Indian philosophy aimed at human salvation from sufferings and bondage with the use of powerful analytical reasoning. And one school called the Nyaya school actually developed a very sophisticated theory of inference. Now, in contrast, we have the Advaita philosopher who asks who are entitled to inquire about Brahman. So what is interesting is that what is philosophy varies so much even within a specific discipline. So let's move on to the Western philosophy and start with the Scottish philosopher David Hume, who distinguishes two types of reasoning. One is mathematical reasoning, such as 2 + 2 = 4, and other is empirical reasoning. For example, I'm giving a talk on Newton's theory of gravitation. So he says that take a book of divinity and check whether it contains a mathematical reasoning, such as 2 + 2 = 4, or like Newton's laws of motion. If it does not, if a book of divinity does not contain either of them, so then he advises commit it to the flames. In the in the 20th century, there is an influence of Hume, but before you go, let me talk about Hume's vandalism, as some philosophers call it. So if you follow Hume's recommendation that these are the two ways we can understand sentences, then that will actually reduce philosophy to science, although there are a lot of overlaps between philosophy and science. But philosophy is not science at all. So issues like what is justice will fall outside the purview of philosophy. So as I mentioned, Hume left a huge influence on the 20th century logical positivist movement. And what logical positivists wonder, they look at physics and mathematics in the turn of the century, like the first quarter of the 20th century, and they found there is a lot of strides made in both physics and mathematics, unlike in philosophy. So they try to mimic those, those methods like adopted in physics and mathematics, and try to see whether philosopher can make some long strides. So taking a cue from Hume's distinction of two types of reasoning, logical positivists provided a criterion of when a sentence should be regarded as cognitively meaningful. Otherwise, it should be considered as nonsense. And the criterion logical positivist has given is something like that. A sentence is meaningful if and only if it's analytic, for example, mathematical, or synthetic, empirical, for example, Newton's theory of motion. So otherwise, it will be considered nonsense. Logical positivism movement was very influential in philosophy, but it has now been discredited. And definitely one of the person who was behind logical positivist demise is Thomas Kuhn, by writing his book, came out in 1962. So one of the goals logical positivists offered to the scientists is that they recommend scientists what they should do, what the science should do. And so what is going on is that Thomas Kuhn pointed out that positivism does not consider the actual practice of science, and what they do is they recommend what the scientist should have done. There is also a very influential bearing of Kuhn's view. One of Kuhn's contention is the theory appraisal when you are comparing Newton's theory or with Einsteinian theory. This theory appraisal is not objective. Instead, according to Kuhn, that is paradigm-centric. So what Kuhn really argues that we cannot really say that Einstein's theory is better than Newton's theory because the terms, variables, and the concepts in those theories need to be understood within each paradigm in which each theory is really embedded. So to understand, to compare Einstein's theory of Newtonian theory, even the same terms are used, but they're understood in a differently because the system of relation that exists inside one paradigm is different from the other. So from that, Kuhn concludes that theory choice is really not objective, but hence subjective. So what is the implications of all things? So the point is that there are so many aspects, so many varieties of philosophy. And here is the three themes I take philosophy of science to consist of. So the three themes are as follows. Philosophy of science is a meta theory of science. Philosophy of science is a conscience keeper of science. And philosophy of science provides a model for scientific theories, as the previous speakers, both of them talked about. So let's take one of the theme at a time. So the first theme is that philosophy of science is a meta theory of science. So, there are celebrated theories in the 20th century science. There is a relativistic theory. There is a theory of double helix. But if you're a philosopher of science, when you're trying to provide a meta theory of science, then you have to give a meta theory of all scientific theories. So, for example, I work in a philosophy of probability statistics, and I'm interested in providing an account of evidence. So if my theory of philosophy of science, or if my theory of evidence is to be successful as a philosopher of science, then my theory should not only be applicable to the theory of double helix and Einsteinian theory of relativity, but any kind of theory that makes use of evidence. So let's move on to the next theme. And the next theme is philosophy of science is the conscience keeper of science. So philosophers, with the help of the scientists and their help, they help us, philosophers with the help of the scientists, of course, help the scientists to see what are the assumptions scientists use when they provide a theory or a model. It could be epistemological or it could be ethical. For example, for myself, I was involved in the NASA's project, Origin of Life Research, and my job as an epistemologist is, as a student of philosophy of science, my job is to make my colleagues, scientist colleague, with the help, of course, to make sure that what are the assumptions they are using so that we can make aware of them, being a conscious keeper of science. So the next theme is that philosophy of science provides a model for scientific theories. So consider the difficulties associated with constructing model. It's pretty difficult. It's not an easy thing. So let's take the example of artificial intelligence. Now they're building models, building robots to run errands. And like in my house, I have Roomba, which cleans vacuum cleaner, which is a vacuum cleaner. And those who are involved in the artificial intelligence, they're trying to mimic human perception and human activities. But we know we have been trying to understand where robots are adequately smart or could replace some of the tasks human beings are used to performing with their help. But it is very hard. Robots are not still able to mimic all human ability to perception and all the intelligent tasks human being can perform. So what is going on is that let's look at what we are doing. So let's look at Plato's allegory of the cave. Remember Plato's allegory of the cave? So here are the slaves. They're tied inside the cave and they see shadows. And from the shadow, they're inferring about what things are there and outside the cave. in the reality. So I'm just wondering whether philosophers, when they're trying to provide a model about scientific models, which are providing models about the world, whether we are really actually, our work is actually similar to providing a shadow of the shadow about the world. So it will be good if we do not deceive ourselves. If we are honest, then we'll know the limitations of our philosophical model building and work accordingly. So, let's come back and talk about the relationship between three themes of the philosophy of science, the three themes I just mentioned. So the first theme is that philosophy of science is the meta theory of science. Actually, that informs us what is the goal of the philosophy of science. The second theme is that philosophy of science is a conscience keeper of science. That informs us what does the philosophy of science do. The third theme, that philosophy of science provides a model of scientific theories, says how does philosophy of science go about achieving its goal. In short, those three themes provide three aspects of the philosophy of science: what it is, what does it do, and how is it able to achieve it.
Hello, sir.
So now we are back in Hawking and philosophy. So the point is that there are so many varieties, so many types of philosophy. Both science and philosophy of science, being dynamic disciplines, they feed one another. Like a phoenix that emerges from its ashes, new philosophical problems could emerge from current scientific research. For example, the origin of life research, whether we are able to define life, those questions comes up, and the research about consciousness. So let's sum up. So Hacking's admonishment about philosophy depends on what we mean by philosophy. Philosophy has several meanings depending on the eye of the beholder in each of numerous tradition. Even in cosmology, which is Hawking's stronghold, there remains a fertile area of philosophical and scientific debates about the status of string theory, where people ask the question, is string theory falsifiable? Is it a poetry, and all those kinds of things. Whether philosophy is dead is itself a philosophical question regarding further philosophical inquiry, which leads to further exploration. Thank you very much. That ends my talk.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your insights with us. We will now move on to the question and answer session, and participants are requested to send their questions in the chat box, which will be taken up by Shantan, sir. Sir, over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Shari. Dr. Shuchishmita will take the session and then coordinate the question and answer. Yes, but the participants can definitely send their questions to me, and then I will read them out, or I'll ask the participant to ask the question directly to the speaker. Shuchishmita, over to you. Yeah.
Thank you, Shantan. Thank you, Shari. And I would like to thank all our speakers. Thanks for your insightful presentation. Now this floor is open for question and answer. So now let me see the chat. So if we have some question. Yeah, can I take the question from first? I'm taking the question from Amitash, and then when I have a question. Oh, so this is for the first speaker, Dr. Professor Marina and Professor Dragana. Amitash, Dr. Amitash wrote, yes, just wondering if in order to make these models multidisciplinary. Yeah. So these are for you, Professor Dragana and Professor Marina. Okay.
If I misunderstood, if you can make these models multidisciplinary, is it the question? About the multi?
Yes.
Could you please repeat the question?
If in order to make these models multidisciplinary, do they not becoming overwhelming, overloaded with lots of?
Oh, yeah, we saw this question. It is an excellent question. and we started answering. I'll start and then Dragana will answer it better. I just think that it depends on the knowledge of the teacher. You can model something and do not make it multidisciplinary. But I think the teacher who knows, and I think it relates to the presentation on the philosophy of science. If you have deeper knowledge and a bigger picture of science, it is natural to make it multidisciplinary. So if that's what we try to show. And of course everything can be overwhelming, but it's also, if we just make those silos, we don't educate good teachers. So I think as teacher educators, our goal is to open people's minds and not to teach them just how to do the equation of straight line or Newton's law solutions or other things. So I think the nature, multidisciplinarity is something that will help educate good teachers. And it's at the core. Dragana, maybe you have a better answer.
And I don't think that I have better, but I can say some more. I think if the whole session yesterday at the conference was dedicated to multidisciplinarity and sciences working with social sciences, so natural sciences working with social sciences and so on. And if our job, Marina's and mine, is to help educate teachers who will help educate holistic children, holistic new people, young people, then anything is possible. You know, I think things become difficult to learn if you don't have interest for them, if you don't see connections, if you don't see relevance to your life. But if the teacher is capable of doing so, and also I think that research is telling us that teachers' enthusiasm is so catching for children. If you see that your teacher is so enthusiastic about something and so immersed in some deep thinking, like previous speaker was, I think, telling us about philosophy of science and all these connections, I think that nothing is difficult to learn.
Thank you, Professor. And I actually this is a question I have. You told that situating model in humanistic context. So I just want to ask you a question. Just can you, like the teachers like me who are there in the class, so can you just give me a very, as you we have little time, can you give us a very, very small example, like from where we can actually start, like STEM and like a model where we can put all this example, like how we can use in our class? Yeah.
That's a great question. Think about what is happening in the world today. Think about the biological research we're doing. What are the implications? Think about the World War II. Think about nuclear weapons. Yeah, that's science does not by itself. Science, and I would love to discuss more the issue of philosophy of science. But what drives scientists is not how you will apply their knowledge. They're just curious. And Feynman was madly curious about the world. He did work on the Manhattan Project for the purpose of doing engineering or something else. Those are people who want to know how the world works. And the same with the DNA discoveries and other things. But I think if in order to put it into the humanistic concept, the teacher has to know more. And I think it's very sad that we do not teach history and philosophy of science of our teachers. I was listening to the presentation, and in my university, it's very sad that they have courses on how to teach physics, but nothing about the history of physics. A lot of students do not know who was Richard Feynman, who were those people. My students read Thomas Kuhn, and we have a lot of discussions because I believe it's important. But a lot of people don't. So we educate teachers who are low, I call them lower T teachers. They just do the job. But we need to educate capital T teachers, history and philosophy of science, and understanding how science fits in our life. I think it's crucial. A lot of things you can do scientifically, but ethically, maybe you shouldn't. So those issues are very important for us. But
And I think as mathematics educator, I find a lot of inspiration in history of mathematics, as Marina was saying. And I tell my students that teaching children, let's call them children because we also have our students, teaching children these stories of how things happened, how new ideas were implemented, and seeing that relevance, I think that is helpful. As a teacher, I would look for inspiration in history, in stories that maybe different cultures have regarding mathematics or natural science or anything else. Nowadays, modeling, we see Marina and I are doing also research and looking into literature about modeling. We see that where modeling is implemented, many times it is implemented around one big idea, such as environmental issues, such as social justice. So, and I think those ideas are always interesting for students.
Thank you, Professor. Dr. Shantan has some question like Shantan.
Yeah, my question is also to Marina and Ragana. You have mentioned, I'm curious to know about one very interesting thing that you have said. You said about there is now the jargon is now I-STEM instead of just STEM. And in India, we still talk about STEM, but probably we are on the same way because actually we are talking about integrating STEM, and now we are also talking about integrating the aspects of humanities and social science with STEM. It's a far-fetched dream, yes, I understand, but at the same time, I wanted to know what is the discourse, what are the debates going on? How have you shifted or shifting from STEM to I-STEM? And what are the gaps which are there basically? Because it's essentially the same thing to me, whether you call it STEM or I-STEM, but what the difference it makes when you add an I to it. So that's I wanted to know. Yeah.
So my quick answer, I think many people who want to get promotion as to full professor, they need to invent something. So I think they have to coin a new term. In reality, in very few schools in Canada, you see STEM. I am a teacher. I've been a teacher educator now for more than 10 years. And I know we do not educate STEM teachers. In British Columbia, we educate, for example, physics teachers, but they might have very little knowledge of biology or life science or chemistry. And what is really sad, it's not that what they don't know, but a lot of them are not interested. They're saying, I want to only teach physics, or I don't want to think. It's almost like a silo mentality. And I think it links to I-STEM. They need more letters. They say, oh, we have to introduce art to engage students because by itself, mathematics is not exciting or science. And I completely disagree with that. I think those fields have beauty of their own. You don't need to imbue them, artificially to add letters to engage kids, but we need teachers who see the beauty. It's almost, if I were to tell you about music, but I have never experienced the beauty of music, it will be hard for me to do. And a lot of teachers in at least British Columbia, they've never experienced the beauty of mathematics or the beauty of science. They never thought of it in a philosophical perspective. So when we study about Kuhn, they say, why do you talk about Newton if you're saying that the paradigm shift, yeah? And we go from Newtonian mechanics to Einstein. So why do we do that? Why do we teach students the models that were wrong? Yeah, the model of the atom or other things. Because a lot of kids now, they do not see science as a process of human discovery, as a process, as an evolution. They see as a lot of results, yeah? Oh, that's what it is. And I think it's a big problem. And I take the blame because we do not educate teachers well enough. We should do it better.
Thank you. And I also have one small question, do you ever think the teachers, they also should know about the society? Because when we give example, there is a famous paper on like eggs and sperm. So the biologists, when they teach biology, they are talking about like they are actually strengthening the gender prototype, like the sperm, the role of sperm and role of eggs. Or sometimes like when we use the names, like we are using like kind of name which is like from like even in maths problems, like if like I'm like using name, like maybe you will use the name of whites, or you will actually ignore the minorities. So when you are like discussing this thing, like it is not about the students also, like don't you think that teachers should have this thing, because this is subtly actually like we are putting all these things like subtly to the like students in their head through science teaching, and like giving examples again and again, like ignoring there are like some other facts of society. So I really
you know what I think. I think that education is relatively young field, and it is developing. We don't have all the answers, but I think all of us are working towards the better future of the children and finding ways to. So of course we make errors. We don't do perfect job, but there are theories how to teach future teachers. And of course, some are better than others, some are more enthusiastic than others. My teachers, for example, my future teachers, they have two teachables, as I said, and oftentimes they don't think that they could combine mathematics with physics, even mathematics with dance, mathematics with language, because they see these things totally separated, although they are both subjects are in them and they should be experts for both. So we are trying to do our best, and teachers are trying their best, but there is a lot of work to be done.
Excuse me, and were you asking about minority kids? Were you trying to say that the examples do not involve girls, or what?
Yeah, sometimes like when we are giving examples,
Yeah.
in mathematics books, so sometimes we are like in like just example, like if like Tom can run that much.
Yes. Yeah.
We are
Male.
using, like name of male, name of whites, and like this is also like similar in like all
Yeah.
this, like, we actually
It's yeah.
in examples. So this is
It's
through
a
math, this is through
yeah.
physics, this is through other problems, like if
But
you
it also, yeah, it also depends on the society, because in many societies, boys and girls have different opportunities by default. I don't think it is in Canada as much, but I just think as teachers, we should treat every child and help them to find their passion. I always feel I do not think that we have to, a role model does not need to be like you. A role model needs to be a person who inspires you. So a role model for me can be, a mathematician from India. A lot of kids here are very inspired by Ramanujan, yeah, a famous mathematician from India, and they're not like him. But I think for that, again, the teachers have to know the history of science, yeah, have to bring those role models. I mean, yeah, I think the times are changing. A lot of people realize that it's not about your gender, it's not about your skin color, it's about what your passion is. And every child has something in them that we as teachers have to try to help develop.
But I also think that, just 1 second, I also think that artificially putting in the same questions, just different names, won't help. It won't make these questions more relevant for children in your class. So obviously more has to be done in that way.
Thank you very much. And I have a question for like two questions for Professor Prashanta Chattopadhyay. And like the first question is like, when Kuhn says scientific theory choice is subjective, how applicable is that in humanities and social sciences theories, and how would Kuhn respond to this?
Could you please,
Yes.
Not clear exactly what you said. Could you try one more time, please?
Yes, when Kuhn says scientific theory choice is subjective. How applicable is that in humanities and social sciences theories? And how would Kuhn respond to this?
Okay. So Kuhn, most of the Kuhn's examples, probably all of them are from physical sciences, from physics and chemistry. But there is a philosopher who passed away. He tried to explain that Kuhn's view that subjectivity, it's kind of, in case of social science, we can apply the same idea that in the idea is that actually the guy, the philosopher who talked about, his name is Richard Rorty. So he said that that social science, the theories of social science, but maybe there are two ways to respond. So one is the way I will say. The one is that in social science, there is no such paradigm in the sense Kuhn talks about. So since there is no paradigm, so we cannot really talk about the difference paradigm being, theories being paradigm centric. From that, it does not necessarily follow that social science theory evaluation must be objective. Do you follow what I'm saying? So the Kuhnian sense of paradigm cannot be applicable to physical sciences, because Kuhn notion of paradigm is very much confined to the theories of physics and chemistry, which are very different type of theories than, for example, Marxian theory or some other social science theory. So because it's a different type of theory, so Kuhnian type of exact notion of paradigm may not hold. If, for example, so that means it is hard to apply Kuhnian model in the case of social science. So though I am sure there are a lot of people who applied Kuhnian model even for social science. So I'll stop there.
I have a last question. I will take a last question from Abhay. And his question is for Professor Prashanta Chattopadhyay. He said that my question is Professor Bandyopadhyay, like, is any relationship between Popper philosophy of social science and Kuhn philosophy of science?
So again, this question is related to the first question in one sense, because Popper, there is a connection between Popper and Kuhn, and I have a chapter on that and try to argue that maybe the difference is not that big. But again, Popper talks about falsification, and Popper thinks the falsification theories are applicable for theory of relativity and some other high-level theories, not for social science. So this is one of the reasons why he thinks that Marxian theory is not scientific, because it's not falsifiable, whereas another psychoanalytic theories, Freudian theory, Adlerian theory, none of them are scientific because they are not falsifiable. So cut to the chase, two things I want to say. First is that Popper's notion of falsification can be only applicable to theory of physics or very high-level theory, not to any theories of social science or psychoanalytical theory. Second thing is that there is a difference between Popper and Kuhn. Popper thinks falsification is the way to understand it, and according to Kuhn, falsification is not at all, because falsification rests on some kind of objective criterion on the basis of which we can evaluate two competing theories. But for Kuhn, there is no such objective evidence on the basis of which we can adjudicate two competing theories. So two differences. First one is that Popper's falsification theory is only applicable to theories of physics or very high-level theory, not for social theories of social science and psychoanalytical theories. Second difference is that falsification is one of the central idea of when a scientific theory should be considered when a theory will be considered science. So if that were the case, then Kuhn will say that falsification rests on the idea that there is a way we can adjudicate between two competing theories, but Kuhn thinks there is no way we can adjudicate two competing theories because they are paradigm central. So that's all I want to say.
Thank you. And due to shortage of time, we can't take any more questions. So Shairi, now it's over to you. Thank you, Professor Bandyopadhyay, and thank you, Professor Marina and Ragina. Thank you. Shairi.
I would like to conclude the session by thanking Professor Marina, Professor Jogana, and Professor Prashanta Bandyopadhyay. We will be taking a short break and we'll be resuming on 10:55 as per schedule. There's no need to disconnect as the link will remain live and there will be people who will remain online. You can we'll be taking a short break and join at 10:55. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
All right, so we'll start this session now. Welcome to all the new participants and welcome back to the people who've been with us. So a very good morning. It is my pleasure to welcome all the distinguished speakers, researchers, faculty, and fellow scholars to the literature session of the International Conference on Roadmap for Humanities and Social Sciences in STEM Higher Education. I would just very quickly need a prompt saying that I am audible because I don't hear anything.
Yes, you are.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. All right. So higher education all across the world is witnessing an unprecedented expansion and transformation. The focus is now on the faster growth for individuals, markets, societies at large. Therefore, most countries are now developing mechanisms to focus on technical and professional higher education, as these are directly linked with the world of work. However, this has resulted in the shrinking importance of the traditional liberal arts subjects such as literature, sociology, philosophy, history, and so on. Considering the need of the hour, the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences, IIT Jammu, has taken the initiative to organize an online international conference on the present and the future of humanities and social sciences in the technical and the professional higher education. And it is so very apt that now we move on to the literature session. In this session particularly, we have Dr. Anirban Das from Center for Studies in Social Studies, Kolkata, Dr. Sukanya Mondal from IIT Jammu, Dr. Jobin Matthew from Vellore Institute of Technology, Abhishek Rai and Dr. Gurpriya Bhatnagar, ITS Engineering College, Greater Noida, and Dr. Pinku Mehlawat from Bagru College, PG, Bagru, Jaipur, Rajasthan. So all the speakers are requested to adhere to the time limit of 15 minutes. One reminder will be given with 3 minutes remaining, followed by another reminder with 1 minute remaining. After the completion of the opening session, we will have a short Q&A session, which is open to all the registered participants. Just a very quick information on the faculty in charge, who is Dr. Sukanya Mondal. Scholar in charge is me, Parushi Ruhil. Scholar in the team is Shairi, and the rapporteur is Dr. Varsha. So from here, we move on to Dr. Anirban Das. Let us begin. Dr. Anirban, are you here with us?
In case he is not available at the moment, we'll go to the next presentation.
Yes.
And then after that, we will.
Yeah. So Dr. Sukanya Mondal. Sukanya ma'am, if you can take it from here, start the session.
Hello and good morning, everyone present here, all the noted speakers, the participants, and here I am here to present today on the topic, representation of the intellectual proletariat in the white-collar job. I guess I'm audible and visible?
Yes, Sukanya ma'am, you're audible and you're visible.
Thank you. So intellectualism and proletarianism, they actually sound very, kind of mutually exclusive, but the phrase does not point to, but the phrase does point to several possibilities. Yeah. It could mean a case of educated unemployment when a sizable population with higher education cannot secure suitable jobs in the white-collar job market, or it could also mean the case of those white-collar job holders who, in spite of their education, fail to use their intellectuality in a constructive and human way as they are supposed to do as a part of the civil society. Here I would like to list the differences between the historically acknowledged proletariat and the intellectual proletariat. The differences are indeed many. Marx makes a comparison between the urban proletariat, that is the industrial workers, the proletariat, peasant community, and the petty bourgeois. Among these three, he finds the urban proletariat to be more progressive than the other two in terms of education usage of technology and machinery. They are free from the caste or community-based sectarianism, superstitions, provincialism. They are literate, they are familiar with the liberal urban lifestyle. In short, according to Marx, people of this class have embraced and practiced modernity in every possible way. There is obviously a room here for critiquing Marx's idea about modernity, but that is outside the purview of today's topic. Because of the above mentioned conditions and the workers' collective physical presence in the industrial production system, Marx observes that they have a stronger sense of union and therefore they are more capable of successfully building up resistance against oppression and ultimately actualizing class struggle. Here again, Marx is alleged to have made a far too generalized conclusion based on his socio-political analysis limited to Western Europe. And we know other classes. We know that the other classes of people in other regions of the world, as for example, in the Indian context, the peasants or the Adivasis, they are exceptionally capable of structuring a movement of change. Besides, today's urban white-collar job market is very much different from the industrial workers' condition of Marx's time. The white-collar workers, especially in various engineering fields, enjoy lucrative perquisites. Economically also, they are well off compared to their yesteryear blue-collar brethren. And this critique of Marx is my point of departure for today's talk. Proletarianism could be identified in a gradual process of transforming the workers into machine. For example, a code analyst is expected to do his or her job with such an efficiency and accuracy in a limited time that he or she often becomes alienated from his or her human self and consequently from his or her surrounding. The ideas of freedom, equality, fraternity, the very basic ideas associated with our welfare society bear no meaning to such a person. The heady concoction of money, creature comfort, and an elusive idea of success in career tends to make them inert to the more human sides of life. The workers in these sectors are systematically alienated from their peers, environment, and finally from themselves to an extent where they may lose self-reflexivity. Now the question is, what are the things which are facilitated in this alienation process? First answer obviously is an uninterrupted production, then depoliticization of that population block, and as a consequence, less possibility of resistance and at large worker strikes. At this point, please let me make it very clear that I am not in any way trying to create a binary of good and evil and situate science and technology with the latter attribute of that binary. Science and technology obviously is indispensable for human existence on Earth, but unfortunately, the history of last 200 years shows us that in spite of its infinite possibility of bringing a strongly positive change, the usage of science and technology is largely limited to catering to the utilitarian demands of capital. Now, capitalism ensures its uninhibited sway in several ways. An effective one in this case is what Habermas points out through public opinion formation. And media has a significant role in schooling the people through public communication. Media is also supposed to play a crucial role in the dynamics of the state, the civil society, and the mass. And again, unfortunately, the state often uses the media as the apparatus to, I quote Chomsky here, manufacture consent, unquote. Besides, the way the state structures its various functionary units is also reflected not only in policymaking, but in making the public opinion too. Habermas draws our attention to the increasing influence of technocracy, in which there is a lopsided authority of the scientific experts and bureaucrats in the governance. He terms these tendencies as self-delusory and pernicious. In a technocratic society, the elementary but philosophical and human too question of living a good life is buried under the technological problems and questions. A leaning towards the latter domain also shrinks the possibility of opening up a communicative practice of life skills. Here, I would like to briefly go back to the classical Marxist movement, which considers the industrial workers progressive because of their handling of the newest machineries. In case of today's white-collar job holders, they too are necessarily and professionally inhabit a scientific and logical space, but the rules and laws that govern their conduct and ultimately their life ultimately push them towards a diabolical machinization. Lukács's discussion on the ontological differences between philosophy and science would aptly explain this situation. In his essay, Critique of Logical Absolutism, he enlightens how, I quote, the machine becomes a thing through the definitive establishment of the relation between logic and mechanics. But that relation disappears in individual operations, unquote. Here, while the machine partly loses its existential concreteness in its operation, the creator of that machine, on the other hand, for whom the machine is the reification of his or her professional expertise, has a risk of losing his or her separate identity if he or she does not distance him or herself from his or her creation. And it is indeed a complete loss. To conclude, I would like to say that as people or scholars or experts from the various disciplines of humanities and social sciences, we obviously do not prescribe a cure-all formula for all socio-cultural problems. What we do, and I believe that is our responsibility too, is we repeatedly encourage questions. Questions that save people from losing self-reflexivity, ask them about the validation of what they do and what they are. In this connection, I would like to remember a moment from yesterday. One of our noted speakers gave us an example when he told and the difference between a common mechanic and the experts in industry, the white collar job holders, obviously in this case. The difference is that the mechanic finally was successful to solve the problem. Okay, a machine was out of order and he used a hammer to keep it back to order. So he told that the mechanic knows where to hit. So it is important to know where to hit instead of hitting with the hammer. So that actually is our job. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sukanya ma'am. It was an enlightening talk, which definitely encouraged us to be more aware about the situation and how we consume media, especially in today's time. Thank you so much. Next.
Thank you very much. I expect our next speaker.
Yes, ma'am. So, Dr. Anirban Das, are you here with us?
Oh, yes, I'm with you. Yeah.
Yes. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
You shall take the stage from here.
Fine. Thank you. Thanks to the organizers for letting me talk here for like few minutes. So just I have to say sorry first because my internet line was very unstable. And I had entered earlier, but then it again went away. Then it took some time. So I put you in a jeopardy. I definitely, I'm very sorry for that. But hopefully it remains now. So I go straight into like what I want to talk about. I have put a little, a slightly different title to my talk, which is definitely related very clearly with what has been announced. Like I call this now talking humanities to the sciences, what is at stake. So it's the problem of talking humanities. Definitely I would say like it resonates with that famous utterance, talking truth to power, but it's not really that. I really don't intend to like put it like that. The analogy is not very strong, but definitely there is a there is a hint of an analogy here also, because we all know that science as a form of knowledge have been the dominant form since a few centuries now. And in various ways, in various institutions, even in non-institutional spaces, we often face the dominance of science in various ways. But definitely, what I will try to argue here is there is a huge literature in the social sciences and the humanities which talks about this dominance, which wants to work against this dominance. It is necessary, but what I would also talk about is the risk of throwing the baby with the bathwater. We all know the metaphor. The risk of putting the science away along with what one might call scientism. So the need to think against scientism, the need to think with science, but accessing and being very clear about the specificities of each disciplines, specificities of science, specificities of the humanities, the social sciences. So I just think of that the question of science in today's thinking develops under the shadow of a hoax. We all know about this event, and I will not really elaborate on this. The paradox is in the projected necessity of the performance of imposture to bring impostures to light. I'm talking of the very famous by now so-called hoax. The so-called truth emerges in the form of the hoax, or rather through the searching light of the hoax to dissipate the darkness of purported ignorance and deception. More than 2 decades have passed after the initial event, and still, after thousands of pages written in academic and more popular press, one may find elements that need discussions. I go forward to face this truth hoax play yet one more time, very briefly, to bring out certain important aspects of the ethics and politics of disciplinary negotiations. And this is what is the crux, I think, disciplinary negotiations, how one has to look at disciplinary negotiations in the context of speaking humanities to science. On its side, it may say something on the dynamic of the work of science and their ethical imports. By 2020, and now it's 21, the account of so-called hoax is a wary one. The bare facts, if we remember them, are that Alan Sokal, a left-oriented physicist, sent an article to the prestigious humanities and social science journal, Social Text, that was published in the spring-summer 1996 issue of the journal. This was a special issue on science wars. They called it science wars. And Sokal's article was published with what the editors deemed due importance. This article was called Transgressing the Boundaries Toward a Transformative Hermeneutics of Quantum Gravity. And this article was subsequently declared a hoax by its author, very author. In the ensuing discussions, a discursive storm, one might say, there were a few sane voices which talked about serious gaps between disciplines that gave rise to arrogant dismissals of the others. These were also gaps within, in the sense of blindness about one's own epistemic foreclosures. One very important insight to be lost was the specificities of the disciplines themselves. For example, the difference in the parameters which counted for epistemic merit in the sciences and the humanities were overlooked too easily. Like, for example, for a science journal, the sole criterion would be whether it sticks to the facts, whether it is like true or false, whether it is correct or incorrect. On the other hand, for a social science or humanities journal, the criteria might be what important arguments it raises, even if say the editors or the reviewer himself or herself does not agree with what it says. So if we do not agree with what we say, we thereby do not give away the article or what has been written there so easily. Like the importance of the arguments that are made, the importance of how the arguments are made, that is paramount here. The multiplicity of meanings that constitute a word, say for the word topos in geometry and in rhetoric, was lost. Because in Sokal's subsequent writings, he was talking of how many theorizers were using science, quote unquote, using science for very wrongly for their own. But Sokal also was then losing sight of how the same word may be used in different meanings, in different settings, in different disciplines, like the topos in geometry and the topos in rhetoric. The point that one became aware of was the inevitability and the necessity of translation, what one might call translation, across languages, disciplines, and thought worlds. Of course, this has already been noticed, especially with respect to sciences by some of the theorizers. So what I just want to stress in this very small 15 minutes, this really needs a huge amount of time to discuss it fully, is the necessity to understand the specificities of disciplines and the necessity of translation in thinking even of each discipline. The necessity of translations between words, languages, which in common sense, in the scientific language, translations across disciplines. So, like what I might say is, talking about the humanities or social sciences to STEM students, it's not only a problem of how to make the debates accessible. It's not only a problem of what one is just making aware of the debates going on in social sciences and how they are relevant, but the problem of making science students aware of the specificity of their own disciplines, talking oneself from the specificity of one's own discipline and the need to translate across them. So this is one very small point probably which I want to stick to, and just to remember that there was one very interesting event which I would refer to, which I cannot really discuss in detail here, but let us remember that in October-November 1967, we even in the humanities and social sciences, we really don't much refer to this. Louis Althusser delivered lectures for a philosophy course for scientists, which were later published as Philosophy and the Spontaneous Philosophy of the Scientists. And I really want to think that those lectures, those set of lectures, raised very important points which are relevant still now. Like definitely those were the times when the Popper-Kuhn thing had already happened to a large extent. Lakatos was working and very interesting work was being done on philosophy of sciences. But Althusser's take was a little different. Althusser's take in one way was trying to combine the debates that were going on in the analytic philosophy of science with the discourses that were happening in the continental philosophy traditions, like through Foucault, through earlier still, through Canguilhem and others. So, in this set of lectures, Althusser was trying to differentiate philosophy from the sciences as separate disciplinary practices. He was focusing on that. He began with the question, what distinguishes a philosophical thesis from a scientific proposition? He dwelt on the questions of interdisciplinarity, of the relations between the sciences, ideologies, and philosophy, and on what he called the spontaneous philosophy of the scientists. And I would like to maintain that the question of talking to science is a question of talking to this spontaneous philosophy of the scientists. Whether one can address the specificity and translate one's philosophical, one's literary concerns to that language. Then only one can really speak to like the STEM disciplines in a very productive way. So it is again not that one has to add insights from literature to insights from science or vice versa. It's not that one has to add, it's not a simple addition, but a translation that is required here. One does not only have to add philosophical insights to scientific facts. So this is something, and here Althusser was trying to think of how, like say, the epistemic structure of scientific facts and the epistemic structure of philosophical thesis, how they differ from each other. And I do not have the time to expand on this now, but the very central point that he was making was, for science, the presupposition of a reality out there is of paramount importance. So it's not a question of like, we know that there have been like thousands of pages of debates around the reality out there, around the social construction of facts, around the social construction of science, and all these definitely very important discussions. But the point is to remember that for science as a discourse, one has to presuppose the reality, and one has to try to utter something as produce some knowledge about that quote-unquote reality, even if one does not believe in that reality out there. And really, like, scientific knowledge itself deals with abstraction. You know, like these are commonplace now. That say even say Newton's laws doesn't really talk about a real out there. It talks about an abstract reality out there. There is no such universe where those forces operate. It has to be abstracted out of the very real world out there. So it's not that difficult to understand, but it's also not difficult to see the necessity of thinking in terms of that reality. So science produces facts about that reality, and philosophy, on the other hand, or say, I take philosophy metaphorically here for a sort of humanities and social sciences, not social sciences fully, but like mostly humanities disciplines. There, the question is of producing thesis which may or may not correspond to quote-unquote facts, but thesis which are produced on the basis of earlier thesis, on the basis of what is known earlier, and have to be cogent and very clearly articulated like statements about the earlier statements. So it's production of statements on the basis of statements. Again, to be very like careful here, not that science fully is like works on the basis only of facts. Like there's a whole lot of necessity of theory and abstraction, as we all know. And it's not that philosophy solely like deals with like statements upon statements. So like there are combinations, there are like innumerable number of combinations, but I'm thinking in terms of the focus. So I don't know how much time, or at least at all I do have time, probably not, no? So
you do have 2 minutes more.
So let us finish here by thinking about I thought I will talk about one sort of an example how one can think of the scientific events, but I won't do it now. I'll just go back to the point that one needs to think in terms of the multiplicities that are inherent even in such a notion of science. Science is not one, sciences are many, because in terms of like epistemic parameters, in terms of the way the knowledges are produced, say physics is very different from biology, it's again different from medicine, and like each have their own sorts of like epistemes, their own sorts of discursive procedures, but they're related. There are certain generalities which act across these subdisciplines. And even for humanities or social sciences, like they are also multiple. But one has to maybe think in terms of just to end there, in terms of what one could say, balance between a sort of unconditionality and effectivity. So when speaking of the university system, speaking of the institution for knowledge production, the university, someone had spoken of the unconditionality of knowledge production in the sense of knowledge being like unfettered by societal bounds, which is very much open to question now. And on the other hand, the necessity to think of those social parameters, social bounds within which knowledges are produced. So, like, the point is, when one is trying to think in terms of the social parameters, still does one need to stick to the unconditionality? Without that, whether what one produces, whether that remains knowledge or not. So maybe a need to speak across the humanities and the sciences is also the need to think in terms of retaining the unconditionality, the effectivity, and the social contexts together. So I thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Anirban Das. I'm sure we'll have a few questions towards the end of the session with question and answer session. Thank you so much. Next, we have Dr. Jobin Matthew with the paper on disciplinary border crossing in times of industry. Dr. Jobin Matthew from Vellore Institute of Technology. If you could please unmute yourself and take it from here.
I have unmuted myself, and the video is also clear. I wanted to share my screen. I made a PPT. So I was just, is it possible to share the screen? Let me see. Yeah, I think that's, so I hope all of you can see this, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay, that's great. So as you can see, it is not exactly industry, it is industry 4.0, right? Crossing disciplinary boundaries in the times of industry 4.0. There's a specificity to that 4.0. I think the the organizers may have missed it. I had made that point in the title, but maybe it's easy to miss that. All right, and also I want to just mention as a fact that it's my name is Jobin Matthew Kanyirakat. I kind of want to emphasize that my last name, and that's very significant because it is something that goes along with my necessity to assert my identity in the times of Industry 4.0. So that is important. Kanyirakat with a nasal sound, right? So that's one. And then, so I'm just moving on. So I just want to start with CP Snow. Yesterday, I remember Dr. Malish discussed CP Snow. He just mentioned and moved on. So I thought that would be a good starting point for our discussions. So in 1959, this C.P. Snow, who's a scientist and who was a scientist and a novelist, gave a lecture in Trinity College in Cambridge, actually. So that lecture was called the Reed Lecture, basically a set of lectures called Reed Lectures, and this was about the two cultures, right? The difference between the culture of science and the culture of humanity. He basically talks about the. Is there a problem?
Yeah, if you can use your mic or the mic that you have close to your mouth, that would be better.
Sure. I'm sorry. Was I audible so far? Did you hear something, or should I repeat what I was saying? Okay. Okay. So what I was saying was, C.P. Snow gave a lecture called the Reed Lecture in Cambridge in 1959. That was about the difference between the literary culture and the science culture in the UK in those days, in the around the middle of the 20th century. And he noticed that there's this significant disciplinary divide, a cultural gap, in fact. So it was really significant in the sense that the humanities scholars or the literary intellectuals did not like the company of mathematicians. When they meet for dinner in the in the dining hall at Cambridge or somewhere, they had serious problems talking to each other, and the literary intellectuals would make fun of the lack of knowledge of literature and culture among the scientists. And C.P. Snow, being someone who is familiar with both these worlds, once asked the literary intellectuals whether they knew what was the second law of thermodynamics, which is like a very significant fact of science, and it's a very significant cultural aspect also, right? If you think about its applications in technology and so on. So it's something like, he says it is something like asking a literary intellectual whether he knew Shakespeare, right? So in fact, many literary intellectuals had no idea what the second law of thermodynamics was. And so this actually shows, there is this idea of culture, being associated with literature and the classics and so on. But, there's a sort of attitude of ignoring the scientific development, which had been happening in a big way for the last 1 century or so, right? Or even more than that, starting from Newton. So it's been coming for a long time, and the Industrial Revolution is also at its peak in some sense. So which was a product of the scientific discoveries, right? So now he actually has a lot of discussion on this. So I don't want to get into all the details, but I just want to say something which are relevant to us right now. So he says that the intellectuals are natural Luddites, in the sense that intellectuals who are engaged in discussions of humanities and so on, in literary studies and so on, are natural Luddites in the context of the UK of those times. So Luddites are those people who destroyed machines, right? I mean, the 1800s, early 1800s and so on. They are supposed to have been very much against the use of machines for producing textiles and so on. They thought that people would lose their jobs. So they tried to destroy machines. So this, this is basically the point about the industry 1.0. That is when the handmade crafts sort of switched to this machine-made products, right? Basically, the scientific discoveries were made use of to produce goods for people's use. That is what the Luddites sort of opposed. And I'm sorry for the typos, intellectuals were considered to be natural Luddites. I mean, he himself, in fact, C.P. Snow himself thinks that is the case. Now, why do you think there is this disciplinary divide? He asked this question. So, and he has two responses. There is one is this highly specialized education system in the UK. You decide what to do pretty early in your life, and then you focus on that. You want to do mathematics, you want to do disciplines like philosophy, political science, economics, and so on, or you want to do physics, and you kind of study deep. Study these things really deeply, and you really don't have much exposure to disciplines outside that. And that is partly to be blamed for this, watertight disciplinary compartments, so to say. So now there is this second thing, which is also very interesting. So he thinks that in the UK society, there's a tendency to let social forms crystallize, right? So they form like rigid, you kind of start a practice and they sort of crystallize, and they kind of becomes a sort of part of the culture. So certain groups of people behave in certain well-defined ways. So these forms sort of crystallize. And I just wanted to use these 2 points to reflect on the Indian society also. Are we also facing, or do we have this problem? This a problem of high specialization in some sense, and also the tendency to let social forms crystallize. We have a history of that, right? To have certain communities and castes and so on. So I'm wondering if part of the problem, where interdisciplinary conversations might not arise, is resulting from our tendency to let social forms crystallize. So that's one thought that I want to open up for all of you. Okay, and then I just want to move on, and there are some other important things that he mentioned, so I'll just mention one more and then move on to the other pertinent questions I wanted to bring up. So he says, C.P. Snow is from a working class background, right? So his grandfather was an industry worker, that's what I understand from the discussion, and then his ancestors, his grandfather's ancestors, who lived in like 18th century, 1700s, late 1700s England and all that, they were not beneficiaries of the Industrial Revolution. They were just like agricultural laborers, and they were like the really exploited class. And you can see what he says. My grandfather was pretty unforgiving about what society had done or not done to his ancestors, and did not romanticize their state. It was no fun being an agricultural laborer in the mid to late 18th century, in the time that we snobs that we are, think of only as the time of the Enlightenment and Jane Austen. So you see that there's a problem, right? So there's a difference in worldview. So this you can see that the snobs or the literary intellectuals, in some sense, so this there is something about science which made a lot of emancipation possible, a lot of progress possible, right? Of the material conditions of a lot of poor people, of a number of working class people and so on, right? Who were really in the margins of society. So he says that we have to acknowledge that. And if we just say that they are less cultured, people who are trained in science and technology are less cultured and so on, we are missing this very important historical fact. Okay, so I am also thinking of relating this to the, our own familiar context in some sense, but it might not exactly map into our context in this way, but we have to think about it and how it works. Because, for example, technology is one thing, so he makes this very sharp observation that, like Dr. Shyam Menon made yesterday, right? The STEM, in STEM, just because of the phonology, if you examine the phonology, technology and engineering are in the center, right? And technology and engineering sort of drive the whole, research funding largely, and also this is considered to be the engine of progress in some sense. But C.P. Snow interestingly says that, the conservatives are the technology and engineering professionals, and scientists tend to be, more progressive in their worldview. So I don't know if that is going to be a real fact. I'm sorry. I thought we had 15 minutes, or is it 10 minutes?
Oh, so I'm so sorry. I think I spoke 15 minutes, but the time mentioned in the schedule was 10. I'm so sorry.
I thought. I mean, when you mentioned 15, I thought I could take 15 minutes.
That was
all right. Let me move on. My question is, I have to come to some important points. What kind of conversations are possible? Now, that's the question, right? So very often we in the humanities are told that our job is to play a service sector, the role of a service sector to the science and engineering professionals, the budding, the growing science and engineering professionals. We help them to be good communicators, to see multiple perspectives. We help them to be very polished in their behavior. We help them build soft skills and so on. So is it just that, or are more productive conversations possible? So this is, I'm not saying that this is not a productive conversation, but this is a sort of asymmetric conversation, like we have to support them, and, they don't really gain anything of substance from us, which is a bit of a problem, I think. So this is like a conversation between unequals, right? People who are not equal in some sense. So can we think of possibilities of changing it? So that Industry 4.0, in a sense, offers this possibility. Industry 4.0, I'll just come to the point here. So industry, as opposed to Industry 3.0, that's when the digital revolution sort of came up with the introduction of computers and binary logic and all that. Alan Turing's major question, can the machine think? All those things set off this massive, starting of the computer business. And that computer technology and the use of computer technology in all domains, all human domains. But now in the last 20 years or so, we have seen such a rapid expansion of this digital possibilities, right? So we have the smartphones and Internet of Things devices, augmented reality, and various other things taking on our lives, and also in the context of industry, right? It has actually changed the workplace in very significant ways. You can also have customized products. They're mass-produced goods, but you can also customize them in very important ways. So there's all these possibilities. So when we have to think of this customization and so on, when knowledge becomes the key thing, key product, we have to, think of the humanities, what makes an individual special, and we have to actually think of, making products suitable to individuals and so on. And so Life 3.0 is also a related topic. So that is, what I'm saying is, if I just want to give a quick comparison, if Life 1.0 was just about the DNA determining the life of organisms, and Life 2.0 had to do with your ability to change the software. You can't really change the hardware, but in Life 3.0, we are able to change the hardware roles, in the sense, our brain structure and bionics might change our ability to move and so on. So basically, we can actually change our hardware itself. We haven't got there yet. We haven't got to Life 3.0, but it is very possible that we might be able to reach Life 3.0. And yesterday, there was a discussion of Yuval Noah Harari, and Yuval Noah Harari actually talks about these possibilities, of our changing the notion of life itself, and changing the way in which we see traditional professions and all that in relation to Life 3.0. So that's from there, you have this petroleum economy and human caused climate change, which is a very serious problem. And so all these contexts, in order to wrap our head around this problem, we need an active contribution of the humanists. Okay, so let me just move on, because I think I'm getting repeated messages about, the necessity to wind up the conversation. But then, so there's this mutually enriching conversations are possible, and thankfully, I have had the opportunities of participating in these things. So, there's this philosopher Daniel Dennett, for example, has a discussion on understanding cells as agents with agendas. So he is engaged in conversations with biologists and talked about how you understand cognition at a cellular level and so on, right? So there's a philosopher who's doing it, right? And this the biologist for Doolittle in Dalhousie University is a biochemist. So he actually talked about, the Gaia, the planet as a living organism. Can you think of the Earth as a living organism? So that's also a discussion with that emerged from a discussion with philosophers. So that's also part of, and I can give you many other examples about, my own field, language, language change. it's also a field that requires the work of neuroscientists and computer scientists and people who have observed the history of language and so on. So this is, and very importantly, I want to say Robert Sapolsky is one author that you have to definitely look up. He's a neuroscientist who makes very interesting conclusions about human societies by studying primates, for example, right? So he talks about how a society of baboons that he studied, a culture of baboons that he studied, showed a tendency to form a less aggressive culture, right? And how that happened because of an accident, and because of an accident, a number of alpha male baboons, who ate, meat that was affected by tuberculosis, right? Like the meat of the cows that were affected by tuberculosis, and they ate this meat, and they were affected by this, and they died. And after the death of these alpha males, a sort of kinder, more compassionate society sort of emerged. So, and this is something for us. And when in that case, in the new compassionate society that emerged, the individuals had less stress hormones and lower heart rate, and their blood pressure was also low. So this is something for us to learn. If you are less competitive, and if you are not, driven by this craze for, some kind of competitive progress and so on, perhaps we should be able to produce a kinder, better societies, right? So that's all. These are possibilities of conversations between fruitful conversations between scientists and humanists. And I just want to say that all these can be addressed. Diverse questions of equality and social justice. Possibilities, a creative economy, which is works within the capitalist system that can actually affect changes, address questions of racial biases, gender atrocities, and caste-related violence, and various other things. And we have to think of humanities as something that has to do with any kind of discursive deliberation about all these issues, and that should definitely go beyond academic departments. I'm sorry, but it's partly because of the misunderstanding. I understand that some people are very upset about me going forward, but then so I just want to say that I have personal experiences in all these things. I'm someone who has experienced engineering education, literature education, philosophy education, linguistics education. So I have also had the experience of working in interdisciplinary groups, working with biologists and so on, engaging in discussions. I wouldn't say I've worked with them. I've engaged in discussions with these groups, biologists, philosophers, linguists, and literature scholars and poets also. So, there are various possibilities. What I'm saying is rigid disciplinary boundaries create constraining attitudes, and that's a serious problem in the Indian context, especially in the work context and so on. When you hire people and so on, all these disciplinary boundaries are given excessive importance. I'm just ending with that optimistic note. We have to. Yeah, I'm just ending it right now. We have to practice optimism of the will and the pessimism of the intellect. That's basically quoting Chomsky, quoting Antonio Gramsci. Thank you. That's all.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Jobin Matthew Kanji Rakat. Sir, thank you so much. Next, we quickly move on to the next paper by Mr. Abhishek Rai and Dr. Gurpyari Bhatnagar from ITS Engineering College, Greater Noida. The paper is Teaching Communication Skills to Professionals.
Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is Abhishek Rai. Am I audible to all my audience members?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I won't take much time. It is just I will present the crux of my paper. Basically, I'm a research scholar from Sharda University, and I am also an assistant professor in a technical institution in Greater Noida. The purpose for writing this paper was very, very relevant for me. As the name suggests, it's teaching comm skills to professionals. Well, being a teacher in an engineering college, I realized that the Department of Humanities and Social Science is often sidetracked. And this is the same scenario across various parts of our country. If we compare our Department of Humanities and Social Science and departments of mechanical engineering or basic sciences, or for that matter, any core branches of engineering, we may realize that most of the time, the HSS people are overlooked. They are kept in consideration during training and placement times only. So here I go with my paper. I have just made some relevant key points for the talk. So humanities and social science is an interdisciplinary domain. And thanks to the National Education Policy 2020, it has given us recognition that we are lacking for almost many years. So as per the new education policy, the Department of HSS is responsible for fostering creativity, collaborations, team spirit, and also critical thinking skills among students. But when you talk about mental health, when you talk about communication skills, when you talk about team skills, debate, group discussions, we hardly remember the people, or we hardly remember HSS. But then, thanks to the NEP, it has recognized the importance of humanities and social sciences department across various technical institutions. Now, technical skills are not the only criteria to get a job. We also require certain soft skills, communication skills, as well as collaborative skills to fetch or bag a job. So, as said before, humanities and social science is often an overlooked ambit. It is a department which is generally overlooked for most of the time. But if we look at engineering institutions, we may see that the people who are into psychology department, sociology department, economics department, or English department, so they are somehow not being given the due status or due importance that they are supposed to get. But because of the recognition given by NEP, the scenario seems to have changed in our favor. So now here I come to the main point of my paper. My paper generally seeks to highlight the importance of communication skills among engineering students who also require a good dose of technical skills as well as a blending of communication skills. We cannot deny the fact that communication skills are very, very important, whether it's a job interview, whether it's an online presentation, whether it's a group discussion or a debate or any talk, we need communication skills very much. So teachers from humanities department, especially from the literature one, they are responsible to shape up the comm skills of their learners. And they are also the ones who can come up with some feasible strategies. So we need some strategies to master the art of communication. And this is where the importance can be built up. So they can play a chief role in addressing the issues related to learners' communicative competence. So HSS people can also address the issues related to their students, lack of confidence, lack of interactions with people, understanding of concepts, comprehension, and so on and so forth. So there are some strategies that I would just like to discuss, and I would take another 2 or 3 minutes to wind up my paper. Well, there could be some strategies, and each strategy can be related to the 6 skills of language. We have listening, speaking, reading, writing, vocabulary, and grammar are also there. So in terms of grammar, we need to focus more on the fluency part rather than the accuracy part. In terms of vocabulary, we can help our learners build up the vocabulary through interactions rather than helping them out to memorize the words. When it comes to speaking as skill, we can develop the speaking skills of our learners by giving them certain opportunities to speak during the situations. It is not always the English language. They can try with their own broken English also. They can look for English. They can look for broken English. The idea is to make them speak first. That is the most important requirement. Now, when it comes to listening skill, the HSS people can develop the listening ability of their learners by giving them certain, atmosphere to develop the listening ability. Like the learners can be allowed to listen to lots of news, bulletin, then it can be again some cricket commentaries, it can be the jokes, it can be also the verdicts given by the certain jury members on national televisions also. Listen to whatever you feel like. When it comes to reading, yes, we can also give them plethora of opportunities to go through any sort of magazines, newspapers, clippings, stories, anything. The idea is there should be an integration of all the 6 skills. And who can better understand the integration than these literature people? So this is where I would like to sum up my talk. So the idea is basically what I want to say is we cannot overlook humanities and social sciences in the modern times. It is as much important as other departments in technical institutions. So that's all from with my talks. Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you, Dr. Rai. Thank you, Mr. Rai. And thank you for taking us to the basics of language and how important it is to stick to our 6 basic skills of English. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Next, we have Dr. Pinku Melawat from the beautiful pink city of Jaipur, talking about the science of teaching literature, bringing arts into STEM. Dr. Pinku, if you are with us, please unmute yourself.
Good morning, all. Myself Pinku from Jaipur. Can you listen me?
Yes.
My title is The Science of Teaching Literature, Bringing Arts into STEM. STEM represents science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. STEM represents STEM plus art, humanities, language, arts, dance, drama, music, visual arts, design, and new media. The main differences between STEM and STEM is STEM clearly focus on scientific concepts. STEM examines similar concepts but does so through the inquiry and problem-based learning methods used in the creative process. Why art is important for STEM learner? It gives opportunity to think creative out of the box, and it's develop aesthetic sense as well. Therefore, it is important for STEM learner as they are lacking in the pleasure of art. STEM education provides the framework used for connecting the growing network of educational disciplines, businesses, and communities to create adaptable, citizen-involved, globally responsible, reality-based program for developing lifelong functional literacy for all. People like Leonardo da Vinci have shown us the importance of combining science and art. Discover science of teaching literature. The teaching science used to teach literature, write in new forms, express. It is the science of literature. Literature is a form of art, writing having excellence of form or expression and expressing ideas of permanent of universal interest. After that, pedagogy of literature. Pedagogy, most commonly understood as the approach to teaching, is the theory and practices of learning and how this process influences and is influenced by the social, political, and psychological development of learners. Pedagogy, taken as an academic discipline, is the study of how knowledge and skills are imparted in an educational context, and it considers the interactions that take place during learning. Both the theory and practices of pedagogy vary greatly as they reflect different social, political, cultural contexts. A series of international interaction with a curriculum, a pedagogy, and a set of student learning outcomes which synthesize and contextualize students' educational experience with the framework of their aspirations, abilities, and life to extend learning beyond campus boundaries and time frame. The question we address are: first, what might the arts provide that would make the science more complete? And second is, in a world where many young people turn from learning science and involvement in it, what can we learn and take from the arts that might improve the teaching and learning of science? Nature of literature. Literature can be defined as an expression of human feelings, thoughts, and ideas whose medium is language, oral and written. Literature is not only about human ideas, thoughts, and feelings, but also about experiences of the authors. Literature can be medium for human to communicate what they feel, think, experience to the readers. Benefits of literature: arts engaging many senses, therefore it is to increase the level of concentration and instill innate creativity while providing additional enjoyment, which is the skill required for success at integration of arts can improve student academic achievement in other disciplines. The effects of art integration can be profound and long listening. The integration of arts with disciplines is organic and almost simple, thanks to the versatile nature of the arts and to the natural context, natural connection between the arts and the real world. Bringing arts into STEM to make the teaching of arts from science simple and interesting, effective. Some new methods have to be devised, and we have to think outside the prevailing methods. As an example, the periodic table is taught by Astachangapo, an extreme interesting game for children to learn. Teachers and students will be able to achieve the prescribed educational goals easily. Teachers will be able to achieve the prescribed goal easily. Teachers working in cross-curricular STEM settings often see their students making connection between concept and solving problems in new and exciting way. They demonstrate this by their discovery appearing in active connected beat aha movement. The feature belongs to a very different kind of person with a very different kind of mind. Creators and empathizers, patterns recognize and meaning makers. The pupil will now reap society richest reward and share its greatest joy. Daniel Pink. With the statement Daniel Pink, lets me conclude the feature belongs to very different kind of personality and creatures. These people will become reward of the society. This is only possible through the joy of art beginning together with STEM and teaching literature. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Pinku, for concluding this session with such an optimistic tone. Thank you. From here, I would request Dr. Sukanya Mondal to quickly take the question and answer session. Please, you can send in the questions in the chat and we'll take it from there. Don't forget to mention the person you would like to ask the question from.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, Sukanya ma'am, you're audible.
Yeah, so we have a few questions, I guess, in the chat box. I cannot find any.
Not here. Just the chat.
No, there is no question in the chat box. No,
only best wishes.
No.
I think this is from the previous session. No question so far.
No question in this session so far. So Dr. Varsha has a question for Dr. Jobin. She is going to ask that.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Kanjirakat. First of all, thank you for staying with us since yesterday. You've been a very sincere participant, and your talk also was very informative and insightful today. I have since I'm teaching CP Snow to my students this semester, I have a very relevant question to it, and something that came up while discussing CP Snow in class. So Snow's basic lament is against the humanitarians, from what I understand. He is lamenting that the humanitarians do not understand science as much as they should. It's not inclusive from their part of it. Whereas the scientists, they do try to understand Dickens and Hardy. So that is what I get from C.P. Snow. But let that aside, don't you feel, Dr. Kanjiragat, that the two cultures, in their own ways, they're both desensitized to the general masses? I mean, let's just take the humanitarian disciplines and let us take the science and technologists. They're both disconnected from the general, masses. They do not understand the problems of the ground problems. What is your take on that?
Thank you, Dr. Varsha. That's a great question. I mean, that's part of the problem of the ivory tower mentality, right? We all sit in spaces where we don't have to really interact much with people around us. So that is an issue, but hopefully, things might change, with greater inclusiveness in academia and so on. If that happens, so that is one of the changes that should happen for us to understand, these spaces outside these hallowed, portals of academia, so to say. Yeah, I get your question. I agree with you, and it's something that we have to make a sincere effort. If you are really serious about it, we have to go out and find out what is the reality, and there are serious issues out there in our own country, in our own society to explore. Yes. Yeah, I'm not sure if you're satisfied, because I just acknowledged the problem. Yes.
Yes, I am. She says. Yeah, she is saying that she is fine with the answer. She is satisfied with the answer. Thank you very much. Here, actually, I have a question for Dr. Anirban Das. So, sir, are you there still?
Yes, yes.
Sir, actually, I understand that you had to, wind up your talk in a hurried way at the end. But what I guess I understood from that you were trying to suggest a pedagogical change so that the approach towards teaching science subjects also, change in a positive way, especially when you were talking about, philosophy of science.
Fine.
Please elaborate on.
Yeah. Like, shall I respond, or you will like say something more? Yeah. Yeah. So I think you were right. What I was talking of was the need to think from both sides, the need to think from within both sides. Like, if these are two sides in that way, and the necessity for the like scientists to think of their own presuppositions, the necessity to think of the what I was I'm really concerned with is like, when we think of interdisciplinarity, when we think of working together of sciences and the humanities or the social sciences, very often what we do is we think that, say, from the humanities or the social sciences, we will learn some new skills to incorporate it within our own domain. Or say from the sciences, like the philosophers trying to take in something from the neurobiology, or the neurobiologists trying to take in something from linguists. Like, these are very valid acts. But what I'm trying to think is the necessity to think beyond that. The necessity to think, say, when a neurobiologist is trying to like get something from linguists or from philosophers, he or she also has to think of the presuppositions within which she is working, the philosophical aspects of her work, and also vice versa. Philosophers, when they are thinking, they have to think of what, like, science says on this and why. Again, the philosophical presuppositions. That would be a very short response for now. Yeah.
Thank you, sir, very much. Sir, there is one more question. That's from Amitash. So he is asking, you said science produces facts and humanities produces thesis. Just wondering, science too claims that the theories they mention are tentative, that is hypothesis, and that is hypothesis and may not be fact. How would you respond to it?
Thank you. Yeah, it is correct, definitely. As I told, that it's not that science only produces facts and humanities only produces thesis. It's that like both aspects are there in like all the disciplines. But the stress in the sciences is on facts. The stress in the philosophies or the humanities is on the thesis. And definitely, like science at the border, science at the like very in the laboratories. Their scientists are very much aware of the tentativeness of what the knowledge they're producing. But the image of science, say in popular science, the image of science in like general media, and there is a very surety to that, which people who practice science, they are not so sure of themselves. Otherwise, they would stop doing science and like say that we know what is there and like let us not go any further. So definitely in the sciences also there is this tentativeness, there is this like question of whether one has produced his final. Definitely it's not final, that's there in the sciences. But the focus, the overall stress, there I think still this is there. This the notion of the fact in the outer world that science has to replicate, and but in the humanities, in the philosophies, a certain what one could call skepticism with that world out there. That is the thing. And thank you for the question.
Thank you very much, sir. Yeah, so we are winding up this session and the stage is over to Parushi now.
Thank you, Sukanya ma'am. Thank you everyone, all the speakers for the talk. Next we have two keynote speakers, Professor Samdhu Chetri from Bhutan, talking about the role of mindfulness training in higher education. He's from IIT Kharagpur. And then we have Professor Stavros Mostias talking about rethinking the university in critical times from Aarhus University. Over to you, Ritesh and Nadeem. Also reminding everyone that there is no break, so there's no need to disconnect. Just carry on and continue with us for the talk by Professor Shamdu Chetri. Thank you again to all of the speakers for this session. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you too. Thank you.
Thank you, Parashvi. Am I audible?
Yes, Ritesh. Yes, Nadeem. Yes, Nadeem, you're audible.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. We really appreciate your participation and welcome you to this keynote session of day 2 of the international conference at IIT Jammu on a roadmap for humanities and social sciences in STEM higher education. This session we have two speakers, Professor Samdhu Chetri, who will be sharing with us his expert opinion on role of mindfulness training in higher educational institutions. After that, we will be joined by Professor Stavros from Aarhus University, Denmark. He will enlighten us about the topic, rethinking the university in critical times. Faculty in charge for the session is Dr. Sayantan Mandal, and the rapporteur for the session is Dr. Bhaskar Jayoti. Professor Samdhu Chetri is from Bhutan and holds a PhD in commerce. After working for 25 years in private and development sectors and 5 years in Prime Minister's office of the first democratically elected Prime Minister of Bhutan, he then instituted the Gross National Happiness Center Bhutan as one of the founding members and headed it for 6 years as its executive director. He is currently employed, he's employed since December 2018 for 2.5 years by IIT Kharagpur under the Rekhi Center of Excellence for the Science of Happiness. There are 2 books to his credit and several contributions to many books. And all the speakers are requested to adhere to the time limit of 30 minutes. One remainder will be given with 3 minutes remaining, followed by another remainder with 1 minute remaining. After the completion of this session, we will have a short Q&A session, which is open to all registered participants. With that, I would like to invite Professor Samdu Chetri to share his valuable thoughts with us. Professor Samdu, over to you, sir.
Thank you so much. Indeed, it has been a great honor for me to join your team to give a talk on mindfulness, basically. I believe that mindful teachers can change the world. This is my thought. I'm sharing my screen, but please do not take it for granted that this is a keynote speech. I differ from this simply because I would like to lead you through what is mindfulness so that you practice in your classroom, you practice with your students. Just speaking on it will not really give you the input that I am bringing today. So what I would request at the outset is kindly sit comfortably in your chairs with your legs grounded, your lower back slightly erect, your hands resting on your thighs with your palm upwards, and your eyes completely drooped or closed. And just listen to me. Body, mind, and thought, I bring them together in oneness and send my heart along with the sound of the bell. May all the hearers and my loved ones awaken from forgetfulness and transcend the path of anxiety and sorrow. Breathing in, I know I'm breathing in. Breathing out, I know I'm breathing out. When I breathe in deeply and follow my breath in. When I breathe out, I breathe slowly and follow my breath out. So in deeply and out slowly. If your mind has floated away, gently remind the mind to come back to breathing in deeply and breathing out slowly from your nose. 3 more breaths. Gently bring back your awareness to your body. Massage your hands. Put them against your eyes. Gently open them halfway. Hold it there for a little while. And then you can, once you're ready, you can completely open it, filled with love and compassion. Okay, good afternoon, friends. So we're trying to take a training, or almost a training in this session. I will be guiding you, maybe you will be following it with me. So what is the meaning of mindfulness? Let's come to this. Okay, mindfulness is not about calming our mind and training it's about training our minds, that we are free. Our mind becomes free. When our minds are free, we have enough space in our mind for creativity, for greater things in life. So mindfulness is a journey, in fact. Mindfulness is not meditation. Mindfulness is meditation itself. If you live mindfully, you're meditating all the time. Okay? So mindfulness is not about the past or the future, which we term as forgetfulness. If you are a forgetful human being, you'll always be living in the past or living in the future. And both of these actually do not make you mindful, because your presence is now and here, is not yesterday, is dead and gone. Tomorrow is yet to come, we don't know. But we live today. If we learn to live today, we are mindful. And I, like Einstein, when he did his cycling, he would get all the creative ideas in his mind, simply because he was focused in what he was doing. So when you are working, whether you're eating your food, drinking a cup of tea, washing your pots, or taking a bath, or taking a walk, in every action that you have, if your mind is focused in what you're doing, then you are mindfully very involved in the mindful practice. So my advice for all of you would be that in the classroom, when you begin your class, first 1 minute, ask the children or students to close their eyes and take 3 deep breaths in and slowly out. You will bring them all at the same pace. All right, this is a very simple technique, and you will appreciate that from a child to our death. That's one thing that doesn't change, is our breath, in the size or in the volume. The form of the human body continues to change, but breathing is something that remains. But mind you, when your breathing becomes very fast, very hard, or it skips, there is a problem. The problem is either you're angry, you're worrying, you're frustrated, you're lonely, then your pace of your breathing in and breathing out constantly changes. All right? So our journey has to be with complete awareness in what we are doing. And if you are manage that, then definitely you will be able to become a mindful teachers. And I tell you, mindful teachers can change the world. You can create mindfulness in the very beginning with your students. Like I just give you a very simple example, just letting them breathe in and breathe out 3 times or 6 times can bring them all together in the same pace. Even if they had some frustrations in their mind, they're going to calm down and will be able to listen to you. So mindfulness is a path, is a journey, is a process. And I call it a right karma yoga. If you learn to be present in what you do, you ultimately become a highly mindful human being. So there are 5 steps to mindfulness, and which are mindful breathing, attending to attention, or it's also known as focus or concentration. There are several names for this. Awareness of the body, releasing tension, and mindful walking. So I'll just discuss releasing tension, and then the rest I have slides. So what does releasing tension mean? You know, often we are tensed. For example, you are driving to your institute in Jammu and you are in a traffic jam. If you were a minute early, you would have reached your office in time. Now you fetter there, with a brake on your foot, with hands on your steering, you fret, saying, oh God, why was I not 1 second early? I could have crossed this. Now I'll be a minute late. The time, the green light will be in another 30 seconds or so. You see, we fret, we get very worried. But that very moment, if you shift your mind, because all that we see outside is because we see it inside of us, all right? And therefore, instead of taking this as a kind of a fretting, as a nervous situation, all you can do is take a deep breath in and say, oh God, thank you for giving me this opportunity to connect myself with myself. And you can just take, even if you're tense, you can just take hard 3 breaths, very hard, out from the mouth, deeply in from the nose and out from the mouth. As you're sitting there, do it, and you'll see there's an immediate change in your body constitution. This is how you can release your tension immediately. If you find your students are very tense in the class, just ask them to take deep breath in 3 times. It's more than enough. They will all calm down. They will all come to the same pace. They will all be on the same level. Now, if you want them to be a calming effect, you can do deep breath in and slowly out. Very simple, very, very simple. All right, let's continue our journey. meditation, mindful meditation that we have is breathing. Breathing is very simple. Okay, breathing is very simple. All you need to do is close your eyes, put your hands on your thighs, or in a mudra that you prefer, because different mudras have different meanings, whichever you want. And you can just breathe in and breathe out deeply and slowly. And you can put a word. If you have difficulties in breathing in and following your breath in and your breath out, mind will fly. Now it's a practice, like probably you learned cycling after falling many times. Now you just jump and ride. You don't have to think, how do I balance? When do I paddle? How do I steer? You don't have to think. Same with the cars. It has become a habit. Breathing, when you are aware every moment, you give that little time for yourself in the morning and during the day and in the evening before you go to the bed, just breathing 6 minutes in, out, you become into a practice. And every 2 hours, if you are sitting, and working, if you are staff around listening to this talk, then make sure that every 2 hours, get out of your chair, make a movement of your body, take a little walk to your tea space and walk back, sit down and do 1 minute of breathing in and breathing out. I promise you, you will be rejuvenated in the same way that you came in the morning. All right. So it's breathing in and breathing out. Just listen to your breathing in and breathing out. And you can put verses. Okay. For the focus, you have a lot of other ways to focus. But in this also, you can start to, breathe in and breathe out and put verses like breathing in your mind, you have to say, my mind is calm. Breathing out, my body is composed. You see? And because the mind, which is the brain, the mind is not the brain, it's totally a separate thing. But the brain is being ordered by the mind, and mind is a combination of many things. Subconscious, your 5 senses, your perceptions, all that combined is a mind. And this mind may not reside in one place. It's outside and inside, everywhere. Okay? So when you give this meaning to the brain, what does calm mean? You naturally start to believe that you're calm and composed. All right. So you see, when like Sadhguru says, where do you see me? And everybody points a finger out there to him. And he says, no. I'm a mystic guy. You see yourself in your eyes, not here. And exactly the world that we see today is from within ourselves. The moment we change that look from within ourselves, we'll see the world much more beautiful, much more reliant, much more in abundance. So focus can be concentration or focus. Sorry, I just made a mistake. I wrote focus concentration / Okay, focus and concentration both mean the same, or attending to attention meaning the same. You can use verses so that your mind is captured. With your breath in and out, your mind is focused in what you're doing. All right. This also can be, and I've given you some examples. Breathing in, feel pure. Like you can imagine, I'm on the mountains of Kashmir, or in the lake of Kashmir, or Jammu, I don't know where it is, or on the mountains, and you can imagine a beautiful lake residing there. You are near the lake, it's peaceful, calm, deep, still, and you can feel the purity of the breeze that blows from the thing, and you feel pure in your heart and mind. And you also feel beautiful, the surrounding, or glorious, the surrounding. So these are the words. You can either say solid like a mountain, totally natural with beautiful panorama, and I'm free like a bird hovering over this panorama. You see, it's all in the mind. When you sit down and start to imagine with your breathing in and breathing out, you start to learn to focus and concentrate your ways in life. All right. All right. Sound meditation is also a meditation for rejuvenation and as well as for concentration and focus. Here is one example. These R, O, and N are very basic sounds. Anybody can make, whether it's a person who can speak or not, or it's a person who cannot hear or see. Everybody can make these basic sounds. Okay, so these basic sounds, when you make, there are three things that happen. Okay, when you take a deep breath in and say your three of the 7 chakras get activated, and these chakras are below the navel. Okay, your navel, your private parts, and your bottom, which is known as Manipura, Swadhisthana, and Muladhara. So 3 areas of the chakra get activated. Now, when you take a deep breath in and sound the word what you need to do is until the breath is over, you have to focus your ear into the sound that you're making, and your mind should be focused below your, between navel and your bottom, okay? In these 3 spaces. When these 2 concentrations are working, you are connecting yourself with the body, your mind, and the ears, part of the senses, as well as your mind through your feelings are connected. And that's what gives you the focus. Second word, as you finish saying, take another deep breath in and say, oh, until that O is over. Now what happens with that is your Vishuddhi and your Anahata, the throat and the heart chakra get activated. Now when you make the sound O, you have to listen to the sound and you have to feel around this area, your heart and throat area. You need to feel, okay? Your mind has to be there. Then the next one is, then we finish O, and then take another breath again in, and do until the sound is over, okay? When you do that, your Agya, your brains, and your sastra, the crown, get activated. So again, you have to listen to the sound you're making, and your feeling has to land, your mind has to land with the feeling on this area of your head. Look, it's very simple. With this, you activate 7 chakras and hundreds of moods or connections to your brain systems, to your vertebra, to your spine system, to your senses, organs, to your neural organs. Everything gets connected with just these simple 3 basic sounds, O, and I'm just going to make that sound, and you can as well practice right here and now. All right, 3, 2, 1, go. Take a deep breath in. Another breath in. Another breath in. See, it's very simple, and this can be practiced by every teacher. And when you are a mindful teacher, I promise you, you can change everybody, because the way you are going to conduct, the way that you are going to present yourself with the students will completely change, You'll be taken as one of the best, very peaceful, very mindful, very kind, very energetic teacher. And I think that is what you can present to your students apart from what you're teaching to them, okay? There are chantings, like, for example, what is his name? Anupam Kher, the actor, Indian actor, when he gets, the anger, when it starts to arise, he says, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya. Now there are many chantings. The Buddhists have their chantings, the Christians have their chantings, the Islam has their chanting, Allahu Akbar, simple words that. But chanting we have to know the meaning of the chanting. What does it really apply? If you know the meaning, the effect of that chanting multiplies in many, many folds. I have one chanting for personal, and in the next 2 slides later, I'll just show you what the meaning of that is. Very simple, but very powerful. So all this chanting that you do, if you don't know the meaning, put a meaning, and that meaning can be self-affirmation meanings, okay? That you are unique. You can vibrate with the universe powers, forces. You are successful. You are, unbelievably very gentle. You do not get angry at all. You are such a great human. All these kind of positive affirmations you can put in your chanting. The chanting, you can prepare your own chanting. You don't have to copy from somebody. But if you like, of any culture, any chanting, all you do is put a meaning to that chanting, and you will have all the energy, all the focus that will come to you, definitely. All right, friends, so there is prayers of your own culture. You should also know the meaning. This also helps concentration. When you pray, you make sound, that sound helps you. And if you know the meaning, that meaning translates into your mind and you start to follow what the prayer says. Laughter has been a great source of energy for concentration, for mindfulness, for calmness. Okay, laughter. There are a lot of books on this. One of my friends called Leslie Lyer has written a book. She calls it "Laugh Your Way to Happiness." Okay, there are many books on happiness, laughter. You can look for them and try to practice that. Visualization, taking onto the wings of imagination. This is another way of focus and concentration. Visualization. Just sit down and visualize. But what you need to make sure is from where you have started your journey, after the visualization, you should come back. Like, for example, you're sitting with your closed eyes, you're facing the western horizon. That's beautiful, with all the evening lights thrown onto the sky, so beautiful that you can't even imagine. And suddenly you see a figure made out of the cloud, and that figure looks at you with so much love and compassion and blesses you. All your desire, your aims in life are tatastu, granted. You see, that's, simple. I'm giving you a very simple kind of visualization. That way you can visualize your own uplifting, your own self. All right. So gazing, another is gazing. Like in Christians, you have a lot of lamps and candles, and also in all things we need light, right? Here's the light in front of me. All I do is I watch at the light for 30 seconds and close my eyes and try to imagine exactly how I saw that light without any judgment. Now, mindfulness has no judgment. If you start to judge, then your mind is in the memory, it goes into memory, or it goes out into the environment. So what you do in mindfulness is never without any judgment. The moment you begin to judge, then you are not mindful, okay? Because your mind is outside of you. Why do we get angry? Simply because we communicate or join with that action that is happening. That's why we get angry. The moment you know that you're getting angry and you take a few deep breaths, shift your mind, nothing happens. If somebody says something bad to me, why should I connect myself with that person? That's his perception, her perception. I know who I am. I know myself. Why should I listen to somebody and get frustrated? And a wise man gave a definition on anger and said, he said, anger is a punishment that we give to ourselves for the mistake of somebody. So why should we give punishment to ourselves? Mind you, friends, this is when you are mindful, nothing of these bad emotions will arise. I'm not saying emotions, negative emotion should not be there. They have to be there because negative emotions prepare us for our safety, for our security. They have to be there with us. We cannot do away with them. They have to be there, but you have to recognize them. When you recognize them, you can take control of them and you become a mindful, a happier human being. Okay. All right. Let's continue. So, when you're eating, you can have prayers like this. This is mindfulness prayer, which I adapted from a village written by Thai Thich Nhat Hanh. If you want mindfulness, he has written over 100 books. You can Google his name and you'll find them so many books written by him. So all you need to do is prepare your food on the table, put a nozzle fill, put your spoon or your hand on your thigh or on the table without folding onto the plate, and say this prayer. This food is a gift of the multiverse, the sky, the earth, and much hard and loving work of everyone involved from the farm to the table. See, you are thanking, becoming grateful to everybody that's connected for the food that arises, that comes onto your table. Okay. Now, this is what is the reality. And the next, you need to put this, remember all this prayer. Let us eat in my, now remember that it's only not you who's eating together. If you're eating together on the table, yes, okay. Even if you're not eating together, remember that at the same time, there are millions of people eating with you. So let us eat in mindfulness to be worthy of it and transform our unskilled states of mind and learn to eat in moderation. May we eat only those food that nourish us, which does not contribute to global warming and prevent illness. Meat and dairy products have direct influence on our health system. They create diabetic, cancerous, a lot of research has been done on this. And we also bring pain to the global warming because of us, our greed, they're rearing 80% of arable land is only used for dairy and meat industry today. So which contributes to global warming. So let us accept this food to realize the path of understanding and love. And then you finish, you're grateful, you finish your morsel, by that time you'd have chewed 27 to 30 times, which means you have already done half the job of digestion in your mouth. And this is what the science desires. Then you prepare another morsel, put it in your mouth, put your hands in the rest, and as you munch, remember this prayer again and again. Okay? This is mindfulness. The other one is mindful walk. I'm in time or I'm just about to finish. So mindful walk, this is a mindful movement, the movement that we all need to take. When you take walk, it doesn't mean you remember what happened in the past or you think about the future. No, try to see around you what beautiful things arise without any judgment. Look at them as they are. As you move along, feel your feet, how it is landing, your toes, how your ankle is getting raised, moving, how your heel is getting raised, how your other step is following, the pattern. Observe things around. Listen to the sound that you hear around. Okay, without any judgment. Oh, that's a bird, that's a sparrow, that's a parrot. No, just listen and enjoy the sound. Appreciate anything that you see around. Admire the nature. Admire if you see somebody passing by, greet, moved with beautiful prayer in your heart. You don't have to speak. You can just send your loving kindness. Be well, be happy, my friend. As you walk along, be successful. You see, these are things, meaningful things that will change our entire perception of our life, of our systems, of our mind. I think I've done with my time and I've come to an end. Anyway, one last slide. So self-compassion, what is this? It sounds very selfish to feel that I should look after myself. No, if you do not look after yourself, if this is a production capability, and if you don't look after your production capability, how are you going to look for others? So you have to be self-compassion. You have to nourish your own self before you can nourish someone else. Okay. So here is a beautiful Sanskrit mantra that has come in the Vedic science from ancient times, which is, asato ma sat gamaya, tamaso ma jyotir gamaya, mirtur ma amritam gamaya. Now this is a Sanskrit word, which means asato means untruth. Sat means truth. Ma means me. Now, if you just translate, it is very simple, let the, truth win over untruth. Okay, simple as that. But it has a very deep meaning. So may I transcend from the unreal phenomena of the world and be led towards the eternal truth of the self. See, when you take this meaning this way, it totally transpires you, it totally transforms you, all right? Tamaso ma jyotir gamaya. The darkness, let the light win the darkness. But the meaning, the depth of the meaning is different. May I be lifted out of the ignorance and darkness and be guided towards the eternal light in life. Okay? Mirtur ma amritam gamaya. The direct translation would be, let me get Amrit, portion that I can never die. I will always be permanent on this planet. So Mirtur, you know what it means. Amrit, you know what it means, right? Very simple. But here the deep meaning is, may I arise out of the impermanence. I see in impermanence permanence, I see impermanence impermanence. Okay. So let me arise out of this and transcend the eternal self-realization. So you're going out into realizing your own self to what is called the moks. Okay, and I've used this word a, o, and simply because om is the central word picked up only for what we hear chanting around. It has no meaning that is related to God. It is basic sounds which are highly, highly powerful. So you can start doing this way. Aum Asatoma Satgamaya Tamasoma Jyotirgamaya Mirturma Mritam Gamaya. Oh, peace, peace, peace be always with us. Whatever you want to say. Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. You see, you would naturally get into the Shanti process. Sorry, I'll take one more minute maybe. So awareness of the body is this, that we need to realize that, you know, there are three things that can be done. A quick check-in. You can, when you're getting into a meeting, you can do a quick check-in. Say, let's do a quick check-in. How do you feel in your head, in your body, and your heart? You could say, I feel very relaxed in my body. I feel a bit turmoiled in my mind, and I feel very lovable in my heart. You see, a quick check-in. This is one way of being aware. The other way is, even you were sitting on the chair after 2 hours, you can take your thoughts to the toe, wriggle your toes, you know, move one by one on the parts of the body, thank every part, ask that part to relax, to be calm, and you can shift. And when in the night you're sleeping, feel the touch of your body onto the mattress and go by one parts of your body, thanking and saying, my eyes are getting heavier and I'm falling asleep. That way, by the time you reach to your navel part, you would have fallen asleep. This is, and I promise you, when you wake up tomorrow morning, the quality of sleep that you'll have is wonderful, is beyond imagination. All right, friends. There's a reminder for you that when you wake up in the morning, what you need to do is a beautiful, if you give me a little time, 1 more minute, I can finish this. So when you wake up in the morning, what you can do is you can pull yourself against the bedpost and you can think what happened yesterday, how you worked yesterday, how can you better it today and put a resolve today. If you're an angry person, say today I will never be angry. A resolve. Carry it over some period of time and you will get out of this very phenomena. And then do 6 minutes of breathing in and breathing out. And then you, after that, you slide into the bed, stretch as much as you can, do your cyclic kick on the bed, jump out of the bed, thank the Mother Earth for allowing us to live on it, to nourish us and all that. And then you get into the bathroom, you put your affirmations on the mirror, self-affirmation. And when you see that person in the mirror, affirm that person with the self-affirmation that you have in the mirror. I ask you to do journaling every day of gratitude. Who are you gratitude for, grateful for, or what are you grateful for and why? One thing you liked and one thing you dislike and why. And if you faced a problem, what was the problem you faced and how did you solve it if you solved it? If you didn't solve it, it's okay, all right? So these are the ways to live in our lives. I don't have time, so I'll end with, I'll just leave this. Because I've done my time, I think. So here is a wish for all of you. Tashi Dele in Bhutan means, may all the auspiciousness arise in all of you. May you always be well and happy. May you always be in happiness in whatever you do. Okay? May you be bringing happiness to the lives that you touch of your parents, families, friends, everybody. And may you be the light of your own self, your family, your friends, your community, and society as a whole. Here is a happiness song, which I would like to end by singing it. I'm sure you love this song. It is for the mind, not for the body. So it goes like this. I'll just sing a line and then wait a second so that I know that you're following, okay? Happiness is here and now. I have dropped my worries, nowhere to go, nothing to do, and I'm not in a hurry. Happiness is here and now. I have dropped my worries. Somewhere to go, something to do. But I'm not in a hurry. Thank you so much. I end my presentation rather. This is nothing to do with
Joby, if you had
keynote address.
Yeah.
This is not a keynote address. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Chetri. It was nice listening to you, although a little deviation from our main conference theme, but definitely a nice and a very thought-provoking and interesting, different way of presentation. And would be very happy, later on in IIT Jammu or any other institution, we could organize a separate workshop on that mindfulness, because although what I realized that it is very good for a different workshop, a separate workshop where all the faculties can probably sit together and enjoy listening to you and also help them to deal with the stress and everything. So with that note, also once again, I thank everyone who are attending, because right now we are again moving back to the main theme or area of the conference, which is the roadmap of humanities and social sciences in STEM higher education. And right now we have with us Professor Stavros. Stavros, hello, and good to see you after a very long time. Just for a reference, I started my master's degree in Denmark, second master's after I did the first one in India. So Stavros was our teacher, and of course it was a long association. So I'm going to listen to Stavros more than a decade. So that's a really pleasant surprise, and that's a privilege for me again to listen to you, Stavros. So for the formal introduction, again, I will hand it over to Ritesh in a moment. Stavros will be speaking on rethinking the university in critical times. And as I know, Stavros, if I'm not mistaking, Stavros is very critical about the existing situation, the policies and the perspective. And I would like to request to Stavros to be as critical as possible, because we need the critical insights. We need the problematization of the situation, and the regular talking and general ideas. We have enough of that listening, but problematizing the whole thing, finding the criticalness, that is what we were looking for. So over to you, Ritesh. Ritesh, you can introduce Professor Stavros, and Stavros, we are looking forward to listen to you. Over to you, Ritesh.
Yes, sir. Once again, I want to thank Professor Sambhu Chetri for his wonderful thoughts. And I would request Professor to stay online, as we will have a Q&A session after the next speaker. Now we will move on to the next speaker of the session, Professor Stavros Mortsios. Professor Stavros Mortsios is an associate professor of international comparative education policy at Aarhus University School of Education in Denmark. He has also worked on the field at the University of Thessaloniki, Greece, and he has been a research fellow at the University of Auckland, New Zealand, and Berlin, Germany. He teaches at DPU in Copenhagen at the MA course in Educational Sociology, and for several years he has taught at the Erasmus Mundus MA on Lifelong Learning that run in cooperation with the Universities of London, Melbourne, Deusto in Spain. He has coordinated and participated in academic networks across Europe under the EU's Erasmus program, and has taught at the various European universities. He researches and publishes on the transactional education reforms with emphasis on higher education, European education, and comparative theory. His latest book is Society and Education, an Outline of Comparison. So now I would like to invite Professor Stavros for his presentation. Over to you, sir. Sir, you are on mute. Sir, you are on mute.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, it is audible.
So Good day, good morning, basically from Denmark. I would like to thank you and particularly Sayantan, who came from the past more than 10 years ago, and he gave me this kind invitation to take part in this very interesting conference, in fact, and to give me the chance to travel online to Jammu, Kashmir from here. And also many thanks to the previous speaker, Professor Chetri, by being here in the morning in Denmark would be the best. It was the best way to start with session on meditation. So thank you for this, and thank you for the invitation. My topic is going to be quite broad. Is rethinking the university, not about simply STEM, not about social science and humanities, but the university at large, and how, of course, humanities, social sciences fit into this. I will try to keep my talk into the limits of the time, because as I said, I'm going to be somehow broad. Now, why rethinking the universe today? When you have a crisis like the crisis that we have today with the pandemic, which is quite global crisis, and so if we take the larger picture of crisis, for example, like the climate change, which is the crisis of humanity, humanity has never had such an existential crisis. So in such conditions, things become more visible somehow analytically. As they say in English, things are brought into relief, into sharp relief. And speaking about university, speaking about knowledge, for me, there are two elements here to discuss with respect to the university as an institution. I will speak about the university as an institution, and I will explain later on, I will speak about the university as a European institution with its European characteristics and roots and history. So I think there are two things that today, and after at least 30 years of neoliberal globalization, which should be apparent for us. One is that starting from the fact that the pandemic was expected, and it's not me that I say this, it's a bunch of old people, experts, doctors, organizations, and so on. So the pandemic was expected, and I have written on this with all relevant evidence, and especially, for example, you can take the editor of the medical journal, The Lancet, who has characterized that is a failure, as he said. Let me read what he says. The warnings of doctors and scientists were ignored, and coronavirus is the greatest global science policy failure in a generation. Which is very interesting to hear that, and it's not only for him, because the last 30 years we have been speaking about the so-called knowledge societies, and how emphasis on science and technologies makes societies wiser in this respect, and at the same time, and giving a lot of emphasis on research, a lot of funding on science and technology, and at the same time, we have this failure. So what does this tell us? It tells for me two things. One is the direction of knowledge production today in the so-called knowledge societies. What is the direction of this of the knowledge production regime? And the second is, what does it tell us for the university particularly? What is happening in the university? With respect to knowledge production, it reminds me something that if you have written George Orwell 1984, he says somewhere about the Oceania, the country that he writes for, the mythical country, and he says somewhere, he says, science is no longer a habit of mind or a method of thought, and technological progress happens when its products can in some way be used for the diminution of human liberty. So we have seen a situation which resonates much to the words of Orwell, I would say that on the one hand, there is a lot of funding and talk and programs and comparing science performance and so on. While at the same time you have societies incapacitating, catering for the common good, something like a pandemic, or being unable to deal with a crisis of existential proportions, like to think scientifically, to think what we can do to prevent, to stop climate change, and we have brought things at the very last moment here. So you have the situation of a society which glorifies science, but at the same time is incapable of acting and thinking rationally in terms of dealing with the problems that arise or it creates. And at the same time, one can see technologies indeed proliferate surveillance technology at workplaces or with respect to consumption. Susanna Zuboff has written the book, as you know, Surveillance Capital, if you have heard, a great book. Or the last fashion and fantasies, if you like, around science and technology is the so-called transhumanism or singularity, in the sense of in intervening more and more into the brain, into the human body with nanotechnology or other technologies in order to bring supposedly some enhancements, but basically at the heart of it is extending control into the human biology. So this is the direction, more or less, in terms of enhancing surveillance, in terms of enhancing biopolitical controls or social controls, and at the same, let alone, of course, the technologies which have brought the planet into this state. And now we're looking for new technologies in order to correct what the previous technologies have caused. So this is more or less the direction of the so-called knowledge societies, which is hardly new, because this goes back to the European modernity, which glorified science and technology in order to dominate over human populations, dominate over society, and dominate on other societies, and therefore creating this hierarchy between so-called developed and developing societies. And this, of course, has, even though not exclusively, characterize the development of higher education, what the university has been, because we must see this overall historical direction since the 19th century and how it developed education systems, and particularly higher education. So this is one thing, and the other thing that I believe that particularly the crisis of today throws into sharp relief, it is the state of the university as an institution, which we can see over the last 30 years. I will be speaking, though I know this has global resonance, I will be speaking particularly about Europe. As we can see that the university has been placed in a situation of serving business enterprises, and at the same time turning the university itself into a business enterprise. We have seen this tendency in particular in Western Europe, but not exclusively, because policies such as the so-called Bologna process, if you have heard of it, the pan-European policy, has brought university into this trajectory, functioning like business while serving business at the same time. So what will we see, for example, in research, is that that universities are required to serve external funding agendas. You do research, through external funding programs. And these funding programs can be by companies, can be by the state, can be by anybody else who pays. And at the same time having academic staff being obliged to generate income. The academic staff is being now subject to management of human resources. So we have management replacing earlier forms of governance in the university. And at the same time, the academic staff being subject to detailed productivity controls through the management and through the use of ICT, software programs. So this also has reversed the relation of the academic staff with the administration. The administration now is basically governing the institution rather than the academics as it used to be the tradition in the European university. And at the same time, and this is very important, I will come back to this and its relations with humanities, this has removed the space of discursive reasoning within the universities, since the universities now asked to follow a particular agenda, which in science and technology, this is clear. You may be doing projects paid by pharmaceutical companies, by engineering companies, by ICT, by biotech, by robotics companies, and so on. And in the humanities and social sciences, you have a similar situation, mostly by states, though not exclusively funding agencies, though humanities and social science had been particularly being defunded, as you are well aware in this conference. Usually by connecting it with the labor market, devaluing humanities and social sciences, and at the same time, I would say, scienticized or technicized, in the sense that when you do a project in humanities and social sciences, you have to follow the procedure as in sciences and technology, and as you develop, for example, a machine, and you have to show a particular milestones and targets and so on, as well as to apply for projects through whole bureaucratic procedures. Let alone that the very concept of interdisciplinarity has been particularly being confused here, not being understood as synthesizing of knowledge across disciplines as should be the real meaning of transdisciplinarity, but just bringing different subjects together to serve a particular sponsor or funded project. At the same time, we see in the situation that teaching becomes more output oriented, more technicized as well, more being looked as a commodity. And I would say, if I can use this term, more algorithmicized, teaching and learning somehow being treated as an algorithm, as a certain steps that one should follow, and in order to get a degree, in order to finish a course, let alone, of course, that it is being very much connected with the labor market, literally or supposedly, and therefore being vocationalized. So this is more or less the broad terms under which we can describe the university today, which has been drawn into the project of the economy, being turned into a business enterprise, functioning like a business enterprise and serving business enterprises. And this, you can see this in England, in Holland, in the Scandinavian countries, and in various other countries in Europe, happening now through the Bologna process. So this is, for me, a reason for rethinking the university, because by turning the university into a business, basically you you make, I would say, basically you abolish the university. And for me, the critical times of today necessitate the fact that we rethink if this we want to go, or we would need to reconsider this direction, which is for me a necessity to do so. And reconsidering this direction, one should go back to the history of the European university. Can I ask Anton, what is my time left? Is it 15 minutes or what?
So you have 20 minutes.
20 minutes. Okay, that's great.
15 minutes, yeah. Almost.
Sorry, 15 or 20?
So you have 15, sir. We will
15?
Yeah, till
okay.
1:25 Indian time.
Okay. So, and for me, the European university has an important tradition, which I would describe it, and I do that in my writings. And what is this particular tradition? That the European university is historically distinguished from other traditions from what we call academic autonomy, which means the potential of this institution to decide about its research, to decide about its teaching, and to decide about its running, how it is being run. And this is not its only tradition, but this is the tradition that I myself find more important to reconsider. And this goes back to three, I would say, historical points or landmarks, if you like. One is goes back to ancient Greece, particularly in the 4th century BCE, when Plato created his academy in ancient Athens. Now, there is an irony here. Plato was an enemy of democracy. The Athens had a direct democracy. All citizens took part in decision making, but Plato was against this. He wanted only wise men to take decisions about politics. And to put his plan, his idea into practice, he created the academy in which he wanted a free space in which ideas are debated openly and freely by all kinds of disciplines in order to create this space that advises and directs politics. So ironically, by being against democracy, he created democratic space within the academy, but he reserved it only for the intellectuals. The second one goes back to late Middle Ages, 11th, 12th century, when we have the so-called universitas, which meant a kind of guild or corporations, which was quite usual among other professions. And it was created also for the profession of the masters and students. So the universitas created higher education institutions as institutions of associations of teachers and students, to put it like this, and that was legally recognized. It was not directed by the Pope. It was not even, he had influence. It was not directed by the kings. It was not directed by an emperor. It was directed by this community of scholars. So this creates the late Middle Age tradition of universitas, where the name comes. And the third tradition is the one which was created in Germany early 19th century, 2 centuries ago, particularly by Humboldt, when he created the University of Berlin. He synthesized the earlier historical traditions to propose a university with what he called a space of Lernfreiheit and Lehrfreiheit, which means teaching and learning without administrative constraints. He was very clear to the state. He said, give us the money through the taxes that we pay or whatever other properties, and we run the institution, we teach what we like, we teach the way that we like, and so on. And this created the tradition of academic autonomy, which went to the United States, influenced the United States, influenced the rest of Europe, influenced part of the rest of the world, though it's a big discussion now to do so. But the state always, of course, wanted to control the university. But at the same time, academic autonomy and the state control were always in conflict. However, this project managed to have some influence here and there, including, I would say, in some fashion also in India, where if you go back to 19th century, you find the well-known Thomas Macaulay by the British colonizers who said we would like to create an institution. They created the first colleges in Mumbai, in Madras, and where else I recall. It must be basically these two, and also, sorry, Calcutta, Mumbai, and Madras, these three colleges were created, although which did not enjoy any formal academic autonomy through the use of humanities and social sciences, political economy, history, English, drama, debating groups, and so on. It was the start of academic autonomy also in India. I have in mind a book that you may know, Transplanting Liberal Education by Anna Svilka, the foundation development of liberal art colleges in Western India, which shows that these universities became the first place where, by practicing humanities and social sciences, creating the seeds, not simply of academic autonomy, but also of public intellectuals and active citizens, which therefore afterwards developed all this project of independence of India. So my point is, this is how academic autonomy and humanities and social sciences are linked. So you have a European project of academic, I would say project, or Entwurf in German, something that historically is a move of getting realized, but not necessarily realized, because there may be conflicts, because there can be various situations across countries. And my point is that this project, this historical project of academic autonomy, which is particularly European, is in decline now. Is in decline, and it must be regenerated, to my view. Otherwise, the universities are being, as we have known so far, are being literally being abolished, literally being eliminated. And this is not simply my point. It is also the points of major authors who have particularly stressed the role of humanities and social sciences. I would mention, of course, Ortega y Gasset, The Mission of the University, a book that everybody must have in their office. I would particularly mention also, of course, Humboldt. More recently, you may know Martha Nussbaum's book for not-for-profits. I would mention Edgar Morin or Interdisciplinarity. I would mention, since we're speaking about India, Tagore, of course. Earlier from Ireland, John Henry Newman, a whole tradition of thinking of the university, which erases the importance also of humanities and social sciences, which to the extent that my time allows is just to be very brief, that allows simply not all kind of social science, not all kind of humanities, but particularly this kind of knowledge that helps the students to understand the human and socio-historical condition. Ortega y Gasset particularly raises this important issue. He says the university must be cultivating research, and at the same time being able to bring the students in touch with what he calls the vital ideas of our times, to connect the institution, to connect their life. One could mention also the sociological imagination by Wright Mills, connects one's biography with the socio-historical condition of our time. And at the same time, I would say, cultivate general education in order to create what I would say deliberative and reflective space in the university. Because it is particularly this space which is being eliminated by bureaucratic management in today's university over the last 30 years. And for me, this is important to regenerate this space. So I would say that, returning back to the title of this presentation, I would say it's not rethinking of the university a case which be of me or of you or any kind of professional in a conference, but it must be a constant activity of the university itself. I cannot imagine a university functioning without rethinking as a constant part of the activity what we do here, why we do this, why we have this knowledge and not that knowledge, whose knowledge is this, who has decided about this knowledge, what does the university serve, and so on and so on. So these questions around the university must be kept alive and must be inextricably related with the daily activity of the university. And this, for this, of course, the importance of humanities and social sciences is, to my opinion, paramount. Is this my time or?
Sir, you have 3 or 4 minutes more.
Okay. Of course, we have also the issue of interdisciplinarity in the university, which for me is very important, does not include, of course, only humanities, social science, but as well science, such as certainly physics or biology. But at the same time, just to avoid confusion into this, we must keep in mind that interdisciplinarity should be seen as a synthesis of knowledge in order to arrive at the truth, in order to arrive at understanding, in order to divide at explanation. However, we must be capable of keeping the integrity of science on the one hand, and social science and humanity on the other hand, because one can observe over the last decades a kind of intrusion rather than synthesis of one into the other. The intrusion of the part of social science and humanities, you know very well, is the adoption of the methods of sciences and more recently of technology, which is particularly testified by the overuse of statistics, or overuse and misuse of statistics, even if it is not needed, even it does not help in anything, but it is because it's directed by funded programs, or at the same time under the so-called concept of innovation, which tries to technologize humanities and social sciences. And on the other hand, in terms of science, of course, we social scientists and humanities have also intruded into the area of sciences. You may know, many of you, the well-known cases which became a public scandal in the 90s, the so-called Sokal case, in which somebody wrote a paper just for fun, some kind in a linguistic journal, in which he proposed that quantum gravity is a social and linguistic construct rather than something which can be verified or not through the methods of social sciences. So my point is that we have this intrusion. So to keep the integrity of the these two major areas is a different thing than to promote and pursue interdisciplinarity. To put it in the phrase of Zygmunt Bauman in his book on hermeneutics, one needs to explain nature, but to understand culture. So explanation is what should characterize the methodology of science. Understanding is what should characterize the methodology of human sciences in general, because we have to do with the human condition there. We don't have to look with factors explaining cause-effect relations, even if we do this. And this is very important, and I come back to this, to Ordeka Gasset, which was speaking about the transmission of culture in the university, which for me, and this is what I add to these authors, which spoke about the university and the transmission of culture, that these things should go together. A university, which is a self-governing institution, decides what to teach and how to teach, but at the same time, through social science and humanities, keep this problematic alive through its constant activity. That was my overview of our current condition. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your great talk and enlightening us about the role of universities in critical times. Now, I would like to request Dr. Sayantan Mandal to for the session, for question answer session, and then we will conclude the session after the Q&A session.
Thank you, Ritesh, and thank you, Professor Stavros. Thank you, Professor Chetri, for two different but yet very interesting discussions. We are going to take the question, but my suggestion would be that we are going to take the questions for Stavros first, because it is then we will take up all the questions which are there for Samju Chetri and Professor Chetri. There are questions for you. I have noted them down by Ruchi and others who will be asking questions, or on behalf of them, I will be asking questions here on this podium. So Professor Stavros, is there, to all the audiences, is there any question for Professor Stavros? So what you can do is that you can just unmute yourself and ask the question directly to...
I can see one written about literature. It says about books on multidisciplinary education. I think the best one in this is Edgar Morin. Edgar Morin is a French sociologist and philosopher, well and alive today, and he has written a lot about this. He's written about trying to put the issue of multidisciplinarity into the 21st century. He has written a lot, of course. He has written also one book about for UNESCO many years ago, 7 Keys for Education of the 21st Century, something like this. You can check him out.
Is there any other question for Professor Stavros? Meanwhile, you can think about the questions. Amrita, I can see. Yes.
Yeah, should I go ahead? Can you hear me?
Please.
Yeah. Professor Stavros, thanks for your talk. I am Amrita Banerjee from IIT Bombay. As we are talking about the humanities, actually last year, we started an MA PhD integrated program in philosophy in IIT Bombay. So that's a piece of good news to share, that the humanities are the IITs are becoming more and more serious about the humanities. So I actually agree with a lot of the things you said, and I was wondering what if you have any thoughts about inequalities and stratifications across the first world, third world divide in the context of academic education, and whether, how universities in first world nations might tacitly or unconsciously participate in sort of, perpetuating existing inequalities when it comes to mobility, scholarship, let's say, involvement of third world scholars, so if you have any thoughts about that.
Although that was not part of this particular presentation, of course, you are raising an issue of general importance. University is not the educational institution for the many. It has never been. So social production, first and foremost, is reflected into the case of the university. However, one must can see over the last decades the rising participation into the university. Still, it is mostly middle classes, mostly, but through various programs, in particular, if you take the United States, through loan programs and so on, and I guess in other parts of the world, the university has expanded a lot. So it's no longer an elite university. Of course, we can speak about many cases around the world. It's no longer an elite university. The point that I would like to make is that this has been taken by many policymakers, I would say particularly in Europe, that the fact is no longer an elite university, that therefore we should vocationalize the university. This has been used as an excuse. So it's not anymore 2 or 3%, it's 40 or 50% of youth joining the university, joining higher education. Therefore, we should do things that vocational university. This is, for me, a very wrong perception. I'm going back to Ortega y Gasset, who says if the university produces only professionals, experts, or only for vocations, then it produces barbarians, the modern barbarians. And he wrote this about 100 years ago. Today, of course, he would be appalled by what he sees, by this amazing, forceful turn to vocationalize the university on the excuse, on the ground that is now a massive institution. But of course, otherwise, it's still a selective institution.
Thank you. I see Ruchi has a question. Ruchi texted me the question on the chat box. Ruchi, would you like to ask the question to Stavros? Your question to Stavros, Ruchi. Okay. If Ruchi cannot, then I can read it out. Just give me one moment. So here's a question from Ruchi Sharma. Ruchi asks you that by keeping in mind the structural hierarchy of the society with respect to caste, class, gender, socio-cultural, and so on, have many obstacles to pursue their higher studies. Now, due to COVID-19, there is a new discrimination in place, that is digital divide, where the ones who aren't able to afford are excluded, but also people who are not familiar with digital literacy also been excluded. Alongside with, in the era of new liberalization, one can witness an immense growth of private players in the that depends the already existing hierarchy of the society and politics and the around education. In this scenario, what roles would you suggest the society and their higher education institutions should play to bridge the new emerging gaps? Big questions for you, Stavros.
Yes. The first one, the conference is happening, a lot of things about the pandemic and digital education. This is a passing condition. And I don't think I have an answer here, because for me it's an open question. What will happen, to what extent the technology will be used in order to break further what I would call the pedagogic space in the university. The pedagogic space of the university, by which I mean interaction between teachers and students, and as I described, a lively self-governing institution. This has broken over the last decades, not only because of technology, but also technology has played a role, fragmenting the space, having things happening through online platforms and so on. So for me, the concern is not simply that this will worsen existing inequalities around availability of technology, but my concern is that even for those who have the technology, learning in university will be more technicized, more technologized in this respect, and will break further the pedagogic space, which is a physical interaction. This is a concern. To what extent this special moment that we live now is going to be further create more negative developments in this respect or not. We will see this. With respect to the second, we know that the expansion of higher education has happened, I think also in India, you know, of course, better through programs which placed as a condition that higher education is expanded as long as most of it is by private capital. I know this has happened in Asia, I know this has happened in Africa, so the whole blossoming of universities has been particularly a private business. This is going to continue, but still for me, the point is private or not, is that we must reclaim the tradition of the university as a self-governing space when teaching and research is dictated by nobody else but by those who constitute the university itself. So this is important, that this encompasses also private institutions. Not an easy business, because there are, to what I'm saying, there are scholars who are particularly pessimistic of this. They say we have to forget the universities we have known so far because it has been captured now by the economy, either by the state or by private business, and therefore we should create new kind of universities to enliven, to regenerate this tradition of academic autonomy. But this is something for you to think further.
Yeah, there is another question which is a very related question by Dr. Sangeeta Angam from National Institute of Education Planning and Administration. Sangeeta asks, and I also add, her question is related to the distinction between private universities and public funded universities, and in the context of institutional autonomy. Now, what happens in India is that the general idea is that private universities are for profit. So legally, it's a different issue. They said that we are not profit, we are trustee, etc. But that's the general perception. They're always for profit, and their courses are oriented towards market. But in public university, it's a different case altogether. That has been general understanding in India about institutional autonomy and privatization and public funding. What it is that in Europe and how it is changing in recent times in terms of public and private universities?
Yes. It's a very good question, because I think the issue of academic autonomy is not necessarily connected with private and public. Universities in Europe have always been public, but in United States has even more being influenced by the German tradition of academic autonomy and practice it in private universities as well. So there have been for-profit private universities in the United States, with a board of trustees and presidents and so on, which have been staff and students have been enjoyed particular high level of academic autonomy, including of liberal arts. And this is the point of the book, as you know, by Nussbaum, Not for Profit. He speaks about particularly the tradition of liberal education in American colleges. In Europe, it was and is public. We don't have privatization of universities in Europe. There are mostly some cases in South or Eastern Europe, not in Western Europe. However, I mean, I'm in Denmark. In Denmark is very well known for its welfare states, but the universities in Denmark are fully functioning as private businesses, despite the fact that are not for-profit institutions. in terms of management, in terms of research, in terms of teaching, and so on. So the dividing line between private and public is not necessarily corresponding to you have academic autonomy or you don't. Mostly it has to do how the university is brought under the auspices of the economy and be brought to serve the economy rather than to serve the needs of scholarships that the universities themselves should be setting.
Okay. Stavros, we have just one more question for you because of course, there are many questions I can see on my chat box, but due to the paucity of time, we will take one more question from my colleague Varsha, and then we'll move to the questions for Professor Chetri. Over to you, Varsha.
Thank you, Dr. Sayantan. Thank you, Professor Mautios. What a talk. Brilliant talk. Thank you very much. I have a very broad question, Professor Mautios. I believe that we have been washed by a wave of populism in our current times, so much so that Slavoj Zizek says that Trump is necessary. If you've seen one of the interviews where he says that with Mehdi Hassan. And I myself come from a university culture which has boasted the beginnings of the Naxalite movement. One of the colleges that you mentioned, Presidency College, it was the first in India. Although I do not promote activities of violence in university campuses, I do believe that there is an essence to a university, and that is non-conformism. But do you believe that attitudes of conformism have become necessary for our survival in the given university setup? Thank you.
Necessary. On the contrary, the conformity that has been imposed to university is destructive. I would say this has been particularly the purpose of introducing management of human resources. What is management? Management is bureaucracy. Is the new term for bureaucracy. New public management, as it is called, particularly in Denmark, there has been a lot of talk, as in England and so on, is a new form of bureaucracy in which somebody also is not functioning only in bureaucratic terms, but also looking for resources. This has brought amazing level of conformity in the university. Has literally suppressed all kind of voices, creative thinking, and so on. So while the university appears as a very productive space, it is being used as an industry. How many publications you produce every year? And this is quantified, ranked, as you know very well. And we have forgot very simple things. For example, Albert Einstein took the Nobel Prize not for relativity theory, but some research that he did on photoelectric effect with just one paper, perhaps two. And today we have made kind of industry where everybody must be producing papers and therefore focusing on productivity rather than exploring both in science as well as humanities and social sciences. And this kind of emphasis by new public management and productivity has brought amazing levels, has leveled off, I could say, any kind of creativity and brought amazing levels of conformity. So conformity is not only unnecessary, but is particularly destructive, because this is supposed to be the particularity of the university, of blossoming of ideas, of critique, of having open a discursive space with everything is being criticized, everything is being deliberated, and therefore this is what its real value lies.
Thank you. And thank you, Stavros, although there are many questions, as I have said earlier, but the time is short. The one keyword that I take from your last answer is exploration. And indeed, exploration is the word that is we hear less than productivity. Productivity has overpowered the whole idea of exploration. And as the Indian saying or the old saying goes, that there is no exploration better than the exploration of self. And with that note, I move to Professor Chetri, because what he talked about and the amazing session that he has conducted, it was about exploration. It was about exploration of a self. Professor Chetri, if you are online, can you kindly respond so that I can ask the question to you?
Sure, I'm online.
Yes, Professor Chetri. Yeah. Let me just put, yeah. So, Professor Chetri, what the question to you is that from one of the participants is that a very simple question yet very difficult to answer perhaps is that can happiness be taught? And in the context of she has also mentioned the context because in Delhi schools, in New Delhi schools, there is a curriculum of happiness. There are a lot of controversies regarding that. I think you are aware of that more than we do. So it is a direct question and we want a little bit elaborate answer, let's say about 2-3 minutes about is happiness, I mean, can happiness be taught? And if it is being taught in Delhi schools, is it the right way of teaching happiness? These are 2 questions for you, sir.
Thank you so much, Professor Mandal. In fact, I diverted myself out of the role of mindfulness just to give you a feeling about what is all about mindfulness. But let me just come back to this little bit before I answer the question. Actually, in higher education or in any education, mindfulness is a journey through which it changes your whole emotional approaches because you're in control of that. You're able to help the students also overcome this. You're creating a better environment for everyone. And mindfulness, you can cure yourself with many illnesses, with many problems of your own. You can be self-aware, you can be socially aware, you can become a good leader within the community. There are a lot of multiple benefits of mindfulness. Now, I believe mindfulness is the source of happiness. Because if you're not mindful, you're not going to be happy. So by saying this, happiness cannot be taught. Happiness, we can give conditions of, society, government, anybody in a space, we can provide conditions for happiness, but we cannot give happiness because happiness is very much individual. It depends what you assign your happiness to. So happiness is a journey. With your every action that you take in a positive manner, if your thought, your actions meet together in that environment, you're mindful and you're happy because that is what the outcome is. But happiness is often misunderstood for fleeting, momentary, feel-good moods, which are associated with attachments for material things. And this is, they call it eudaimonic, but rather happiness is more inward. A journey inward, when you self-realize yourself who we are. In fact, that is a lesson by itself. I can scientifically, through the research that genetic science has done, who we are. Actually, I can prove with the Vedic science I've related to say that Bhagavan is us and we are in Bhagavan. This is a concept that I've brought in, and this is topic for another day's discussion. But frankly, once we know yourself, deeply within, you can create a lot of social emotional relationship within your own setup, within your environment, and you're going to be calmer. You're going to bring the space in such a beautiful amiable environment that everything starts to rise perfectly well. I'm a little aware of Delhi's teaching, but I think what they're teaching is not why to be happy. They're teaching a journey of mindfulness. They're trying to tell the students what are the issues, how can they be emotionally aware. So that is the case, emotionally aware through mindful breathing exercise, meditation, and certain practices of connecting self with self, self with others, and self with the nature. Once we're connected with these three self with these three areas, then we understand ourselves much more in a deeper level, and we become much more human rather, which is in another way, we start to see values in everybody, in everything around us.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Again, thank you, Professor Chetri, thank you, Professor Stavros, and thank you all the participants for joining and asking very interesting, thought-provoking questions. Let me just brief you about the next session, because before next session, we are going to take a break. Of course, the lunch break, we all need to eat and survive. Only then it's possible to go ahead. But we are not disconnecting. The session will be live. But after lunch session, there will be 2 parallel sessions. One will be using the same link, that is for philosophy parallel session, and the other one is for economics. What we will do is that we will post the economic link in the chat box, as well as the participants who have registered and non-presenting participants. We will send you a mail with both the links, for this link as well as for the link of the economics, in let's say 5 to 10 minutes of time. So whether you are here or you are joining fresh, you can select your session that as per your interest and join. Very important thing to mention is that we will be back exactly at 2:30 Indian time, so 14:30. But the assembly time would be 5 minutes before that. So I request you to come back online, or at least be in front of your laptop, mobile, computer 5 minutes before the time, because we will be beginning exactly at 2:30. So with this note, and with once again, thanks to the speakers, thanks to our participants, I take a break, and we again resume here sharp at 2:30. Thank you all. The session will be live though, we are not disconnecting.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Oh,
They can hear you. But
Hello, Sumit. You can start the session.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Just to get the clarification, am I audible and visible properly?
Yes, Sumit, you are audible. Sumit, you are audible.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon. It is my pleasure to have the opportunity to welcome you all to the second parallel session of the international conference titled Roadmap for Humanities and Social Sciences in STEM Higher Education, organized by the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences at Indian Institute of Technology, Jammu. Higher education in the 21st century has not only evolved enormously, it is now facing some new and significant challenges. The very idea of education, the methods, the purpose of knowledge, the modality, all these factors demand severe theoretical discussions and debates to identify, acknowledge, and understand those challenges properly. We need the role of HSS disciplines such as literature, sociology, philosophy properly in this pursuit. This session will be a thematic session, and the theme of this session is philosophy. Philosophy is not only a discipline, it is a tool, a mechanism to perceive things or the state of affairs differently. Theoretically, it is the quest of wisdom, but pragmatically, it is also the code of action. So in this session, the discussion will be on the role of philosophy in making the tech and professional world more ethical and well-informed, focusing on the ethical, societal, and epistemological perspectives on STEM in higher education. The opening thematic talks for this session is by Professor Vijay H. Borua from IIT Ropar on synergy, convergence, and the new renaissance, technoscience, and post-humanist visualizations. Prof. Borua is presently a faculty of IIT Ropar. He has a long and bright academic career. Previously, he was affiliated with institutions like IIT Kanpur, IIAS Shimla, and he was a postdoctoral fellow of the University of Texas. Followed by his talks, we will have few more esteemed speakers. Professor Srikumar N from IIT Madras. He will be speaking on ethics and life, learning from hermeneutics. After that, we have Dr. Abhijit Bardarpurkar from Azim Premji University. He will be speaking on communicating science in communicating commitments. After that, we have Dr. Amrita Banerjee from IIT Bombay. She will be speaking on our moral and social world and interactionist perspective. And after that, we have Professor Avani Savade from Flame University. She will be speaking on necessity of moral philosophy from personal to professional. And finally, we have Dr. Robin Luke Verghese and Dr. Nivedita Kalarikkal from the University of Hyderabad and Central University of Gujarat, who will be speaking on the corporal subjecthood, embodied participation in the teaching learning process. The faculty in charge of this session is Dr. Jovi Verghese and Dr. Sukanya Mandal is the rapporteur. Scholars assigned for this session are Sumit Sikdar, me, and Aditi. The question and answer session will be open to all registered participants and moderated by Dr. Jovi Verghese at the end of the session. On this note, I would also sincerely request our esteemed speakers to stick to our schedule kindly. The speakers would be notified 3 minutes and 1 minute before the end of their session to keep the session time-bound and lively. So now I would like to invite Professor Bijay H. Borua to share his words of wisdom with us. Professor Borua, over to you, sir.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, you are completely audible.
Okay, thank you. I shall hardly speak about ethics because the session is overwhelmingly ethical. And so that would probably balance. A new concept called converging technologies has become a buzzword of contemporary techno-scientific culture. And this concept refers to relations, synergies, or fusions amongst broad fields of research and development. This techno-scientific convergence or fusion is identified by an acronym. The acronym is NBIC, which is a quartet of 4 major fields. N stands for nanoscience and nanotechnology. B stands for biotechnology and biomedicine, including genetic engineering. I stands for information technology, including advanced computing and communications. And C, finally, stands for cognitive science, including cognitive neuroscience and neurotechnology. The NBIC is an initiative of improving human performance. That's a quotation, improving human performance through human enhancement. That is the technological augmentation of human capabilities and modification of human corporeality and intellect. The United States National Science Foundation report, and the title of the report is Converging Technologies for Improving Human Performance. This title postulates as its ideal an unprecedented synergy that indicates the possibility of unifying sciences on the basis of the most fundamental ontological units of reality, units of nature, and they are atoms, genes, bits of information or bits of the infosphere, and neurons. Following this report, policies have been introduced to encourage research in which traditional specialized disciplines are supposed to be replaced by new unified scientific fields. The objective of the convergence
program is to substitute the disciplinary system of STEM education and research by a purposive project for science. And the purpose is that the production of knowledge is meant to respond to politically defined practical goals. Technoscientific research is mainly oriented towards design. There are slogans, technoscientific slogans, like redesigning life, a slogan of synthetic biology, or more interestingly, the slogan of shaping the world atom by atom. That is the slogan of nanotechnology. Such initiatives suggest that everything from molecules to organisms can be designed. The design stance is so overwhelming that even nature itself comes to be viewed as a designer. One striking aspect of this technoscientific convergence is a shift in emphasis from engineering to the life sciences, from attempting to model processes found in nature towards replicating and amplifying the same processes in living organisms. In this paradigmatic departure, the key player is what is known as DNA technology, which uses artificial nucleic acids as a non-biological engineering material for technological uses. The nanotech tools have for the first time made it possible to investigate at the molecular level the physical mechanism that makes life possible on Earth. We are enabled to explore how the wonderful biological complexity, the complex biology, is underpinned by the wonderful, equally wonderful behavior of those biological nano machines we call proteins. Proteins are the building blocks of life. Protein nanotechnology is another transformative development where nanotechnologies use proteins to design and construct microstructures and nanostructures, thereby imitating life. The recent scientific success in molecular biology in correctly predicting the structure of a protein. Now this was a huge conundrum for molecular biology, to be able to predict the structure of a protein, and that has been possible now. Incorrectly predicting the structure of a protein has made a momentous difference. Managing to predict protein structure becomes the basis for reverse engineering. That is to say, using the ideas in reverse in order to create what people call designer proteins that can be applied to specific medical or technological purposes. Creating designer proteins require the manipulation of the molecular machinery of living microbial cells and then re-engineering them to produce the proteins they have designed on a computer. This is biological engineering, which is quite adept in deploying molecular assemblers that can construct any shape with atomic precision in accordance with some rational design. What is spectacular about this new nanotechnology is that it utilizes nature itself, harnessing its complexity and evolutionary this picture of nanobiotechnoscientific synergy, adumbrating the prospect of redesigning human reality and thereby transforming the human condition. This combination affords us the freedom to impose our own design specifications on the biological machinery of living cells. It is the human organism that occupies the central place as an object of theoretical investigation and experimental intervention in the progressivist and perfectionist framework of NBIC. Human enhancement is the motto, but the motto is futurist, speculative, and seemingly largely utopian. This technoscientific grand narrative moves from the micro-level idea of designer proteins to the more macro-level imagination of designer babies that are entertained in genetic engineering and biotechnology. Indeed, artificial life forms are already evidenced in synthetic biology. Genetic engineering and biotechnology have already started making great progress in experimenting with the human and other biological organisms at the genetic level. The project envisages artificial control of the process of biological growth at a pace inconceivable at the level of evolution through natural selection. In fact, what is conceived is a dramatic transformation of evolutionary paradigm. That is, evolution by natural selection is expected to be superseded by evolution by what is known as artificial selection. Recent development in stem cell research and cloning are poised to teach us how to reverse the aging of human somatic cells by engineering them to become more like germ cells. Radical life extension or age decelerating interventions are part of today's technoscientific NBIC research, investigating possibilities of manipulating genes that regulate the molecular mechanisms of aging. In this synergistic program, human corporeality is redefined and redesigned with a view to finding new ways in which to merge humans with technology. Computer technology is being deployed to create the next generation human brain-computer interfaces, signaling a threshold that is known as singularity. The singularity thesis refers to a cognitive explosion of artificial intelligence, such that humans can then hand over to intelligent machines the task of designing intelligent machines. Then humans can take rest because all that would be done by intelligent machines. This would then be the end of the human era and the beginning of the era of transhuman artificial intelligence. Technoscientific convergence or synergy is the foundational impetus to what is known as transhumanism, which is a worldview, an ideology, and human civilization, an ideology and a socio-cultural movement promoting a future in which human corporeality and human civilization will be radically altered beyond the standard human scale. It is a techno-progressive socio-political movement that advocates for us for the use of technology in order to transform the human organism radically, so much so that the ultimate goal is becoming post-human. The post-human visualization is inherent in transhumanism because it believes that the present human species to be a transitional one in the evolutionary process. But it wants to quicken the evolutionary progress towards post-humanity through technoscientific intervention of human corporeality. Since the biological embodiment is vulnerable to decay and suffering, transhumanism advocates technoscientific transformation of the human condition.
Sir,
yes.
We have 2 more minutes, please, trying to conclude.
Okay. Coming to the end, yes. Since the biological there are even echoes that indicate as post-biological era, thereby making the post-human envisagement a more palpable idea. What this discussion suggests, I just take 1 minute, from the contemporary pedagogical standpoint, is that critical humanities must create a discourse about technoscientific synergistic convergence and the shadowy post-humanist possibilities that lurk in this techno-cultural imagination. There is the likelihood of a techno-cultural seductive spell in which we, especially as students of the technoscientific educational system, become spellbound. Perhaps we remain spellbound because we have no inkling of the ideological repercussions of technoscientific possibilities, somehow hidden in distal horizon beyond the boundary of strict academic textual articulation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for this philosophical deliberation interconnecting technoscience and post-humanist visualization. Now I request Professor Sri Kumar N. from IIT Madras to speak on the topic Ethics in Life, Learning from Hermeneutics. Over to you, sir.
Hi, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Nice to be here, and thanks all organizers for inviting me and giving this opportunity to meet at least virtually all of you. And I could see Professor Barua. Thank you, Professor. I enjoyed your presentation. So my topic, as you rightly said, is titled as Ethics in Life. One minute. The title is Ethics in Life, Learning from Hermeneutics. So what I'm trying to do is, this is a sort of a rereading of Gadamer's views. And what I mean by hermeneutics here is Gadamer's philosophical hermeneutics. So his reading of ethics. Okay. So the whole question is, we can actually begin with the question, what ethics is doing, what it is, what do we believe that it's doing? So in a sense, we can say that it reviews morality, which fundamentally aims at some sort of minimizing the conflicts between humans in human societies, or between humans, between individuals, between countries and all that. And thereby strives to increase harmony in our societies, and about which all of us are concerned. Okay. However, the very nature of ethical evaluation and analysis says it raises certain fundamental, certain very pertinent philosophical issues. And this is where, you know, a hermeneutic approach or a hermeneutic analysis of ethics, philosophical ethics. Actually, my whole presentation is based on Gadamer's writing on, where he problematizes the very idea of philosophical ethics. Okay, the fact that, you know, we have moral concepts which we employ and grasp differently by different people, and at different times by the same people. Okay, we have different moral principles, and they are understood differently by different people, and the same people understand it differently sometimes, you know. And this scenario definitely makes presents a very complex situation in front of us. And this points to a number of essential difficulties in situating the core concerns of ethics as well as its fundamental nature. So if you start with Aristotle, I mean, there is a reason why I thought we can start with Aristotle in the Western world, because it was Aristotle who arguably started systematically presenting ethics as a discipline, or even some scholars say that as an academic discipline for the first time. So you could find a sort of a very heavy lot of theory in Aristotle, but at the same time, he is one ethicist or a moralist who argued for practical application. So this is Aristotle's unique, his peculiarity. And for Aristotle, ethics was so intimately tied to the structures of the 4th century Greek polis. This is a view which was repeatedly emphasized by many ethicists. I was actually, the other day, I was reading McIntyre's writing about Greek ethics, where he particularly makes this observation that the Greek polis, devoid of that, you cannot probably situate and understand Aristotle's ethics. So much so that, his Nicomachean ethics addresses the concept of virtues, which are to be carefully cultivated in an individual. So education plays a very important role in Aristotle's ethical theory. And then he was one among those, as I mentioned, first philosophers to contemplate. So in that sense, there is a huge, there is a freshness in his approach about ethics. And one important insight which we learn from Aristotle is that certain fundamental insights concerning the very nature of moral knowledge. What is it? Because, probably after 17th or 18th century, the very idea that morality consists of knowledge, or morality, or the moral domain, or moral reasonableness, or moral decision making presupposes or raises certain knowledge claims or truth claims, is an argument, is an assumption which was highly criticized after the Enlightenment, probably in the Western world. But that was not the case in the ancient world. This is one insight which Heidegger initially, and then Gadamer, these two thinkers were trying to argue very categorically. So these ancient views of morality are definitely characteristically different from the modern views. Everywhere, the ancient world, whether it is ancient Europe or India or China, you could see a very different approach to morality. And that's quite understandable, that everyone, that's quite obvious. In what happens in the contemporary world is that there is more emphasis on rational deliberations, and ethics is largely a matter of justifiability. We need to sort of justify what we do, okay? And responsibility, the concept of responsibility has become so important. So to the extent that, we can say that ethics is all about responsibility, and you should be able to justify your actions, okay? And it has become to a very great extent procedural, and to some extent legalistic as well. These are some of the important features of contemporary approaches to morality and ethics. But most ancient frameworks were emphasizing rather on obligations. As all of us know, the very idea of virtues in the Greek world, where they talk about the cardinal virtues like wisdom, courage. There is a very strong element of obligation integral to this concept of virtue. Okay, and when we come to India, this becomes more obvious. We have a concept of dharma in the Indian context, in the ancient Indian context. There is, and very interestingly, what happens is that when we contrast it, when we compare it with the modern frameworks or the contemporary frameworks, most of these terms which we employ can be easily defined or clearly defined, or the very demand of justifiability presupposes definability as well. But that was not the case in the ancient world. See, for example, dharma was not very easily defined, or rather, on many occasions, we'll find that dharma is such a complex and subtle concept that cannot be defined or understood very easily and all that. The word dharma has been derived from the root dhar, which means, dharma is that which sustains the people, or that which is adopted by meritorious souls. This is the kind of description that is given to dharma, which can never be treated as a kind of definition, which is only elaborating further upon the etymology of the term. Okay. So knowledge about dharma, or knowledge of dharma, is not a theoretical knowledge, obviously, like knowledge of virtue is not a theoretical knowledge according to Aristotle, not only a matter of theoretical knowledge according to Aristotle. And it is because, it's not something which is exclusively possessed by scholars. There are quite a few stories in the, Puranas and the Upanishads about this. The very famous story narrated in Chandogya Upanishad about Sanat Kumara and Narada is an example for this, where, this man goes to Sanat Kumara and says that he finds himself unhappy, or there is something lacking in him. And this fundamental moral character of knowledge is emphasized by most of the ancient traditions. So it is not something which you can find only in the scholars, only among experts, but associated with a kind of unique wisdom, which is extremely subtle, but which is not very rare. Okay. And it's not a matter of you learn it from somewhere or someone, but it's something which you learn from life, something which you acquire through constant striving and all that. So it's often equated with, and at the same time, we should also understand that, this moral knowledge in the tradition, in both Western, in the Greek tradition, as well as in the Indian tradition, we could see that this is equated with higher metaphysical truths. Quite often, we'll find such an equation. In the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, we'll find that dharma is equated with truth. Dharma is satya. So that is being categorically asserted. And in the Platonic framework, we'll find that the idea of good, which is the summum bonum in the Platonic, sort of a summum bonum in Platonic framework, to which, in that sense, you can see that there is a kind of identification of the metaphysical truth with the ethical truth. And with this in our background, when we come to the Nicomachean ethics of Aristotle, where what happens is that Aristotle identifies the knowledge of virtue, which addresses the realm of ethical choices, as phronesis. Okay, this idea of phronesis, where he distinguishes it from episteme or scientific knowledge, and techne or the knowledge of craftsmen. While episteme is more abstract, scientific, theoretical knowledge, techne, on the other hand, is more practical, because it has to deal with something which a tradesman, a craftsman would be knowing better than a theoretician, because he knows how to make it, how to bring it about, how to size up things, how to make changes in the things and bring it up. So that kind of a practical knowledge, which also requires some level of theoretical, which is not completely antagonistic to theoretical understanding, but the emphasis is more on the practical understanding. And phronesis is different from these two, because it is characterized by both. There is a partly cognizant, this theoretical aspect of it. You should know what is right, and partly a matter of habituated, this is what the kind of definition which Aristotle gives to a virtue. Virtue is a learned disposition to do the right thing. Okay, so you need to cultivate this as a habit. Then it becomes your conduct. Okay, it becomes a habit which will not fail you. It's a form of knowledge in that sense. It's not just scientific theoretical knowledge alone is identified as knowledge as it is predominantly done after the 18th century Enlightenment, but it's a different kind of knowledge. So what happens is that the moral domain or moral reasonableness represents a valid domain of knowledge as well as truth. So there is a very legitimate claim to truth and a claim to knowledge.
Sorry to interrupt. Please conclude.
My God, it's only 3:05.
Yeah, you had 15 minutes, right? Yeah.
You're giving only 15 minutes. I forgot about that. Okay, so let me come to this. So in this case, what happens is, I'll just give me 2-3 minutes. Okay, I'll conclude. You have what we today call the Enlightenment project, which is in a sense rooted in the very idea of rational theory. And when, as Gadamer reads, okay, the idea of knowing, see, what characterizes this Enlightenment project is the idea of knowing at a distance, which is critically viewed by many philosophers after that, particularly, actually Gadamer, points out that Kierkegaard very significantly does it. And he says that, when it comes to moral knowledge, the model of theory, where theory is presented as a rational theory, where the emphasis is knowing from a distance, doesn't work. And where you need to sort of bring in both the theoretical insights and the practical application of the situation. Okay, so he examines basically two ways to do that. One is the Kantian way, which is presented in the deontological approach. The other one is the Aristotelian way, where he says that, even both these approaches have got their limitations. And it's here, probably you can find the originality, the authenticity of the kind of originality in Gadamer's approach. Though he agrees with Aristotle, because there is a sort of aspect where, there's a sort of element of practical application in the case of Aristotle's philosophy. He says that, Gadamer says that according to Aristotle, moral knowledge does not climax. I mean, normally we understand that Aristotelian theory is all about virtues. Okay, the different virtues like courage, temperance, and wisdom, and all that. But Gadamer's interpretation, Gadamer's reading of Aristotle claims that according to Aristotle, moral knowledge does not climax in the so-called virtues such as wisdom and courage, but rather in the concrete application that determines in the light of such knowledge what should be done here and now. Okay, so we need to know the situation here. So if you try to, and again, what is right consists in what befits it, what is more appropriate. So according to him, the real content of Aristotelian ethics is not the grand conceptualization. This is exactly what he says, his own words, grand conceptualizations of an ethics based on heroic exemplars and its table of values as mentioned above. On the other hand, it is the undiluted and undeceptive concrete moral consciousness that finds expression in such unmeaning and all-inclusive concepts as what is fitting, what is proper, what is good and right, here and now. So virtue is understood as a mean in the Aristotelian context. So this is also sort of, Gadamer was trying to reinterpret it. He actually brings in his concept of tradition in this concept. In this context, the idea of that cultural tradition, which dominates Gadamer's thinking. I'll conclude in half a minute, and tries to sort of situate the very problem of moral reasonableness within this framework, within this broad framework of what you call cultural traditions, where one negotiates with unfamiliar moral demands that come from outside. So you have to initially make the unfamiliar familiar by relating it with non-patterns within which you will find within your tradition, and then with a dialogic process, progress or evolve what is probably the right kind of, the most appropriate kind of moral choices which you might arrive at. So this is kind of the summary which I would like to present. I'm sorry about the time, the lack of proper time management. I'm sorry about it. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your talk. Usually during philosophical deliberations, we often, cannot keep track of time. So thank you. So now, now I request Dr. Abhijit from Azim Premji University to please begin with his talk.
Okay, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Okay, great. So Dr. Joby was kind enough to think of me when he was thinking of this conference. And please let me know if I'm not audible. And he also gave me a topic to talk on, which is relevance of history and philosophy of science for science communication. And he also wrote to me that it will be great if you could talk about this topic in 10 to 12 minutes. So I'll try to do that. First, I thought that, will I be able to do it in 10 to 12 minutes? But then I thought that, then I saw that probably, I'll be able to make central points. And if there are any questions, we may take it up in the question answer session. Okay, so let me share the screen. I hope I'm allowed to share screen. Okay. Oops. Okay. So can you see the screen?
Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah. Okay, great. So communicating science is communicating commitments. That is how I have titled this. Okay, so of course, I was given this topic, relevance of philosophy for science communication. In fact, we will conclude that history and philosophy is not only relevant, but necessary for science communication. Now, when we think of science communication, actually, we have to learn or know that communication is a part of or even subservient to education. So it will not be good to talk about or even think about or work in science communication without any relation to science education, right? So communication should be conceptualized as a part of education. Why? Because otherwise communication will be empty of worth, right? There will be a lot of, we may focus on manners, but communication may have little matter of value, right? So when we think of communication, therefore, we have to think of the matter that is being communicated. And therefore, we have to have an eye on its educational value. So there are two principal components when we think of science education or science communication as a part of science education. So there are two principal components to communication. One, these components are explanation and evidence, right? So often in science education, evidence or justification is emphasized at the cost of explanation, right? So we have to focus both on explanation and evidence, or both on understanding and justification, right? So when we think of justification, or why? Because if we talk of justification or talk of evidence, this talk will be ineffective when explanatory understanding is absent, right? So for example, if you claim that vaccines are safe in protecting us against microbial diseases, this claim, okay, or this justification for use of vaccine to protect us against microbial diseases will not be understood unless there is understanding of what vaccines are and how they protect us, right? Some explanatory understanding of both virology and immunology, right? So justification have to be thought in the context of explanation. Evidence draws its meaning from the explanation it supports, and evidence is always an evidence of the truth of an explanation, right? So, and we shouldn't forget that truth is a value, right? I mean, if Gandhiji taught this to us, if no one else, the truth is a value. In science and technology, explanations are valuable because they are deemed to be true, right? So in science education and thereby science communication, evidences will have more meaning only in the light of explanations. And evidence demonstrates the truth of an explanation, right? So this justifies educational value of explanation, right? So now, in successful science education and communication, therefore, we have to learn explanations, learn to value explanations. And how would we learn to value explanations unless we learn to evaluate explanations, right? But this is not the full story. We have to learn to relate relevant evidence with explanations. We have to learn to value evidence, and we have to learn to evaluate evidence. So what it is to learn to evaluate explanation and evidence, then what will be the answer to this? The answer will be, we have to learn the norms or values or standards or principles. You may choose the word that suits you. Learn the norms of explanation and evidence in science, right? So a successful science communicator or educator is aware of this. So we have to learn the norms or values or standards or principles of explanation and evidence in science. Now, we value explanations and the role of evidence, therefore, only when we value values, right? If we don't value values, then probably we will not value explanations and the role of evidence in the development of scientific explanations. So we have to learn to value values, and when our values meet certain epistemic and ethical norms or standards. So for example, truth, right? Now, of course, we don't have time to go into what is truth, but there are various ways to understand it, right? So an effective, successful science education and communication, therefore, has to teach students explanations, evidences that relate to particular explanations, and commit them to ethical and epistemic norms to evaluate evidence and judge the value of corresponding explanations, right? So unless they commit themselves to ethical and epistemic norms, they will not be able to evaluate evidence and explanations, and therefore they won't be able to value evidence and explanations, and therefore they won't be able to value scientific understanding. So it is well known and well accepted that in science, evidences do not determine explanations, right? Evidences do not conclusively prove particular explanations with absolute certainty. So it is well known and well accepted that evidence underdetermines theory, and yet we have to make scientific choices, right? Science education and effective science communication has to bridge this gap in certainty. Gap when we move from certainty of evidence to certainty of explanation. This gap has to be bridged with education in ethical and epistemic values. And therefore, because education in ethical and epistemic values is so central and necessary in science communication or science education, we need history and philosophy of science. So therefore, history and philosophy of sciences are necessary. They are not just relevant, but necessary in science and technology education. Educated scientists and engineers are educated qua their commitment to ethical and epistemic values. Yeah, thank you. I think I'm done. Whatever I have to say, that's fine. Thank you. Yeah, let me stop sharing. Yes. Yeah.
Thank you, sir, for your enriching values. Now I invite Dr. Amrita Banerjee from IIT Bombay. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Okay. So thank you so much for the invitation here. It's very nice to meet my colleagues at HSS IIT Jammu, and I hope in future we'll be able to meet in person. It's also nice to meet the other speakers. And special thanks to Joby for inviting me for this talk. So today, my talk, the title of my talk is Our Moral and Social Worlds, an Interactionist Perspective. So the general theme that Joby wanted me to speak on is the necessity of ethical sensitivity towards social issues. Let me begin by putting forward the proposal that many of the terms, concepts, categories that we used in our everyday lives from across social, political, professional spheres actually have a lot of ethical import. So even if we think of phrases such as corporate social responsibility, if we think about political conceptions such as welfare or rights, or even terms such as democracy. Philosophers, for instance, in the pragmatist tradition or feminist care ethicists have argued that democracy, for instance, is both a moral and a social ideal. It's not just a political category or a form of government. So in other words, many terms that appear to be terms pertaining to the social or the political cannot be understood or made sense of without an ethical foundation and an underlying ethics in place. In my own work on topics such as diversity in the context of academic communities, then the concept of solidarity, I treat all these conceptions as having both a kind of, as a fusion of a social, political, as well as a moral concept. On the other hand, concepts that appear to be moral, so such as the very idea of care in care ethics, is also has social and political import. So care ethicists argue that care is not only a moral concept, but it is also a model of society and can in fact furnish a basis for normative political philosophy at the same time. So beginning with this recognition, I will take this talk as an opportunity to challenge some of the understandings or other misunderstandings concerning morality, which I believe results in a kind of disconnect between our moral and social worlds. And this sort of disconnect is problematic for several reasons. And two of the main reasons is that it makes it really difficult to see the relevance of moral evaluation for social problems. So an argument needs to be made as to why ethics is important for social problem solving rather than it being apparent. And secondly, it impacts the efficacy of bringing philosophical ethics in conversation with social theory on the one hand and social policy on the other. As a way to avert this problem, the framework I adopt is to reconceptualize the relation between the moral and the social worlds, primarily by drawing insights from pragmatist ethics or ethics rooted in philosophical pragmatism and feminist ethics. In sum, I would like to address the question about the necessity of ethical sensitivity to social issues through a philosophical reorientation of the link between our moral and social worlds. In the perspective I'm putting forward, namely an interactionist perspective, our moral and social worlds will be understood as interconnected realms rather than two completely separate domains of analysis or sets of concerns. If this is the case, then intervention or transformation of the social will not be possible without addressing its moral foundations. We should also do away with the idea that we can independently evolve moral principles and then simply apply it to the socio-political sphere. In some versions of ethics, this is precisely what is done. The social comes in at the level of application of principles of ethics to issues of social significance. So social ethics is considered to be a branch of applied ethics. But I find this framing to be very problematic since it takes the social as a mute realm for the application of pre-made ethical theories or principles and considers ethics to be freestanding. The latter is what may be considered to be an outcome of what feminist philosophers like John Tronto designates as the morality first approach, which really ends up reifying the boundary between the moral sphere on the one hand and the socio-political sphere on the other. Many dominant moral theories such as deontology actually unfortunately exhibit this tendency. I believe, however, that if we reorient the relation between the moral and the social in more innovative ways, then this will also initiate new ways of understanding the role of philosophy for addressing social problems and can help effectively use philosophical ethics for the same. On the path to developing an interactionist perspective, let us begin with the idea that morality is a kind of problem solving, a framing that was first put forward by John Dewey. On this view, morals are essentially human. They give direction to human actions and broaden and enrich human experience. Morality is the result of the individual's active engagement with the environment, where the term environment is used to signify the diverse realms of the physical, social, and cultural worlds. The individual is deeply embedded in the history, politics, economics, and culture of their environment, which she in turn can positively affect and shape. The moral project, therefore, is an individual and social project at the same time, due to the specific ontology of the self and due to understanding the continuity between moral and other natural goods. On this approach, moral problems must be understood to be about living a life and are not just inner and wholly individualistic matters of conscience, motive, or character. No wonder within a pragmatist framework, concepts such as moral situation and moral experience are made the centers of gravity for any moral endeavor, as opposed to things like conscience, character, or moral principles. It is important to note that for pragmatist philosophers such as Dewey, Jane Addams, William James, Mary Parker Follett, experience is not the mere content of consciousness of a neutral and passive subject. Experience is lived by an agent immersed in the world, not in the external mode of a spectator, but in a transactive mode as a participant within practical situations and practices. Experience is not only the beginning point of inquiry, and inquiry is the way in which a lot of pragmatists approach the question of knowledge. Experience is not only the beginning point of inquiry that transforms the object of inquiry, but itself changes in response to inquiry. There's a dynamic relation between the two. If moral experience is looked at as a form of inquiry, in this sense, there will be no strict demarcation between moral and non-moral domains. Rather, we can say that certain situations have a greater moral contour than others. Morally problematic situations demand that the agent choose between competing moral demands or ones in which the right is not very clear, and agents have to make a choice to resolve this indeterminacy. Taking experience seriously implies that the context of experience and the situation of the experiential subject is of import to moral philosophy. Effective engagement with the situation demands moral intelligence, including moral imagination on the part of the moral agent. Moral problems are not just descriptive, they involve modifying the elements of a situation to resolve the prevalent indeterminacy in the best possible way, so they are prospective. Therefore, moral agency demands both critical and creative thinking. Creative thinking does not necessarily imply causeless spontaneity. After all, it is the social world that grounds or anchors the individual and indeed equips her with interpretive structures that manifest themselves in collective habits and patterns of behavior. In fact, the concept of habit is very important, particularly in Dewey's moral philosophy. It's a moral category. And habits are functional capacities, but they are also socially shaped disposition. So habits operate at an unconscious level, and habits manifest in individual reasoning also give us clues about existing social processes. That is, these gesture towards a kind of social ethics in operation. So this idea has been used in recent times by philosophers like Shannon Sullivan to talk about racism, for instance, as a kind of collective habit. So it's not only a social problem, but a problem with a moral contour. Yeah, how much time do I have left? I began at 22, right? 3:22?
Yes, 3 minutes. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, can I get 4?
Yes, sure.
Okay, thank you. All right. So habits are both individual and social. Although habits are an inalienable aspect of our conduct, Dewey time and again warns us against letting habits fall into a rut. He makes a distinction between intelligent habits versus routine or unintelligent habits, and he calls the former art. This quote is very interesting. He writes, "The difference between the artist and the mere technician is unmistakable. The artist is a masterful technician. The mechanical performer permits the mechanism to dictate the performance. It is absurd to say that the latter exhibits habit and the former not. We are confronted with two kinds of habit, intelligent and routine." So a morally mature agent on this picture is one who succeeds in maintaining a reflective and critical stance towards habitual patterns of behavior, at least to a certain extent. However, the fact that we can control misfiring of habits by sheer willpower alone is a myth. Habits push us in subtle ways. They are our working capacities, so sustained control of bad habits and promotion of better ones demand changes in the environment and objective conditions in a very important sense. So therefore, we need to gradually work on and change deeper habits in order to effect social transformation or any change from the status quo, but social reconstruction is also key to moral growth. So, these sorts of commitments are also echoed by pragmatist philosophers such as Jane Addams, who actually brings in aspects of, embodied caring for the other, sympathetic knowledge, these sorts of ideas into the realm of moral agency and moral intelligence. And She also talks a lot about conflict in the, the need to uncover and negotiate difference or conflicting interests in moral social situation instead of simply sidelining them through a through a kind of moral universalism. I'll take just a couple of minutes to outline some of the a framework then that we can start to develop or an interactionist thesis given some of the insights from this position. So one of the main insights is to understand morality as inherently social and not simply individual. In order to do so, we first need to understand the centrality of experience and its various facets, including affect, which feminist ethicists have talked a lot about, and its dependence on social factors, including power, privilege, and oppression. In other words, if ethics is embodied, then the social must be recognized as playing an invaluable role in understanding moral categories, moral agency, moral reasoning, and moral judgment. It will also be fruitful to transition to the idea of situation, which can serve as a more holistic analytical category compared to concepts such as motive, principle, or even act. The transition to situation also respects the insight that Sela Ben Habib puts forward, namely that traditional justice-based moral theories assume all moral situations to be equal due to their idealizing assumptions. However, I would like to emphasize that if we acknowledge the embodied existence of moral agents and their embeddedness in institutions and structures beyond them, then difference and conflict can neither be dismissed nor sidelined through a commitment to moral minimalism. Rather, these must also be considered to be central aspects of ethics. The other important thing is that moral philosophy needs to transcend its boundaries and collaborate closely with social and political philosophy and recognize that concepts such as power, inequality, and difference also have moral import. So social ethics must be understood as a feature of ethics rather than a subset of it. An interactionist perspective will also not separate out problems as being purely within the purview of one discipline as opposed to another. We need to look at a situation and realize that it can be studied from multiple angles or may have multiple layers. In my work on developing a philosophical approach to diversity, the paper is in the Journal of Speculative Philosophy, I argue that diversity is a multi-layered concept. On the one hand, it has social and political dimensions. On the other hand, it is also an ethical concept. And an ethics of diversity is essential to nurture diversity on a long-term and sustainable basis in any academic community. The final two features are that an interactionist perspective will argue that while it may be the case that certain situations have greater moral contour than others, the moral is an indispensable part of understanding the social. It will also allow us to conceive the task of ethics or moral philosophy in novel ways. If the task of ethics is not just moral perfection of the individual, but the examination and development of larger social ideals and values as well, then questions about moral insight and moral maturity at the individual level become tied to questions about social reconstruction and social transformation. So I want to end with saying that at the end of the day, the task of ethics is to develop moral insight and intelligence, not only as individuals, but as collectives. And moral intelligence is not just about securing or ensuring one's well-being in a narrow sense of doing the right thing in a solipsistic or detached sense. It is literally about challenging, questioning, interrogating, and pushing one's moral boundaries, and demands a kind of critical, interpretive, and integrative stance towards the social. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your interactionist perspective on moral and social worlds. Now I invite Professor Avani from Flame University to share their views. Over to you.
Hi, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible, yes.
All right, thank you. I'll jump right in because I ambitiously have a lot of slides. Is this up?
Yes, yes.
All right, thank you. All right, so my plan is to talk about sort of to extend from everything that has been said in terms of necessity of moral philosophy, how from the personal to the professional it can be understood quite easily. So to distinguish from the previous speakers, this is not a philosophical paper. This is more of a reflection paper or a teaching philosophy type of a paper. This is basically just a reflection on, while designing and teaching a course in moral philosophy, what has worked for me. That's pretty much what I'm trying to sort of achieve here. So just as we think about moral philosophy and engaging it with not just those who are studying philosophy and are looking to also study moral philosophy, but across disciplines. The sort of way in to get them interested in the subject, especially in my case, I teach a mandatory course in ethics. So all the students are literally thrown in the class, and they have to, the first question that they come with is, why are we here? Why must we study this? And one of the ways that I found that engages with them very well is to start with the most personal moral questions. Of course, I mean, professional ethics, business ethics are important aspects because they will sort of broadly introduce moral philosophy. But a good way in that I have found is by starting with the most personal issues. So I'll take an example and the type of activity that I engage with a little later. So along with this development from the personal to the professional, there's a sort of form and content that so all of this is result of a lot of bad ideas, good ideas, some that worked, some that really failed. So what's really worked well is a good combination of form and content. The form that has been most successful, precisely because students are talking about a very personal sort of moral question. If they are being asked questions in an interactive mode of the sort of Socratic dialogue, where there is a leading question that will typically get answers which are further sort of evaluated, which makes them sort of contribute, participate in the moral philosophical discourse. So that's the typical form that has worked very well for me. In terms of content, it's I tend to teach very young, so fresh out of school, first year students who have just sort of are freshly adults, who are viewing all the content that's available. So since they're so sort of socially engaged in everything that's happening online, something that has been really helpful is engaging with popular culture. So there's a lot of popular culture that has problematic content, and then there is some that is addressing it in a good way. So I'll dive right into so I'm kind of going to skip this slide because this has been well established by the previous speakers. What is moral philosophy and why study it? For me, what's important is getting students to sort of at least have an idea of why should you study moral philosophy, and sort of getting them to understand that your moral opinions come with some reasoning, and the kind of reasoning that there is might be where a lot of differences come in, and not only in your personal life where you disagree with someone. It doesn't have to be a confrontation or a conflict. How do you engage in a meaningful dialogue is sort of the personal side, of which I have a few points. So I'm just going to skip over that, and how that sort of spills over into the professional life that most of them are sort of headed towards. So how that translates into some important workplace respectful practices that are required in the profession. So I'm just going to skip right through. So I'm going to use the example that I and precisely because we're all using Zoom or Teams or Google Meet, there have been privacy concerns. I personally had someone trying to Zoom bomb an examination and things like that. So there have been a lot of privacy concerns as users. So what I start with is as a user. So as a consumer, how do you feel if certain aspect of your privacy has to be given away for the sake of education. So without Zoom, you couldn't attend classes. To sign into Zoom, you will need an email, and that sort of trail is very beautifully shown in a Netflix documentary. I'm sure most of you've heard of it or seen it, The Social Dilemma. So the manner in which developing interest in sort of philosophical engagement with what is privacy, why are there so many sort of ethical concerns surrounding it? The Social Dilemma sparks off the dialogue by showing us that as consumers, the typical memes that say, are we consumers or are we the product? So these things spark off the discussion on personal morality, where most students haven't really thought about it if they haven't been engaging in these conversations, and they become more aware of the privacy issues. From developing from that, now in this documentary, The Social Dilemma, they're not just talking about as consumers what's happening. They're also trying to address those who are creating all these sort of applications, all these technologies. So those who are creating, what's the type of thinking on their part, and how should they, or what kind of ethical discourse is taking place in those sort of professional spaces. So the use of this helps students sort of move from a personal understanding of ethical concerns surrounding privacy, and of course, it gives you a greater opportunity to introduce things of the sort of how privacy and autonomy are closely related, and how privacy contributes to it. From that, when as an engineer you are developing these certain things, what kind of ethical sort of concerns are you thinking about? Are there concerns that engineers miss altogether because they're simply trying to think about this is my job, I must do it? Moving from there to sort of professional ethics, taking a step to make sure that whistleblowers. So basically, the Social Dilemma is a documentary featuring most whistleblowers in the typical Google, Facebook sort of companies, where what they're trying to do is they're trying to show us that while building the technology, it has been built in a way that sort of grabs you in, that you would want to give up your privacy because of what's being offered in it, and how there are certain risks that are not being sort of put across, and we still end up engaging with these, and most of us, without reading most of the terms and conditions, end up signing up. And if you're not signing up, the kind of things that you are going to lose out on. So the development from a very personal, as a consumer, what kind of privacy concerns are there? Should we look for alternatives? But as consumers, unfortunately, we're not aware of what alternatives there could be. So moving from there to someone who is a professional, and because of their ethical obligations, when they're sorry, I'm just looking at the time. All right, thank you. So I'll skip over quickly to the activity that I generally take. All right, so what the way I get students to think not only about the personal issues, but also about the professional issues, is by introducing the privacy concerns. And in a sort of a group discussion, I split them into different sort of role plays, where some of them are trying to bring the perspective of the engineer. Some of them, and many students are naturally going to go into these fields. Many of them have the ambition of going into marketing. Many of them have the ambition of being policy or contributing to policy. So those who are sort of inclined toward these sort of professions will take on these different roles. And what this helps them sort of move to, and why the discussion sort of helps in developing moral philosophy, is because they are all trying to think about the tension between the personal morality and the professional requirements that they have. And of the professional requirements, the role that ethics is playing in sort of has to be brought out by each of them, and they sort of learn to have a respectful communication with each other. So a multidisciplinary activity can also really engage students to try to view how certain perspectives have different ethical concerns. So a broad overview of what has worked for me, like I said, after many glitches, many good things that worked, the interactive method of Socratic dialogue really helps open up sort of an environment where every student is allowed to express their opinion, and if there is an opposing opinion, it will always be moderated by the faculty, so that the conversation can be as respectful as possible. In terms of content, there's serious popular cultural references easily available. Many of the plots just rely on moral dilemmas. The Good Place has been a game changer. It's a 5-season show that's literally every single episode is about moral philosophy. So these things, in terms of content, these things have really helped. I also sort of prefer to blend in theory and practical issues, because unless the students are sort of talking about something that's a serious personal concern for them, an ethical issue for them, it will be very difficult for them to start thinking about theoretical sort of issues. So I've already used the example of privacy and autonomy and the interplay between them. Another important sort of component that I have sort of come across is following the type of classroom activities that there are. If the assessments are similarly structured, it really helps student reflect how they are learning rather than what they are able to memorize in terms of what's happening in class. And so the example that I've used is an ethics bowl that we conduct. If there's any questions about that, I'll go into that. My sort of view here is there's a serious need for developing educational research. Of course, in humanities, especially in philosophy, I've been teaching for a while, but there's very little sort of communication with peers about what's working while we're teaching, and what's working while we're teaching a particular type of sort of classroom, what's not working. So specifically in humanities, in philosophy, and what works well in the Indian educational system. So I'll quickly move to the conclusion. I have been lucky enough to have mentors at my workplace who've shared a lot of resources with me in terms of scholarship of teaching and learning. But a lot of it is derived from Western scholars. It would be so much better to have a platform to discuss similar things with those who are teaching in the Indian context in sort of across disciplines. And of course, thank you very much. I would be very happy if there's any feedback.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your valuable words with us. We will have a Q&A after this session. Moving forward to the last talk of this session, we have Dr. Robin and Dr. Nivedita from University of Hyderabad and University of Gujarat. Over to you.
Hello.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, am I visible? Is everything? I'm just checking.
Yes, you're audible and
audible and visible, right? Okay. Thank you. Let me share my screen. Yeah. Yeah. Hello. Yeah. Okay. The paper is titled as Corporeal Subjecthood, the Embodied Teaching Learning Process. This is a paper which is written in collaboration with Dr. Nivedita. She is present here, but she is not coming into the screen. So I am reading the paper. So the idea is basically to sort of, engage with the question of learning in the changing times and the teaching learning process, which is getting reshaped due to digitization or digitalization, as we call it, and how the model of teaching in the times of digitalized times of teaching learning process is coming from an age-old idea of human being, which is coming down to us from the Western philosophical tradition of rationalism, which actually started from Plato, but it has actually manifested in a big way from René Descartes onwards. So basically, I'm just going to highlight some of the important, aspects of Cartesian philosophy and the motivations behind the Cartesian paradigm of education from the philosophical paradigm of René Descartes. As we all know, Cartesian paradigm is a dualistic paradigm which actually separates mind from the body or body from the mind. And more than that, the style of study or style of, or the mode of study which Descartes preferred himself as a person is something which has to be noticed here, which I argue is something which motivated and made Descartes to conclude that the mind is actually independent from the body. So solitary study is something which he preferred, and self-study, then meditative methods, as it is evident from his magnum opus, one of the important works called Meditations on First Philosophy. Then to be independent, to be detached, and sitting in a solitary place where he can actually meditate on himself and analyze and reflect on his own thoughts to understand the basis of knowledge, or to reach at the problem of certainty of knowledge, or to reach at a ground where we can or one can actually lay the foundation stone for the rest of the knowledge that one is possessing in terms of the modern way of doing or pursuing knowledge. So, and this implies that being one's own guide, individualistic, and again he proposed or supported the atomistic view of society, where he says that individuals are units of atomic units of the society. Society in itself is not something which is having an identity of its own, but rather it's a combination and a collection of different individuals. So individual come prior to the society. So deep solitary reflection, as I suggested, and then intuition is a method which he largely adopted to pursue the knowledge, or pursue the inquiry after knowledge. Then the separation of the mental and the physical is something which comes up as an outcome of this kind of an exercise, which is this particular sort of doctrine is something which comes out of his own style, personal style of understanding the way in which one should pursue knowledge, as well as given the times of the changing times of the modern period, and also that he wanted to make a distinction between mind and body, which are two ontologically different substances which come together to make the human being. But at the same time, within the human being, there is a distinction between a mind and a body, and the mind is disembodied, and all the intellectual activities were supposed to be disembodied in that manner. Disembodied not in the sense that independent of the body altogether, but what is given primacy is the intellect or the mind over matter, which actually constitutes the body. So then contrary to this, there is another paradigm which is available in the Western philosophical tradition, which came much later in the 20th century from Merleau-Ponty, who actually proposed a theory of human being as a being who is essentially embodied, and not just a mind, but a minded body or a bodied mind. So he actually distinguishes between two kinds of bodies: the object body and the lived body. The lived body is the body with which subjects are engaging with the world. The object body is the other aspect of the same body, which according to which the body can be considered as an object, like any other physical object. Let's say, for example, a vessel or a kind of mobile phone that we are all using. This in terms of its physical dimension. Okay, so the mind and world are necessarily related according to this model, as opposed to the Cartesian model. And then there is a this kind of a paradigm shift. This is again as an alternative framework. It is not need not be an essential paradigm shift because all of the practitioners of education may not agree with Merleau-Ponty's idea of embodied mind, but in the present times it has become a very acceptable theory. But for a long time, Descartes was in the forefront of this kind of a discussion. Then situatedness is again something which comes along with the embodiment, because we cannot think about a human subject in the absence of a situation in which he or she is actually living. Okay. And then in connection with this, Glenn Massis, another philosopher who actually follows Merleau-Ponty, says that things, people, creatures interweave, yet not lose the wonder that each is each and yet not without the other. So basically this kind of a meshing up of the self and the other along with the world in which, or the situation in which one is present is. This is the paradigm that Merleau-Ponty offers in against the Cartesian paradigm. So the point that we want to argue here is that look, the kind of education that we follow, given a particular condition which we call as the digital condition, which we define as a state of human existence in the era of technological revolution, which involves the mediation of data, large chunks of information available in the virtual world. Okay, the humans live in a different world in the digital condition because we are every now and then encoding this presentation is happening through a virtual medium, which is not a physical medium, which is a physical medium, but it doesn't actually guarantee the physical presence of the participants in the who are communicating through this medium. So the mind-world distinction also getting blurred away in a new way, because we cannot put this condition into the traditional category of mind and body, because there are more things which are involved. The medium is actually playing a big role than the traditional Cartesian distinction of mind and matter, or subject and the object, or subject and the world for that matter. So coming to this, but yet it actually, this digital condition makes us live in a time which is shaped by the Cartesian model, because it doesn't consider the embodied type of, or embodied condition of the participants in the teaching learning process. So for example, the learner and the teacher, which are who are participants, equal participants, that is how we consider them, are distanced from each other since they are presented to each other through the medium which are virtual. So there is definitely a technological mediation which is happening in this context, and it has become severe due to the present condition of the ongoing pandemic. So corporeality is getting absent, and also it leads us to the condition that in a physical classroom probably one can control, or we are all controlled in the physical classroom. Our corporealities are basically controlled. The participants' corporealities are controlled because there is a particular time to come in, and there is a particular time to leave, and there is a particular way in which the people are interacting, the participants are interacting in such a classroom. But in an online classroom or in an online medium, this is not ensured. Not only the physical presence, and but also the corporeality at large, which is not just the physical presence, but it is something more than that, which involve, or which should involve many other factors, including the situatedness of the individual subjects. So offline teaching and learning process presupposes controlled presence, as I said, and then critics of argue that this view particularly argues that people are not involved in the process of education, not just their bodies, but the it presupposes that what constitute people are their minds, which have nothing to do with their corporeality. Basically, in this kind of a situation, which actually follow the Cartesian paradigm of teaching learning process, it is still the case that people are involved in the teaching learning process, not somebody who is absent just because he or she is not physically present in a classroom. Okay, so in this kind of a situation where still people are involved, but people are not actually there, their corporeality is actually missing. So Hubert Dreyfus, in fact, actually, who is basically a supporter of the Merleau-Pontian paradigm, says this specifically about distance education in his 2001 work, the book which is on internet. Even where the subject matter is purely theoretical, apprenticeship is necessary. Thus, in sciences or postdoctoral students work in the laboratory of a successful scientist to learn how their disembodied theoretical understanding can be brought to bear on the real world. By imitating the master, they learn abilities for which there are no rules, such as how long to persist when the work does not seem to be going well, just how much precision should be sought in each different kind of research situation, and so forth. Basically, what we are doing in the online education is that of passing of information, and it is not actually a typical condition of learning according to Dreyfus and Merleau-Ponty, because we learn things which are not specified in the curriculum or specified in the words which are not captured only by the words that somebody is or a teacher is speaking in the class, or words which are spoken in the overall interaction of the class. Much more than that, there are a lot of other things which are coming along with this speech, actually interaction in the physical classroom, such as style of a teacher and the way in which he or she is presenting something, and which actually, as human beings, students will be following unconsciously at sometimes. It need not be consciously all the time, but there are students who actually consciously try to do that. But even in humanities, even this is an example in science. For example, scientific research can be sometimes understood as an interaction between only the student or a researcher and the setting, including the laboratory. It's not no other human. It is not the case that no other human intervention is involved, although we don't actually capture that when we describe the process. That there are maybe on the periphery of such a situation, the presence of people who are guiding this entire thing is there, and that kind of a presence is very much playing a part in shaping up this very process. So in humanities also, there is the graduate student needs personal guidance, and she becomes a teaching assistant and then becomes a full teacher later on. So basically, a certain style of approaching the texts and problems for asking questions, approaching the problem and approaching the text is some kind of it involves some kind of idiosyncratic sort of an approach which varies from person to person, but people learn from the instructors who are actually taking up that role, and then this pass on to to lower generations, the generations which are going to come in future. Okay, so given this situation, there is a criticism that Blake, yeah.
Sorry to interrupt. Could
yeah,
you please...
sorry. Yeah, I'll wind up in a minute. Can I take one more?
Yes, sure.
Oh, yeah, sure. Okay. Then Blake is someone who actually criticizes Dreyfus, and which can be considered as a criticism against the Merleau-Ponty approach. He says that still we are dealing with people, but we are not dealing with them in corporeal terms. But still it is possible that we can imagine that people are there, corporeally existing people are there, or corporeally real people are there on the other end of the medium. But we can also know their history, but we don't see them as physical embodied beings. Or Blake actually further elaborates this and saying that the imagined embodiment is possible, but it need not be an actual embodiment that is present in a physical classroom. So what we want to argue against this kind of a Cartesian paradigm, which Blake also supports, is that since we know that we are dealing with people, we assume that they are embodied, but what sort of an embodiment people actually have is determined by their corporeality. And imagined embodiment is falling short of the notion of corporeal embodiment. And in an online classroom, perhaps we can see the face of people if at all they show up on the screen, which again cannot be ensured given the experiences of teaching which has happened in the last 1 year. Many of us may be knowing that. And to understand the person, okay, in his corporeal or his or her corporeal presence is to understand him as a full human being, which is actually lacking in the distant mode of education, which is actually just become actually the norm, the new normal in the present times. So basically, the Cartesian model has to be replaced by the Merleau-Pontian model, which gives some sort of an of a wider framework than the Cartesian model. But unfortunately, we are forced to follow the Cartesian model in the given times. Thank you. I welcome the responses from the side if there is any. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Robin and Dr. Nivedita, for this wonderful presentation. Now, I would also like to thank our rest of the speakers who have given us wonderful, insightful, and intriguing sessions of presentation. And now I would like to ask and request Dr. Jovi Verghese as the faculty in charge of this session to come and take the question answer session. Dr. Jovi Verghese, over to you, sir.
Hi. So thanks to everyone. So there are a few questions in the chat box. So the first question is directed to Professor Amrita Banerjee. I'll read out that. Can you suggest a hermeneutic basis for reorienting the relationship between social and applied ethics? Looking from a feminist standpoint, how do you see body or our embodied existence as a hermeneutic key for a healthy dialogue between social and applied ethics, between individual and social concerns?
Thank you. Thanks to all the speakers. And Joby for organizing this really nicely integrated session. I think everything came together really well. So I think the question is very important, and that is what I was trying to address to my talk. In a way, some of the central commitments of both pragmatist philosophy as well as different versions of feminist ethics. And of course, within pragmatism, there are also a lot of varieties. So I spoke about Dewey a little bit, didn't get enough time to talk about Adams, who is not really similar. I mean, there are similarities between Dewey and Adams and differences as well. Then there is the idealistic pragmatism of Josiah Royce. So there are different varieties there, and so also in feminist ethics. But I think one of the common commitments, or towards a common commitment that we can develop, given some of the insights that these traditions have brought to the table, is the idea that, of course, I mean, in a way, moral inquiry is, morality is a form of inquiry, and as a form of inquiry, it is actually embodied. It is in a way. I mean, we were just recently, Robin was also talking about embodiment, and this is a kind of central commitment. And so the body, in a way, the moment you center the body in moral philosophy, a lot of different things happen. First of all, the body opens you up into a social world, and you cannot think about, so when we think about moral concepts, we cannot think about these concepts without their basis in embodied existence, as well as interpretive structures of the social world. So to give you the example, when some pragmatists have argued, for example, when we look at something like racism, we might simply look at it as a problem of social stratification, right? And we don't in traditional ethics, we might, in an individual racist act, we might think of it as a kind of moral, as within the domain of moral philosophy, but we wouldn't think about racism as a moral issue. Right. So, however, this sort of paradigm, because the body is part of the social world in which it belongs, the moral concepts reflect also collective structures as well as frames of interpretation, some of which you inherit, some of which you kind of, you contribute to, right? So all these are not two different things. So individual moral judgment or moral action doesn't happen in a vacuum. It's a kind of synergistic process. And therefore, what happens is that both the kind of the divide, when we think of morality, traditionally we think about it in terms of matter of inner conduct, right? And social sort of theory or social philosophy pertaining to the functioning of societies and communities. Now, this inner outer dichotomy is somewhat bridged in this sort of interactionist perspective that I'm trying to highlight. So in that sense, the bridge between individual and social ethics needs to be bridged, where social ethics is considered to be a feature of ethics itself rather than as a subset of ethics. And secondly, the sort of, the distinction between pure moral theory versus applied ethics, where, as I said, the moral, as if morality is freestanding, and you simply then take these principles or sort of modes of conduct and apply it to the social sphere, which is the domain of application, but not a domain of theory generation. This sort of idea is also problematized. So I hope, that helps to answer some of the, but that's a good question. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Amrita. That question was asked by Andrew Varghese, and he has another question to Professor Sri Kumar. Professor Sri Kumar?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, all right. So his question goes like this. As I reflect along with you, I am tempted to see the philosophical opening of a new way of engaging with ethics and a life from a hermeneutical standpoint. Where do you place, rather, how do you place dialogue in this scheme of philosophizing?
Okay, that's all. Can I?
Yeah, sure. Please go ahead.
See, this was the main crux of my presentation, but somewhere, I lost track of the time okay. So because we are all aiming at timelessness.
Yeah, you can elaborate now.
Yeah. No, actually I was serious. I was not kidding. In fact, in one of his interviews, Gadamer responds that, there is a sort of timelessness, there is a sort of eternity we touch upon when we when we are in language, because language, in a sense, language accommodates infinite perspectives. So there is a way in which we touch upon infinity in language, not in the very metaphysical sense of infinity, but in terms of possibilities of dialogue and dialogic interactions and interpretations. So coming to this specific issue, see, fundamentally, we have to begin with certain moral demands in the present world. We come across various exercises like trying to understand the relevance of this moral framework in this particular domain. See, for example, there are books written on management ethics from the perspective of Chanakya. Okay, what not? Okay, all kinds of experiments are done in today's world. So the problem with this exercise is that if you follow the insights of Gadamer, this is a certain meaninglessness, a certain absurdity in the very idea of moral theory, where theory stands out, while ethics demands a kind of practical engagement. Okay, so if ethics demands a certain kind of practical engagement, how do you practically engage with ethical issues? The very practical issue that you make a choice, you pass a judgment, or you form a judgment about something, and which is as equivalent as making a choice. And as some scholars argue that it is to have a preference. So when you make a choice, fundamentally what happens is that you are being encountered by a situation which you are not really familiar with, or which you are not, you're trying to sort of negotiate with that situation. You're trying to relate, you're trying to understand that situation in the light of your moral universe, or your domain of moral understanding, which is ingrained in a sense, or which is embedded in a sense in your cultural tradition. So this is the hermeneutic view, okay? Because each one of us is situated. I mean, the fundamental situatedness of our existence, as Heidegger would put it. Each one of us find ourselves in a kind of cultural tradition from where we try to, which constitutes our existential situation, from where we encounter, from where we try to engage in a dialogue with whatever comes to us. So when there is a demand, there is a moral demand that is being raised in terms of a problem, in terms of a question, in terms of whatever. See, what we basically have to do is to try to seek insights from our own tradition to engage with it, so that we can make it familiar. And as the familiarity grows, the dialogic process, which is what Gadamer talks about in his Truth and Method in other papers, comes in, where you engages in a dialogue with the text, or with the issue, with the problem, which demands definitely demands certain revisions in your assumptions about certain fundamental ideas. So this process goes on, and in due course you develop a common language where the essential insights to tackle the new situation would evolve. So there is nothing like a what you call a objective universal solution to moral issues, because morality does not presuppose an object, like as it is done in the case of natural sciences. Because apparently the very concept of moral theory is rooted in the idea of natural sciences. I mean, the rise of natural sciences, which began to happen since 17th and 18th centuries. Simultaneously with this, there was also a kind of a model of theory that was evolving. And when you model the ethical theory or moral theory on this concept of new theory, which emphasizes on distancing from your object, or first of all, in order to distinguish distance from the object, you need to assume that there is an object. So, but in the case of moral theory, there is no such object which is outside there. The object of moral theory is created by us. Okay, it is we who find a certain problem with it. Another person might not encounter the situation in the same fashion. He or she might see a different problem there. So he or she might negotiate with it in a different way. So these differences are part of our hermeneutic situatedness. So this is the aspect which Gadamer emphasizes. I was not trying to directly answer your question, but I was just trying to bring in that perspective where you can probably find an answer by hermeneutically relating.
All right, thank you, sir. You have answered it. So now there is another question to, this question is directed to Professor Abhijit. It is by Vikrant. Oh. Dr. Abhijit, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right.
Yeah.
The finding evidence for explanation of a scientific problem is manifested by questioning according to an adequate method and systematic reviews of previous solutions. By mentioning Eastern science and Western science, are you following a value that unites both ways of doing science?
Oh, can you reread it, please, slowly?
All right.
Sorry. Yeah.
Sir, can I ask it here? I can ask directly.
Okay.
So, sir, from your talk, I really appreciate the evidence and how value-based science can help in formulating explanations which can be productive as well as more desirable from a growth of science perspective. So, sir, I found that you mentioned that we need Eastern ways of science also, Eastern science as well. So that is there any separate values which are embedded in Eastern science, or do you think that the values are gradually built up as we go along with science or we do science? Thank you so much.
But what do you understand by Eastern science?
Sir, I heard that you mentioned it in passing, so I picked on that.
No, I'm not sure that I did.
Probably Eastern science, I mean that astrological, what was that, the one who discovered zero, Bhaskara, that Indian.
No, I think that probably there is some miscommunication, because I'm not sure how one could distinguish between Eastern science and Western science. I mean, either something is accepted as science, given the evidence for that claim meets the standards of evaluating scientific evidence, right? So yeah, so either something is a scientific claim or unscientific claim, and then there are reasons to say why something is a scientific claim and unscientific claim. Of course, both scientific claim as well as unscientific claim will have certain reasons or certain justifications, right? But what I was mentioning is that we have to learn to evaluate justifications, right? Suppose there are two claims, and both will have certain justifications, isn't it? But then we will have to evaluate, we have to learn to evaluate justifications. And when we learn to evaluate justifications, it is not just epistemic values, but also ethical values play a role in it. So that was the point I am making. Yeah. Thanks. Yeah, thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir. There are a few more questions, but due to lack of time, we can't take all the questions. So now we are good. Okay. So I thank all the speakers, Professor Bijoy Barua, Professor Sri Kumar.
Sorry, 1 minute. I'm sorry for interrupting. In between, it got interrupted.
Sorry?
In between, when I was speaking, got interrupted, and I lost
It's fine, sir. So yeah. All right. Yeah. So I thank all the participants and also all the speakers. So we are going to start the next session now. Yeah, over to Sumit.
Thank you, Dr. Jovi Varghese. So right now we are ending this parallel session 1, and we are going to our last session, the concluding session. So before that, good evening to the all esteemed dignitaries, professors, fellow students, scholars, and distinguished participants, students and friends. I am Sumit, and I, along with Shreya, would be your host for this concluding session. The 2-day-long international conference on roadmap for humanities and social sciences in STEM higher education is reaching the eventual end. This is the final session of a wonderful and intriguing period of diverse knowledge and ideas. We all are quite enlightened by the wisdom and insight of our respected speakers. But as we all know, anything which initiates shall end eventually. However, it could also be observed that any end is not necessarily a cease only, but could also be a new beginning. On this note, I would like to invite our guest of honor for this session, Professor T.V. Kattimani, to share his wisdom and his thoughts with us. He will be speaking on the new ideas of an inclusive higher education system. Dr. P.V. Kattimani is actually very distinguished figure in our national academics. He is the present Vice Chancellor of Central Tribal University of Andhra Pradesh. Previously to that, he was the former Vice Chancellor of Indira Gandhi National Tribal University. And along with all this, he has been member to a lot of government projects, and especially the new education policy 2020. He's a significant part of that too. So I now invite Professor T.V. Kattimani, our guest of honor, to share his words with us. Over to you.
Thank you. Good evening to all. A couple of minutes before I joined the session, the discussions were very much interesting, and interactions were very attractive. I congratulate IIT Jammu for conducting a workshop cum seminar on roadmap for humanities and social sciences in STEM higher education. The idea of social science into STEM education, and in that too in IIT like institution where everything is under discussion and everything is under rational thinking. I congratulate you all. Before talking about my new idea, I would like to discuss something about science, technology, engineering, and mathematics education in our country, and who are being entered into STEM education, and who are being excluded in this STEM education, and in social science education, who are inclusive in social science education, and who are not ready to enter into social science education. Without unknowingly, we have created a society, a modern society, of some people will love to enter into STEM education. Some people, after getting ITI admission, will love to say goodbye to ITI and enter into social science education. Science education or technical education or engineering or mathematics, they are in need of little training, little environment, and which we were all discussing, little ethics, morality, and little social push-up. We can take any institute, higher educational institute, where languages are in a higher stage, and even social science are in a good stage. For example, we have, earlier, before 2007, 14, I was in a language university in Hyderabad, which is called as Maulana Azad National Urdu University, where 7 years I taught Hindi subject. There once we had a survey. That time there were 2,000 students were studying in our university on campus. Then we have taken a survey. What type of students, mostly minority students, who are coming to Hyderabad in our universities to study subjects, disciplines, and courses. You will be happy to again, the August House will be happy to know, out of 2000, only 4 students were, children of college professors. Rest are from agriculture family, artisans family, poor family, poorer background, and ACDGs. And 90% they were first generation learners. So this is the situation of our social situation. Then how these people will enter into science, technology, engineering, and mathematics? It's not possible. If for mathematics, we need some training, home training or social training, or a special coaching and training in school at the primary level, first standard, second standard, third standard, or fourth standard. The students will cope up with the development of science, and they will be slowly, they may accept mathematics as their subject. Same thing with English language and learning also. NEP 2020 talks about education to SCDGs, that is socio-economically disadvantaged groups. Here, they are not only minorities, not only SCs, not only STs. The students from geographically hard areas, and the students from hilly background, and students from agriculture background, students from tribal background, hilly areas, and students from economically poor background, girl students, and even physically handicapped, mentally handicapped students, how they will cope up with STEM education. What are their preferences in education? Definitely their preferences is mother tongue. First they will take, if they are from Bihar, they will take first Hindi. If they are from Karnataka, they will take Kannada. If they are from Andhra Pradesh, they prefer Telugu first. Then medium, lifelong they love to have their mother tongue medium. And again, they will prefer, Telugu literature or Malayalam literature or Marathi literature. And their dream is to make some future in this thing. But enter into these people, how they will enter into a STEM education, that NEP talks about. We should give them residential schooling facility, special training facility, where teachers will take special classes of science, engineering, technology, and even mathematics, even medical sciences, to teach them, attract them towards the subjects. This is how a new idea has emerged in higher education, that yes, we can cope up with the new developments. We can attract the ACDG students to STEM study, the study of STEM, through training, through inspiration, to train them, to tell them, see, it's very easy to enter into make MSc in mathematics, make future in mathematical research. You can make future in space engineering only through an idea that anybody can dance, anybody can come up. NEP talks about the same idea, that cobbler's son should become a great artisan than goldsmith. Cobbler's son can become artisan only because of training and practice. And son of a agriculturist laborer can become a scientist, because only by studying science and mathematics, engineering and technology, by doing so, he or she can make wonders. The new idea behind this is anybody can learn anything, but at the same time, a scope should be given to them, anybody, that yes, options are open. You can learn anything. Options are available. You must work hard and get into. And at the same time, in a higher institution like IIT, how humanities and social sciences can work together. It is the most inclusive, course of action. Technicians, technologists, and scientists, and engineers, and mathematicians should love to learn music, and they can make sculptures, they can make pictures, they can make wall painting, murals, and they can play also. Physical science now it is a physical education now it is a science, and as you rightly said, sociology is a science. Not only that, Hindi, learning of Hindi language, learning of any Indian language or any language is a science. In fact, our scientists, old age scientists have proved, Rishi Munis have proved, they are poets. They have written poetry, but they were basically they were mathematicians, because their training were like that. Now, by doing so, creation of humanities, social sciences in IITs, so social scientists, the students who will join in the first year for MA Sociology, in the second year they may change. They may opt a course for science, a science of, science of fossils, to study fossils, or a science of, marine, a science of water conservation, a technique of water conservation, rainwater harvestment. Earlier in our history, we can see many, reasons are there, examples are there. In Kutch, Ran Kutch, Gujarat, 300 years before also there were tanks built in between the house. They are, even today they are intact. Tribal technology of water preservation, tribal technology of preservation of seeds, and prevention of seeds, and using and reusing the seeds. How the seeds how they can make hybrid seeds out of their traditional seeds. This is already technology. I mean, the technology which is available in traditional scientists has to be brought to IITs, has to be brought to science, technology, and engineering, as well as mathematical institutions through social science, because these techniques, their history of preservation of all these traditional knowledge systems are preserved in their oral history, in their oral literature, in their oral traditions. To study these oral traditions, we need to have tie-up with social science. Social science will translate these things into to make it available to scientists who are working in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, and it will become a hybrid type of IPR, that scientists and technologists, social scientists, and the tribes who are having that traditional knowledge system can work together. This idea will definitely make create wonders, and the dynamics of economy of our country will be totally changed, because we are the state, the country of agriculturists and lands, and people of who are living in rural part of India, who mostly we are depending upon the agriculture produces and agriculture activities, agriculture scientists, and by doing so, we can make wonders, and the market driven agriculture will stop, and the people will thinking that no, we are not going to purchase seedlings, we are not going to purchase seeds, because we have our own technology which is available, studied by science STEM engineers, and now it is proved, yes, it is scientific, it can reproduce, it is productive, and it is economic, as well as it is going to support the health system of Indians, where we are suffering from diabetes, suffering from cancer. I was talking to one agriculture scientist of Punjab, why many more Punjab agriculturists who are living in a very good health condition, but they are suffering from cancer. It is only because of excess of urea, excess use of urea and other elements. Now the whole state is suffering. Now, to support the science, social science will come up, how the use of urea can be minimized, how the use of natural natural elements can be reused. Once upon a time, we were using natural manure for agriculture production. Now it has gone. Now chemical productions are being used. Now social science will come up, and traditional knowledge system will come up to support us. So IIT, I request the scientists of IIT, the students of IIT, researchers, teachers also, we can take it up traditional knowledge systems who are available, readily available, and well proved by hundreds of 200s of years by users. Never they were vetted by science and technology. It is not necessary also, because they are proved itself by users, by village people or city people also, urban people also. We can take it up with the help of science, with the help of social science, with the help of anthropology, with the help of sociology, with the help of agricultural sciences, and we can take it up to the labs, sophisticated labs of ITIs, where they can be proved scientifically. And these scientists, rural scientists, they have full knowledge of everything, but they doesn't have communication skills. They doesn't have any language support and help. Now IITs can support them by providing their lab supports, prove the validity, the scientific temper of the knowledge system of tribes and villages, and that will become IPR of IIT professor, and that social scientist as well as natural scientist. By doing so, we are going to create a situation in India where for everything we need not to spend lakhs of rupees, crores of rupees, because everything once upon a time here was easily, naturally, free of cost, was available. Now IPR of many MNCs, many big companies, oldest companies, 150 years old companies, IPRs are easily available in access mode, easily access, open access mode. So we can open our doors, we can break our silos, and we can enter into social science. Science, STEM, social sciences can enter into the tribal 10 crores tribe people to their innovative ideas and innovative practices, and at the same time how healthy they are living, this thing, their mental status can be studied by science and psychologists as well as anthropologists. With these few words, I would like to conclude my ideas about new idea about NEP 2020. Thank you very much for providing me an opportunity. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. Good evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor T.V. Kattimani, for sharing your wisdom with us. This was such a well-maintained and well-informed presentation. And now I would like to invite Dr. Priyanka Tripathi. She is an associate professor of IIT Patna. Her research interest lies in gender studies, Indian writing in English, short fiction, censorship studies, and diaspora studies. Today, she will be speaking on humanities, the harbinger of happiness. Dr. Tripathi, over to you, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you so much. And thank you so much, Professor Katimani, for that wonderful lecture, because it was truly in the interest of, NEP 2020 and the broader interest of higher education. Am I audible, Sumit?
Yes, ma'am. You are perfectly audible and visible.
Thank you. So I'm very happy, first of all, to be here, as this conference is special. Special in many ways. One, because it is conducted under very special circumstances. Two, because of the topic it has chosen for its deliberation, because I remember it was Mrinal Miri's work on role of humanities in universities that I had read last, which was something of this kind. And three, because IIT Jammu is organizing it. I have always been part of IIT system since my student days. It's been 14 years now. So nothing gives me more joy than seeing IIT on all kinds of platforms, addressing to the larger sections and issues of our society that are very relevant in our times. I thank Professor Sayantan Mandal for this invitation, and of course congratulate the entire organizing team of International Conference on Roadmap for Humanities and Social Sciences in STEM higher education. So let me come back to what I'm going to speak on. The topic of my presentation today is humanities, the harbinger of happiness. Primarily, I'm going to talk about it in the context of teaching literature to engineering students, because I think, and it's just my personal opinion, that humanities in universities and humanities in IITs, the aim, the vision, the scope, reach is all different, because the atmosphere, structure, and overall the character of a university is different from that of an institute. I remember Supriya Chaudhary in the same book which I am talking about, Mrinal Miri's work, in her article talking about redefining the humanities, place, meaning, and function, decodes the humanities as a discipline in which humans get enabled to fathom out the complex collection of ideas, none of them unchallenged in a philosophical climate, sometimes described as post-human. The meaning of humanities especially changes during the, it primarily changed during the Renaissance, it is said. It was not so segregated earlier. But in the context of India, if we talk about, it has largely to do with very famous Macaulay's Minutes of Education, which most of us are aware of, but might require, another hour to discuss that. So I'll leave it here, and except that I will make it a point that it was a defining moment that built the reading and teaching of humanities in the Indian context. Therefore, the place of the humanities can only be addressed by looking at what we mean by human and how we understand this term in relation to other constituents, living and non-living of our universe. Before I go on to share more on this topic, let me share a few episodes, because most of what I am going to speak on is part of the experience that I have had. The kind of, I'll particularly mention two anecdotes that I had read about other people, and that I think mostly my other humanities faculties must have either experienced or heard. So on March 21, 2021, I read a Facebook post on IIT Gandhinagar's director's page, in which a student, now well placed, had received in some foreign, MNC, had received an excellence award for outstanding performance in his organization. He had written to the director about the influence philosophy and other humanities courses, especially English courses we have, English we have everywhere, English, economics, sociology, all these subjects part of humanities. He especially talked about the influence these subjects had in not just shaping his core skills, but also nurturing the required balance, stability, and leadership required in a person. For me, that was a very encouraging episode. Because it kind of made me remember an episode that I had read about from Professor Anjali Gera Roy from IIT Kharagpur. She's a professor at IIT Kharagpur, and she wrote an article called HSS is all about Marrowing Fattas, in which she debunked this thought. Because, you know, when we are in largely, we are considered to be service departments, most of us will agree, but she debunked this thought and then turned to argue that by giving various examples of how HSS encompass not only vast dimension, but also wiser dimension, not just in terms of the content that was taught, but also, more than that. So 13 years later, what still remains with me from that article is the conclusion of that article, in which she said that a student, almost after a decade he graduated from, had written to her of attending Toni Morrison's lecture and credited that visit to her. And it was she, according to him, who instilled in him the value system to appreciate reading literature and how it imbibes situations and emotions from our daily life. If we talk about our day-to-day context, even during the lockdown, when we all of us went into a survival mode, it was literature and arts that became our sole go-to comfort zone. Does this mean that moment you read humanities subject, you become happy? The answer is no, because the way each one of us respond to the subjects in humanities depends on our own cognition, interest, context, and preparedness. There can be no linear explanation to this. I will just quickly talk also about here how humanities and social sciences kind of came into IITs. So we are, as you know, and you must have read, that IITs were largely established on the basis of on the model of MIT, and therefore an integration of different subjects was a must. In 1946, Sarkar Committee reported, there was a Sarkar Committee report, and they pointed out the need for integration of mathematics, science, and humanities with the specialized professional subjects, which means all the engineering institutions or other professional degrees should be rounded off with the subjects from humanities and social sciences, because otherwise they would be considered incomplete. So for a long period of time, this humanities subjects were looked at value instilling department, of which Ravinder Kaur from IIT Delhi also has discussed in detail in her article, Locating the Humanities and the Social Sciences in the IITs. I think it was published in Sociological Bulletin. So, however, analyzing the current trends in the development of humanities and models, depending on the current trends in society, we come to know that it has come a long way from humanism to new humanism to digital humanism. Humanities thus builds it up from the strand of being the harbinger of happiness, amongst other things. So, talking about happiness, Daniel M. Hebron defines it as a kind of psychological notion. More my friends who are in psychology will know more about it. Of course, I am from literature, and therefore I can probably not very deeply touch where it intersects with Maslow's need of hierarchy theory and other things. But primarily, what I come to know is that when you talk about happiness, it's the emotional quotient, the pleasure quotient, and the life satisfaction that is important. That the sources that you can reach out to is the security, the outlook, the autonomous, the relationships, and skillful and meaningful activity. Now, there are lots and lots of theorists who have gone on to talk about it in different, language and different terms. So while I was contemplating on these sources, I could think of a literature classroom, aligning them to being one of these. Researchers at University of Sussex found that after 6 minutes of reading, the stress was reduced up to 68%. A 2013 survey by the Book Trust said that people who read books, especially fiction, regularly on an average basis, were more satisfied with life, happier, and more likely to feel the things they do in life are worthwhile. Now, Joseph Luzzi, in his book, In a Dark Wood, discusses of how literature can make you experience an alternate world. Literature gives you way into what people thought in that situation without being exactly part of that situation. Now, so I teach a lot of literature electives, and I'll give you some examples from there. So when I teach Jhumpa Lahiri is the namesake in my diasporic literature class, and this class is primarily for the 6th semester students. Some students do identify with the struggle of the postdoctoral scholar at MIT. I mean, Ashok Ganguly, who's one of the protagonists of that novel, is a postdoctoral scholar, so they identify with that. The atmosphere that is there in the novel, which Jhumpa Lahiri has managed to create, cannot be found in a book that talks about how to lead a life in America. You know, it's kind of very, very different. So particularly the episode on Gogol, I have always seen that whenever that episode comes where Gogol loses his father, each student resonates through that experience. It gets them into a particular kind of discomfort space of wherein they suscept through the impending loss they might feel at some point of time, the loss of their parents. So is it joyful? I am not sure how to put it. And usually those classes end with Hardy's reference to the mayor of Casterbridge, in which, he said, happiness is but an occasional episode in the general drama of pain. My outlook towards such reading changed after I read Joseph Luzzi, who says that it is not so much important when we experience such emotions. What is rather important is the way we come out of these emotions, this emotional conundrums, so to say. For despite their dark maneuver, what is left with us after that process is a more sensitive human being, ready to appreciate life and relationships a little more, a prerequisite for happiness.
Ma'am, I'm very sorry for interrupting you. You have 1 more minute, so we request you.
Sure. So I'll give you another example and probably slightly close there. So in a communication class, say, for example, the first year who have just come after leaving their home, and in the listening exercise, I usually play John Denver's Country Roads. And as the music flows with the words, country roads take me home to the place I belong, life is old there, older than the trees. At least half of the class is probably detecting the sound they hear, but they've already transported themselves to an alternate world, different from the reality of their class, somewhere in their hometown, in their neighborhood. Because in that moment, that is the kind of bliss they want to experience. So to conclude, I can only say that various disciplines in humanities, especially literature, opens up new vistas wherein it invites questions, suggestions, and help us create our own conclusion. It's not fatal to ask questions, for when we stop questioning, we shut our minds to the knowledge we already have and set ourselves within certain limits. Finding answer to these questions is a process of discovering ourselves, in which more or less our happiness lie. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Priyanka, for the interesting anecdotes and sharing your insightful words. Now, may I please request Professor Anurag Mishra, Dean IPM, IIT Jammu, to express his views on social responsibility and the importance of HSS in STEM higher education institutes. Thank you.
Hello, good evening, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes.
So first of all, I thank all the colleagues from the Department of Humanities and Social Science and all the participants of the conference, and so that I got some opportunity to interact with you all briefly. As far as this topic is concerned, I'm very clear that it is not a topic of debate. It is important and everyone recognizes. And even if it is late, but it is reflected in the new education policy also, because there are so many things which we are teaching as in the engineering institutes, especially at IIT. As a teacher in the civil engineering discipline or in any other discipline, we are mainly focusing on many times only the engineering aspects. But as we are knowing, this is the century where the globe has become a village, and because of the globalization, there have been huge challenges as well as opportunities. So this changing scenario of becoming this globe a small village is actually has taken us far more than what we are teaching in the engineering institutes. I remember reading a book, What I Did Not Learn at IIT. This was a very successful IIT alumnus. And this title of the book itself is speaking something. It is sure that it was not the engineering curriculum he was trying to mention. There were so many other traits which were very, very important for succeeding in life. And what success? Getting a good package, leading an organization, not that. It is not that what you are learning, what you are going to do with that. And that is where this humanities and social sciences discipline, putting it as a department is too small, because it is beyond the department. A culture of learning things around you and how can you impact society. That sense of feeling is inculcated by the subjects and the faculty, the way they are taking it to the engineering student. That is very commendable and should be promoted more and more. Probably a few decades back, the content or the proportion was smaller, but now I'm happy that it has increased. And this would certainly impact students, change their outlook. It will broaden their horizon to see the life and help or try impacting the society. Even if we are doing something in the technological field, we should be able to impact society, and that feeling is coming through the department and the subjects we are learning and teaching. I would say that when we are developing a city, in the large concrete jungle, we keep some green spaces. So that makes us happy, gives us energy, and changes our way of looking at things. So I thank you all for giving me opportunities to interact with you all. And I'm sure that I don't have any doubt that how it is impacting these students, especially at IIT Jammu. They are doing a great job, involved in socially also around the campus. And I thank all the organizers for arranging such a beautiful seminar, and I regret that I couldn't attend it all. Thank you so much and wish all the success. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful words. Now, may I please request Professor Rakesh Singhai, Dean Continuing Education and Professor Mechanical Engineering at IIT Jammu, to deliberate upon importance of HSS in the industry. Sir, please.
Good evening, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Okay. Oh, thank you very much, Professor Amitash, for giving me an opportunity to share my ideas on importance of HSS in industry. I'm truly honored to be in this list of speakers here. You know, I would start off right away. I did my graduation in 1978, you know, and in 5 years of engineering, I did 2 courses on economics and 2 on psychology. Perhaps these were the most important courses which had much more utility than any of the other core courses of mechanical engineering to me. I mean, this is what I feel, because although right now I'm in teaching academics, but I spent all my life in industry. Those 4 courses which I did were, I think, you know, the fundamentals without which I think, you know, it would have been extremely difficult for me to succeed the way I did. This is an honest admission. You know, importance of humanities courses for an engineering students, it starts with the interview process itself. Your grades and CV matter only to get you to the interview stage. In the interview, it is only your personality that plays a decisive role. And the development of their personality, the how you see the person across and how you see yourself, it is all shaped up by the kind of education that you have in humanities and social sciences. While I do not have the skills to judge a person simply by his expressions. There are many who do. They will carefully choose their answers to suit what the interviewer would like to hear. And I can tell you it works. This is the power of human behavior. In industry, nothing is more important than your interpersonal skills, your leadership skills, your empathy with the colleagues. All these things come only with the education in HSS. Of course, some of it is natural, but HSS certainly hones your skills in doing this. You may be a great engineer, a bright technologist, but you have to work with people. If they are not doing their job correctly, then your output suffers. Having your staff motivated is more important than burning midnight oil yourself. I mean, this is what every student must learn, because ultimately it is your output which matters, and your output depends on how you interact with people. I will start with a simple example, which I have read about it, and I do not know how many of you know of it. If you have heard of V.K. Krishnamurthy, he was the chairman of BHEL. He joined BHEL at a very young age, and he was not even a graduate in engineering. He was some diploma or something. But he rose through the ranks, and he was chairman of BHEL. Today, if BHEL survives, it is perhaps because of the way he structured the company. Now, you might say that he was a great technologist. No, I told you he was not even an engineer. I remember during the 80s when, Steel Authority of India was into losses. Yeah? And, I was a young engineer. Of course, I would read newspapers, I would read business magazines, and I had worked for 3-4 years. So I felt, this SAIL could never, ever make profits. Why? Because how could it compete with likes of Tata Steel? SAIL had 2.5 lakh employees. And I thought that if all of them had a Sarkari attitude, how on earth it can improve? But then, Krishnamurthy was chosen to be the chairman of SAIL. And lo and behold, SAIL started making profits. I'm sure he could not have fired anybody as it was a public sector unit. But now the same 2.5 lakh people started performing. I mean, as if he was a perfect, the music concert person. The whole orchestra started, working so beautifully. Now, being an engineer, I know that every discipline is highly specialized. So steel making is very different compared to power plants, right? So certainly it was not Krishnamurthy's technical skills that turned around SAIL. It was his man management skills that turned it around. So I don't know if Mr. Krishnamurthy had any HSS grounding, but I tell you, he certainly understood all the principles which a person has to imbibe by humanities. And that is what I think made him a success. So valued were his skills that when Indira Gandhi, made up her mind after Sanjay Gandhi had died, that she wanted to make Maruti a success, you imagine whom she chose. She chose Krishnamurthy. And within 2 years, the Maruti started rolling out. First car rolled out in 2 years. Maruti had to abide by all the rules of the public sector. It had to hire SC/ST candidates as per the norm. It could not hire and fire at will, yet it made its mark as a highly successful company. So what I am saying is that humanities actually, I mean, I have seen it personally myself, and if you go to industry, you look at anything. If you are a marketing person, even in industry, sales is also highly technical, but your human behavior, it matters so much. Your sale depends on how skilled you are at communicating with the people. So the communication skill, particularly of humanities, is, I think, the single most important thing apart from anything else. So it applies in marketing, whether you go out in purchasing, how you negotiate your contracts, whether you deal with the labor union when you are in production, you have to deal with your workers. Everywhere, it is the human skills which ultimately matter, because technical skills nowadays can be acquired very easily. I sincerely believe that every engineer has to have not just average, but very good knowledge of all the humanities, including economics, psychology, and sociology to be able to succeed. You know, it's like saying that sone mein suhaga hai, but it really, I would say the sona is HSS and suhaga is your engineering skills. This is where I think I rest my case with this. Thank you very much for listening to me. I hope it has some value. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your thought-provoking experiences with us. Now, may I please request Professor Dinesh Pandya, Dean Students Welfare, IIT Jammu, to briefly talk about importance of HSS for holistic development. Sir, please.
Yeah, good evening to all. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Fine. I mean, the previous two speakers have already touched upon many features. But at the same time, this whole conference has been really an eye-opener to some extent, and because of the vast spectrum of things that it has deliberated. Anyway, I am of the strong opinion about the importance of humanities and social sciences in the STEM and engineering curriculum. If we look at the leading institutes whom we always revere to go to, I mean, they are including as much as 15% of their total credits of a program, of the UG program, and they are devoting it to humanities and social sciences. But at the same time, as Priyanka did mention, that institutions component of humanities has to be well structured. It has to be targeted to the needs of the specific kind of students that we have, because it is not a university. We are not going to do all the humanities here in this short span of time, as well as in the short span of the credits that we have at our disposal. So if we look at the leading institutions again, they decide basically what is the need, what for, and how much of humanities has to be built in, and the vision and the mission has to be defined before we embark upon this major exercise of including significant humanities of relevance. I will say the relevance to engineering disciplines and the engineering profession. And I do believe that the development index gets significantly affected if the students go through certain very, very well-defined courses with well-structured components in the syllabi, so that they can appreciate the whole need of understanding the society. Okay, because it is the society with which they have to connect for their own benefits, for their own development. They have to become entrepreneurs. They have to deal with the people. They have to become managers. They have to deal with the people. They have to take up the organizations they get into to greater heights, increase the productions. But all these things, the technology, though it plays a role, but more important role has to be played by the humanities. Understanding of the people's psychology, I mean, the history of our own technology, maybe our heritage, technological heritage that we should understand. We should understand our own country. So this is another point that I was trying to drive at, that we must decide the contents based on our needs of our own country, needs of our own society. And then additionally, one point that I want to add to, and that is, as a technologist, our role is to provide solutions. We are solution providers, but the owners of the problems are the people of this country, the industry of this country, who own the problems to which we have to provide solutions. So unless we understand those problems in their own context, we will not be able to provide solutions which will be acceptable. And therefore, the role of HHS again comes up in terms of this: what we provide should be acceptable to the people. They must feel that they are really getting the benefits of this new technology that is coming to their doorstep. So, in a nutshell, one place is the student who comes in. The student comes in this STEM education after almost 6 years doing only physics, chemistry, mathematics by and large. Total disconnect from the society, even from the surroundings, maybe even from the family. Okay, so this is the time when the student gets in for the 4 years. We have to relearn those aspects to him, as well as once he gets out into the world, then again he has to deal with people and the society. So therefore, we are not discussing here how much HSS is necessary or is it not necessary. I think that is beyond doubt that it is very, very essential, but we have to decide what exactly we do and include in our curriculum. That should be relevant. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your words of wisdom. Now, may I please request Dr. Shayantan Mandal, convener for the 2 days international conference on roadmap for HSS in STEM higher education, to share the future plan of action regarding publication of edited volume, and also for the announcement of the top presentations from open call submissions. Sir, I kindly request you to take over.
Thank you, Shreya. And first of all, my sincere thanks to all the dignitaries here, especially Professor T.V. Kattimani, who is also the guest of honor today, and Professor Priyanka Tripathi, and of course our own deans, Professor Anurag Mishra, Professor Singhai, and of course Dinesh Pandya sir. It is indeed a great pleasure and also a matter of pride that we have successfully come almost towards the end of the 2-day conference. And one thing is for sure, that we have maintained time throughout, and that is, I think, we think that it is a very important criteria that we started on time, conducted everything on time, and also about to finish on time. But having said that, the relation or the network that we have built, that is of course not going to end with the conference. That is definitely there. So in this small presentation, a very brief presentation about the future plan of action, what I'm going to do is that which goes beyond the 2 days of this conference, which won't end with, in next 10 to 15 minutes, which will go much more beyond. So this presentation have 2 parts, or my talk has 2 parts. One is future plan of action, and the second one is, of course, announcement of the best presentation from the open call submissions. What is the future plan of action? The future plan of actions is divided again into 3 small parts. One is very immediate part, one is the midterm plan, or one is a very long-term plan. The immediate plan is that, yes, we are going to publish the conference certificate. We are going to give you the conference certificate, and we will be sending you emails asking you whether you really need the conference certificate or not. If you need, you let us know, and we will be sending you reminders. We will be sending you a Google form asking your opinion. That is just a very small part of it. Then the next part is the conference report. Definitely the conference, usually what happens that we organize the conference and we forget about it. We forget about the main points, or we just remember some of the points. And this is a little bit different. We are planning to take that forward. We're planning to bring out a very detailed thematic report along with all the minute details, etc. It is not going to be a 2-page or 3-page report. It is going to be a large report which will have much more details, and which will trying to reflect the idea of the conference, which is the roadmap for humanities or social sciences in STEM higher education. Now, of course, in a conference like this, it is not expected to find the entire roadmap. That would be really, over ambitious. But the point is to engage in discussion, discourses, questions, and deliberations. And that, I think, we have done it, and we will be doing it in future. So this kind of moderation, this kind of deliberation will be reflected in the report, and that will take us forward to conduct probably another seminar, another conference, another workshop, which will involve more number of people or people from different sections of the academia, industry, and society. Now the last part is that the long-term collaboration and networking, that the output will be an edited volume. Definitely the first point of departure would be our conference papers. Right now we have only asked for abstracts and only asked for the title, abstracts, and some of the presentations we have heard. But of course the edited volume is a big task, it's a huge task. So what we'll be doing is that we'll be sending you reminders and sending you mails asking your preferences about whether you want to participate in the edited volume, want to submit a chapter or not. But of course, asking something and getting the paper accepted is a whole different story. We will be asking you to submit a paper if you are of course interested, and then the paper has to go through a very rigorous review, and only then, based on the reviewer's comment, whether we can accept it or not, we'll be definitely giving the comments. If it's acceptable, then we will ask you to revise it and so on. So after 2 or 3 rounds of revision, when the paper is acceptable and we are sure that we can publish it in a reputed publishing house, we will proceed further and go ahead with publish the book. So hopefully it will take time, but it is also a platform where we will have multiple interactions, emails, workshops, phone calls, and probably much more online meetings and so on. So this is also beginning of a very constructive, sustainable collaboration and networking. Definitely the collaborations with others won't stop, even though the book has a limited number of chapters, but the collaboration with the number of participants who have attended our meeting, that won't end with that, because see, we have got about more than 260 participants who did not present their paper, but was kind enough, was interested enough to participate as a non-presenting participants. And I am glad to share that almost in every session, we have more than 60 to 65 participants. And it is very rare that towards the end, at the 2-day end of conference, we still have about 50 or more participants who are listening to us, who are still interested to listen and are interested. So thank you again to all of you. And we will be making contacts. We will be sending you emails about our events, about what we are doing, about our plans, workshop, our projects, our PhD courses, and so on and so forth, and open courses, so that if you want, you can collaborate, you can join, and so on. The integration of HSS with STEM, as we understand, it is a long road. And of course, when we are talking about a roadmap, that means we don't have a clear roadmap. And of course, the road has to be built. So we will be building the road. Of course, our baby steps or small steps starts right now with this conference, which will take a little bit step forward with the report, and then a little bit more with the edited volume. But our efforts won't stop there. We will be conducting different kinds of events, courses, and expand our department and its reach, not just in India, but beyond India, so that one day, not very far, I hope, that we will be known as a very reputed department of HSS, and which started integrating the process of HSS with STEM. Now we come to the second part. Probably it is more interesting part to the presenter. And here I must say one thing, that we are not including the invited speakers in this best paper, I won't say contest, but selection of best papers, of course, because they are invited, they are our guests. So we have also opened all the sessions, or selected number of sessions, to open call participants. They have submitted their papers, they have submitted their abstract, and based on their abstract and based on their paper and also their presentation during this 2 days conference, we have selected 3 best papers from different sections. So let me just go through one by one. Of course, in no definite order. There is no first, second, or third. All 3 are best 3 papers. And the first one is by Dr. Robin Luke Verghese and Dr. Nivedita. And the title of the paper is Corporeal Subjecthood Embodied Participation in the Teaching Learning Process. They presented their paper just now 2 sessions ago. The next one in line is the paper by Jobin Matthew. He presented the paper on disciplinary border crossing in times of industry. He presented the paper in literature session. And then the third, again, not in any particular order, paper which has been selected as the top 3 paper is a paper by Aishwarya Chandan. She is from IIT Delhi, and her paper title was Pedagogies of Critical Empathies, Situating Sociological Imagination in a Science and Technology Classroom. So congratulations to all the best paper presenters. What we will be doing is that we will be sending you definitely a reminder about whether you want to participate in the edited volume. But again, that is not a guarantee that your paper will be accepted. Only when the paper is good enough, we'll accept you. But congratulations once again for your achievement of being selected as a best paper. So now we are about to conclude, but yes, there is one more session left, which is the formal vote of thanks. I will hand it over to Dr. Amitash to formally propose a vote of thanks and conclude the conference. Once again, thank you very much, all the dignitaries. I'll hand it over to Amitash for the concluding remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Shantan. It has been an interesting journey for 2 days, listening to all kinds of views and ideas. I remember when we were discussing this, actually planning the whole conference, the idea basically was to look at humanities and social science courses, and how are we perceived and how can we make modification changes so that it becomes relevant. As Professor Pandya said, that there is no doubt that all humanity courses are relevant. There should not be any debate about it. But as it appears that we have to insert or assert our ideas that yes, we are important, and even if you are doing engineering or you are doing some other kind of technical or professional course, you have to be human. You have to understand the nuances of society. You must understand how society functions. And as Professor Sanghai also mentioned, that interpersonal communications, which is a major part of humanities and social sciences. So I hope that we have succeeded partially, and with so many participants, experts, and invited guests, it seems that we have a lot more to discuss. We cannot stop here. Things still have to be discussed. So this conference is not the end. This is just the starting point from IIT Jammu side. IIT Jammu is new, and we are trying to make a mark. We are trying to become mature in every sense. So humanities and social science department should be a little different, should be more incorporating, should be more comfortable with engineering, and that's what we are trying to do. So this is the time when I must thank all of you. Also, the future plan that we have, which Shantan just mentioned, that just an abstract book or a report is not enough, because the title of the topic, title of the conference, or the scope of the conference was big. We wanted to create a roadmap, at least some guidelines, some suggestions that can be made in all different disciplines. That's why if you see that all the disciplines were also included as sessions. So psychology, cognitive science was one session. We also had sociology, economics, literature. All these are taught. So some suggestions in these fields, in these domains can also come, and we'll come up with the edited volume, which will have some suggestions. And I hope that it will continue the debate and discussion. So thanking, I initially thought that I'll just say, thanking the groups, but it's good that I mention all the names, because of them, we could finish it successfully. Again, I would say not finishing, but we could come to an end to this conference. So first of all, I would like to thank Professor Manoj Singh Gaur, our director, because his constant support has been helping us and motivating us to do all kinds of things that we are doing. Thank you very much, sir. I would also like to thank our chief guest for the inauguration, Professor B.S. Sahai, who is director of IIM Jammu and has been very helpful, and we have very good interaction with IIM Jammu. We are also planning, we also had an MOU with IIM. So a lot of HSS courses will be included in their curriculum also. It's a very different kind of interaction and collaboration that we are planning, because we are neighbors just here in Jagti, and then within a kilometer IIM Jammu is coming up. I would also like to thank our distinguished and keynote speakers, Professor UB Desai. He has been a good guide and friend of HSS IIT Jammu. Professor K. Ramachandran, Professor Shyam Menon, Professor Shamdu Chetri, Professor Stavros, Professor Kattimani, and Professor Priyanka Tripathi. It was great pleasure to listen to you, and it was very enlightening. I would also like to thank our deans. It's not Professor Kannanaiyar yesterday said that he was asked to talk about humanities, not just because of being dean, but they have been very helpful to our department, and they are, I would say, the light source. Professor Kannanaiyar, Professor Ashok Kumar Sarkar, Professor Dinesh Pandya, Professor Rakesh Singhai, Professor Anurag Mishra, Professor Vijayan Pallipattu, and Professor Vidya Ramdas, who is not with us. So thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I would also like to thank our department faculty members, Dr. Varsha Singh, Dr. Sukanya Mandal, Dr. Jobi Varghese, Dr. Kulin Kaur Bijral, Dr. Suchishmita Roy, Dr. Bhaskar Jyoti Niyog. In last 2 months, actually, this whole conference was organized within 2 months. And it has been a great marathon, multiple meetings, and all of us were on our toes. We worked hard. So thanks to ourselves. I would also like to thank all our research scholars. So as you know that in university system and institute system, faculty members, they work and the credit goes to them, but the real hard work happens on the ground. And pillars are our research scholars. So I would like to thank Shreya Mudgil, Shreya Sareen, Pammi Sharma, Saloni Walia, Nadeem Ahmed, Tanu Gupta, Ritesh Bansal, Shairi Mishra, Parushi Ruhil, Sumit Sikdar, and Aditi Magotra for their constant hard work. It would not have been possible without your hard work. You are sitting here and probably smiling, but thank you very much. I would also like to thank our registrar, Colonel Sanjay Dahiya. He was there with us in inauguration. I would also like to thank our C3I team, which helps us in technology and setting up all this online systems. Our communication officer, Akanksha Chauhan, she has helped us to get in touch with multiple institutes and advertisement and marketing this whole conference so that more people could join. And at the end, one person has to be thanked especially, the convener of the conference. Actually, when 2 months back, when we were deciding, most of us agreed that we'll not be able to succeed to organize a conference in 2 months. I say that even if we had organized a month ago, it would have been successful, because the way Shantan has organized this conference, we had mails from him at 3 o'clock night. We got irritated. How much mails are we going to reply? But he worked very hard, and I must say that a lot of things we have learned as a department from him is that how to organize things. If you look at our folders, we are not sharing it right now, but for us, it's a huge folder on Google Drive where each and every step is mentioned, who is going to do what. And I think that that kind of organization has helped for this conference. And I'm sure that that's the proof that we are not going to stop here. It will not just be as another conference or discussion. There will be a very concrete, tangible outcome, and that will be shared with everyone, which will be useful for everyone. So thank you, Shantan. Thank you very much. And at the end, I thank all of you for joining us, and hopefully we'll be in touch, we'll collaborate more. All of you are most welcome to come to IIT Jammu. Whenever you are coming to Vaishno Devi, let us know, give us a call. You have the phone numbers. Just call us and we'll make an arrangement for your visit here at IIT Jammu. Thank you very much. So we close the meeting now.
Yeah, we can. Thank you all. Yeah.